Hey! Welcome to my channel, Sleep Smart. If you're new here, I'm really glad you found this place. This channel exists for one simple reason. The best way to fall asleep is to give your mind something beautiful to drift into. Not a podcast that demands your attention. Not music that keeps you alert. Just a story, told slowly, told gently, that gives your thoughts somewhere soft to land. So get comfortable. Whatever that looks like for you tonight. Dim the lights, pull the blanket up, set your phone face down. You don't need to remember any of this. You don't need to take notes. You just need to listen. Tonight, we're going somewhere most history books forget to take us. We're going to ancient Europe, before the roads, before the cities, before the world as we know it was written down. We're going to meet people who were called savages by the most powerful empire on earth. And we're going to ask, what if the empire was wrong? This is the story of the Celts. Told, for once, from their side. It's going to take a while. That's the point. So close your eyes, slow your breathing, and let it begin. There is a sentence that has followed the Celtic peoples for over 2,000 years. Julius Caesar wrote it, in Latin, in a book he called De Bello Gallico, the Gallic Wars. A book he wrote himself, about a war he himself fought, to be read by the Roman public who would judge whether he deserved a triumph, a statue, a place in history. He described the people of Gaul, the Celts of what is now France and Belgium, as living in a state of near savagery, governed by superstition, prone to violence, in need, as he put it, of the order and civilization that only Rome could provide. Barbarians was the word. And that word, that single, convenient word, has done more damage to the memory of an entire civilization than almost any weapon ever swung in any of the battles Caesar described. So before we go any further tonight, let's talk about Caesar. Because here is something the history books tend to skip past rather quickly. Julius Caesar was not a historian. He was a politician. A deeply ambitious, heavily indebted, extraordinarily calculating Roman politician, who in 58 BCE was given command of Roman forces in southern Gaul, and who understood, with perfect clarity, that what he did next would determine whether he rose to the very top of Roman power, or slid into irrelevance and ruin. He needed a war. Not because Rome needed one. Not because the Gauls had threatened Rome. He needed a war because wars produced two things that Roman political life ran on: glory and money. A triumph, the grand parade through Rome awarded to a victorious general, was the highest public honor a Roman man could receive. It required a significant military victory. It required, specifically, that you had killed or enslaved a substantial number of the enemy. Caesar needed that triumph, desperately, and so he found his war. And then, crucially, he wrote about it himself. De Bello Gallico is one of the most remarkable acts of self-promotion in ancient history. 7 books. Written in the third person, Caesar always referred to himself as Caesar, never I, as if he were a detached observer of his own magnificent deeds. Distributed in Rome while the campaign was still ongoing, like press releases dropped into the forum. It was a masterpiece of political narrative. And within it, the people Caesar was in the process of conquering had to be portrayed in a very particular way. They had to be savage enough to justify the war. They had to be primitive enough to make Rome's intervention look like civilization arriving, rather than an army arriving. And they had to be threatening enough to make Caesar look brave, rather than what he actually was, an aggressor, marching into lands that had not attacked Rome, killing people who had the misfortune of sitting on territory that was useful to his career. So when Caesar writes that the Celts are superstitious, violent, and barbaric, you have to hold that sentence up to the light and ask, who wrote this, and what did they need you to believe? And Caesar was not alone. Tacitus, the Roman senator and historian who wrote about Britain and the Germanic tribes a century and a half later, was brilliant, literate, and frequently unfair. He had his own agenda, using the noble savage of the Celtic fringe as a mirror to criticize the moral decay he saw in Rome. He made the Britons heroic in a way that served his argument about Roman decadence, but heroic in a Roman framework, according to Roman values. They were still, to him, fundamentally other. Fundamentally less. Strabo, the Greek geographer, described the Gauls as war-mad, childlike, boastful, and easily manipulated. He had never been to Gaul. Diodorus Siculus wrote lengthy descriptions of Celtic feasts, their habit of drinking undiluted wine, their loud and quarrelsome behavior. He was drawing on earlier sources, most of which no longer exist, written by people who may or may not have actually spent time among Celtic peoples. Do you see the problem? Every single written account we have of the Celts, every one, was produced by someone from outside their culture. Someone who either feared them, fought them, wanted to justify conquering them, or was using them as a literary device to make a point about something else entirely. Not one word of Celtic self-description survives from this period. Not one account of their own history, their own beliefs, their own understanding of themselves, written in their own hand. Because the Celts didn't write things down. Not because they couldn't. Not because they were primitive. But because they had made a deliberate, considered, philosophically grounded choice that the most important things, the sacred things, the true things, should live in human memory, passed from mouth to ear, from teacher to student, across generations. Writing, to them, was for merchants and administrators. The real knowledge was too important to be trusted to marks on a surface. We'll come back to that choice, and to what it cost them, many times tonight. But for now, sit with this. Everything we think we know about the Celts was written by people who needed them to be a certain thing. And yet, the Celts were there. They were real. They built things and believed things and loved things and fought for things. They looked up at the same stars we look at tonight and told stories about them that we will never hear. What we are going to do, over the next few hours, is something that is part history, part archaeology, part detective work, and part, I'll be honest with you, part imagination. We are going to take everything that survives, the archaeology, the linguistics, the fragments that slipped through in Irish manuscripts centuries later, even the Roman accounts read carefully against themselves, and we are going to try to hear what the silence sounds like. We are not going to pretend we know the full truth. We are going to be honest about what is certain, what is probable, and what is our best reconstruction of a world that was deliberately unmade. This is forensic history. It is the closest we can get to the Celtic side of the story. And it begins long before Caesar ever crossed the Alps. It begins in a forest, in the Iron Age, in a Europe that was already old and complex and alive in ways that Rome, for all its roads and aqueducts and marble columns, never fully understood. There is a pattern in history. It is so consistent, so reliable, so perfectly repeated across centuries and continents and cultures, that once you see it, you cannot unsee it. And I want to show it to you now, before we go any further into the Celtic story, because understanding this pattern is the key that unlocks everything else we're going to talk about tonight. The pattern is this. When one civilization conquers another, the people doing the conquering always tell the same story about the people they are conquering. They say, these people are primitive. These people are violent, or superstitious, or childlike, or incapable of governing themselves. They say, we are not here to take from them. We are here to lift them, to bring them law, and order, and civilization, and God. We are doing them a kindness. It is one of the oldest and most durable lies in human history, and it has been told so many times, in so many languages, that it has started to feel like a natural feature of the world rather than what it actually is. A piece of deliberate, sustained, careful storytelling designed to make theft look like generosity, and violence look like virtue. The Romans had a version of this story. The British Empire had a version of this story. The Spanish in the Americas had a version of this story. And every single one of those versions left behind a written record. A record that, for centuries, historians treated as simply the truth about the people being described. Let's look at how it worked. Roman historians did not think of themselves as propagandists. That is important to understand. The good ones, Tacitus, Livy, Polybius, genuinely believed they were recording truth, and by the standards of their time and place, many of them were trying to. But they were also, inescapably, writing for a Roman audience, about Roman concerns, within a Roman worldview that had certain things it needed to be true. Rome needed to believe it was civilized. More than civilized, it needed to believe it was civilization itself, the highest expression of what human beings were capable of. The forum, the aqueducts, the legal system, the senate, These things were not just achievements to Romans, they were proof of a particular kind of superiority. An almost cosmological superiority. Rome was order. Everything outside Rome was, to varying degrees, chaos. So when Roman historians wrote about the peoples on the edges of their world, the Gauls, the Britons, the Germans, the Parthians, they were not describing them neutrally. They were positioning them on a scale that had Rome at the top, and everything else arranged below. The closer a people was to Rome in custom, law, and lifestyle, the more they were described with respect. The further away, the more alien, the more threatening, the more savage they appeared in Roman texts. This was not necessarily conscious dishonesty. It was the water the Roman writers swam in. It was the assumption so deep it didn't feel like an assumption. It felt like reality. And the result was that the further a people lived from Rome, geographically, culturally, politically, the more distorted their portrait became in Roman writing. And the Celts, living at the very edge of the known world, living in a forest culture entirely unlike the urban Mediterranean civilization Rome understood, received some of the most distorted portraits of all. Scholars have a name for this. They call it ethnographic othering. Ethnography is the study of peoples and cultures. Othering is the process of treating a group as fundamentally, essentially different from yourself. Not just different in customs or language, but different in kind. Less rational. Less human, in the fullest sense of the word. When you other a group of people, you are doing something specific and deliberate with language. You are creating distance. You are saying, they are not like us. And because they are not like us, the rules that govern how we treat each other, the laws, the moral obligations, the basic courtesies of shared humanity, do not necessarily apply to them in the same way. Ethnographic othering is the literary technology of conquest. It does not require lying outright. It works much more subtly than that. It works through selection, choosing which details to include and which to leave out. It works through framing, describing a practice you don't understand in the most alarming way possible, rather than trying to understand it. It works through repetition, saying the same things about a people so many times, across so many texts, that it starts to seem like settled fact. And once the othering is in place in the written record, it becomes almost impossible to dislodge. Because the conquerors wrote the books, and the books survived, and the conquered peoples often did not leave their own record. Now, let me show you how consistently this pattern repeats. Because the Celtic case is not unique, it is one iteration of something humanity has done to itself over and over and over again. In the 1600s and 1700s, British colonial writers describing India had a ready-made vocabulary for the subcontinent's hundreds of millions of people. They were superstitious. They were irrational. They were governed by caste and custom in ways that made them incapable of self-governance. They needed, as the argument went, the civilizing influence of British administration, British law, British education, British Christianity, to reach their potential. The fact that India had universities when Britain was still in the early medieval period. The fact that Indian mathematicians had developed the concept of zero, and the decimal system, and algebra. The fact that the Mughal Empire at its height had a GDP larger than the entire British Empire would later achieve. None of this fit the story that needed to be told, and so none of it was prominently in the story that was told. What was told instead was, they are not ready. They need us. We are here to help. In the 1500s, Spanish chroniclers describing the Aztec civilization of central Mexico faced a particular challenge. Because the Aztecs were, by any objective measure, extraordinary. Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, was, at the time of Spanish arrival, one of the largest cities in the world. Larger than any city in Spain. Larger than London. A city of canals and floating gardens and monumental architecture and sophisticated governance and bustling markets that stunned the Spanish soldiers who first saw it. But the Spanish needed to conquer it. And they needed God's blessing to do so. So the chroniclers focused, obsessively, on the one practice that could be made to justify everything: human sacrifice. Real, undeniable, genuinely disturbing. And also, in the full context of Aztec cosmology, far more complex and richly specific than the Spanish accounts allowed. But stripped of context, stripped of meaning, described in the most visceral and horrifying terms possible, it became the single defining characteristic of an entire civilization. A civilization of 50 million people, with literature and art and law and medicine and philosophy, reduced in the European imagination to one practice, endlessly repeated. Once you had established that the Aztecs were savages who murdered children on pyramid altars, you had established that Cortés was not a conqueror. He was a rescuer, God's instrument. The violence of conquest became an act of mercy. Do you see the shape of it? The detail changes. The continent changes. The century changes. But the structure of the story is always the same. These people are not fully civilized. Therefore, what we are doing to them is not what it looks like. Now, why does this matter more for the Celts than for almost any other ancient culture? Because with most ancient civilizations, there is a counterweight. There is something that pushes back against the conqueror's narrative, some body of evidence that lets us at least partially reconstruct the other side. With the Aztecs, we have surviving Nahuatl texts, codices, oral traditions recorded by sympathetic friars, and the testimony of indigenous peoples themselves collected in the decades after conquest. Imperfect, partial, but present. With ancient Egypt, we have their own written records, extensive, detailed, stretching back thousands of years, entirely in their own voice. With ancient India, the situation hardly needs explaining. The Sanskrit literary tradition is one of the great surviving intellectual heritages of humanity. With the Celts, we have almost nothing from their own hand. We have archaeology, silent, material, remarkable. We have the Irish manuscripts written centuries after the fact by Christian monks working from fading oral traditions. We have fragments of Celtic language preserved in place names and loanwords. We have the evidence of what the Romans said about them, read very carefully against itself. And that is nearly everything. Which means that for the Celts, the conqueror's narrative has had very nearly the last word for 2,000 years. There has been no Celtic text to say, wait, that is not how it was. No Celtic historian to write back. No Celtic perspective that survived in its own voice. The silence is almost total. And that silence is itself the deepest evidence of what was lost. Because a people who had nothing worth saying would not have required quite so much effort to silence. The Romans spent years specifically hunting down and killing the class of people, the Druids, whose entire function was the preservation of Celtic knowledge and memory. You do not do that to a culture that has nothing worth knowing. You do it to a culture whose ideas you find dangerous enough to extinguish. And that deliberate extinguishing, is what makes the Celtic story different from almost any other ancient history you will encounter. We are not just trying to supplement a partial record. We are trying to recover the shape of something that was systematically, intentionally unmade. Which is why we are going to take our time tonight. Why we are going to be careful with what we claim and honest about what we don't know. And why, when we finally get to meet the Celts on their own terms, in their hillforts, at their feasts, in their forests at dusk, it is going to feel, I hope, like something genuinely recovered. Like finding a voice in the silence. Close your eyes a little more. Slow your breathing down. We're just getting started. Let me take you somewhere. Not to a battle. Not to a Senate chamber. Not to any of the places where history tends to happen in the way history books describe it. Let me take you somewhere quieter than that. Imagine Europe. Not the Europe you know. Not the highways and the cities and the lit-up coastlines you can see from space. The other Europe. The one underneath all of that. The one that existed for thousands of years before anyone thought to pave it or map it or name it in Latin. It is around 300 BCE. Give or take a century, it doesn't matter much for what we're about to see. The forests are the first thing. You have to understand how much of Europe was simply forest. From the Atlantic coast of what is now Ireland and Portugal, all the way east through what is now France and Germany and Poland, stretching north into Scandinavia and south toward the Mediterranean rim, trees. Ancient trees. Oak and ash and elm and beech, growing so densely in places that the canopy overhead was its own kind of sky. A green sky. A living ceiling through which the light came down in long, slow shafts, like something holy. This was not wilderness in the sense of emptiness. There were people everywhere in this forest. There had been people here for thousands of years. They knew every river, every valley, every ridge where the wind came from a certain direction and every hollow where the frost settled in winter. They had names for all of it, not the names we have now, but names nonetheless, spoken in languages that no one alive today has heard spoken out loud. The rivers ran clear and fast and cold through valleys that in summer were so green they almost hurt to look at. Salmon moved through the shallows. Aurochs, enormous wild cattle, twice the size of any modern breed, moved through the deep wood in groups, their breath steaming in the morning cold. Red deer browsed at the forest edge at dusk. And on the hilltops there were fires. Not the fires of war, not yet, not tonight. Just the fires of evening. The fires of a hillfort at the end of a day, cooking fires and hearth fires, and the particular orange warmth of a fire seen from a distance, through trees, high up on a ridge against the darkening sky. The hillforts were everywhere across this landscape. Hundreds of them, across what is now Britain and France and Ireland and Spain. Some of them were small, a few dozen families behind a wooden palisade on a defensible rise. Some of them were enormous, the size of small cities, home to thousands of people, with streets and markets and craftsmen's quarters and meeting halls and granaries. From a distance, in the last light of the evening, what you would have seen was a dark shape against the sky, on high ground, with fire at the top of it. And if you were close enough, if the wind was right, you would have heard, drifting down through the trees into the valley, the sound of voices. Perhaps music, perhaps laughter, perhaps someone telling a story. Because that is what people did, in the evenings, in the Celtic world. They gathered around the fire, and they told stories. The stories were everything. In a world without writing, by choice, remember, not by accident, the story was the library. The story was the law book, and the history book, and the medical text, and the theological treatise, and the poem, and the song, all at once. Every story carried inside it layers of meaning that a trained ear could unpack the way a scholar unpacks a manuscript. The surface story, the hero, the quest, the battle, the love, was just the outermost layer. Underneath were the legal precedents, the genealogies, the cosmological maps, the spiritual instructions. You had to listen carefully. You had to listen for a long time. That is what we are going to do tonight. We are going to sit by that fire, metaphorically, quietly, in the particular way that you can only do when it is late and dark and you have given yourself permission to stop moving, and we are going to listen for what is still there. It will take a while. The Celtic world is vast, and old, and layered, and most of it is gone, and what remains requires patience to hear. We are going to move slowly through it. We are going to spend time in the hillforts and the sacred groves and the great feasting halls. We are going to meet the people, the warriors and the poets and the judges and the queens. We are going to watch, from a careful and respectful distance, as the world they built begins to collide with the world that will unmake it. And we are going to try, all the way through, from the very beginning to the very end, to remember that these were not symbols or archetypes or the supporting cast in Rome's story. They were people. People who got up in the morning and were cold, and who argued with each other about small things, and who loved their children, and who were frightened sometimes in the dark, and who looked up at the stars and felt the same mixture of wonder and smallness that you feel when you look up at the stars. People who had a word for what it felt like to stand at the edge of a river at dusk, when the mist comes up off the water and the trees on the far bank go dark, and the world for a moment feels permeable and old and full of something just out of reach. We don't know what that word was. That is the nature of what was lost. But tonight, for a few hours, we are going to try to find our way back to the feeling, even if we can't recover the word. So let yourself go a little softer now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the sounds around you, whatever they are, wherever you are, become part of the background. Part of the texture of the night. The forest is dark. The stars are out. High on the ridge, the fires of the hillfort are burning. And somewhere, in the firelight, a voice is beginning a story. We are going to listen. Let me take you to a hillfort. Not the ruins of one, not the grass-covered earthworks that you can visit today, walking the circuit of ancient ramparts that have been worn down by 2,000 years of rain and wind and the slow, patient work of time. Not the archaeological site with its information board and its car park and its view out over the modern landscape. The real one. The one that was alive. Pick a hill. Any significant hill in Britain or France or Ireland, in the centuries before Rome. Something with a good defensive profile, steep sides, a flat or gently rounded summit, a clear view in all directions for miles. Now imagine the summit crowned with a rampart. Not a low earthen bank but a serious fortification, a wall of timber and stone and packed earth, 10 or 12 feet high in places, faced with carefully cut stone on the outer side, with a fighting platform along the top and gated entrances that were deliberately designed to force any attacker to slow down, turn sideways, expose their unshielded right side to the defenders on the wall. This is not a camp. This is not a temporary enclosure for keeping cattle safe at night. This is a town. A permanent, planned, inhabited, functioning town. Built on high ground because high ground is defensible, because the view from the ramparts lets you see trouble coming from far away, because the very act of living inside walls this substantial tells everyone in the landscape below that the people who live here are organized and powerful and not to be approached lightly. Inside the walls, houses. Dozens of them, in the larger hillforts, hundreds. Round houses, mostly, the dominant architectural form of the Celtic world. A circular wall of timber posts, woven through with wattle and plastered with daub, whitewashed on the outside so they gleam in the rain. A conical thatched roof, steeply pitched so the rain runs off fast. A central hearth, the smoke finding its way out through the thatch. A single door, facing east, toward the morning sun. That orientation was not accidental, not in a culture where the movement of light through the year was sacred and tracked with extraordinary precision. Inside the house, in the firelight, a family, or several families, in the larger structures. People eating, sleeping, working, arguing, telling stories, being ill, recovering, being born, dying. The whole span of a human life, lived in a circle of firelight with the smell of wood smoke and the sound of rain on the thatch and the warmth of other bodies nearby. Two hillforts deserve to be named, because they are among the best evidenced and most remarkable that survive in the archaeological record. The first is Maiden Castle, in Dorset, in the southwest of England. Maiden Castle is not a castle in any medieval sense. It is an Iron Age hillfort, and it is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most extraordinary pieces of prehistoric engineering in all of Europe. The ramparts enclose an area of nearly 50 acres. The defensive earthworks, multiple concentric banks and ditches, one inside the other, the outer ditches still 15 feet deep after 2,000 years of silting, represent a staggering investment of human labor. Archaeologists have estimated that the construction of the full rampart system at Maiden Castle required something in the order of 1 million hours of work. Not a day's effort. Not a season's. A sustained, organized, multi-generational engineering project, carried out by people who had no written plans and no metal tools beyond iron, and who nonetheless produced something that still impresses structural engineers today. At its height, in the centuries before the Roman conquest, Maiden Castle was home to several thousand people. It had internal roads. It had defined areas for different activities: grain storage, metalworking, weaving. It had a water supply. It had, in all probability, a market, a place where people from the surrounding territory came to trade. And it had status. The sheer scale of those ramparts was not purely functional. There were simpler ways to defend a hilltop. Those ramparts were also a statement. We are here. We are organized. We are powerful. Look at what we built. The second is Bibracte, the hillfort we mentioned briefly when we talked about the Aedui. Bibracte sat on the summit of Mont Bouvray, in Burgundy, at an elevation of around 800 meters. The ramparts enclosed an area of over 130 hectares. Enormous, one of the largest hillforts in all of Gaul. Inside, archaeologists have found evidence of a full urban infrastructure. A road system. Distinct neighborhoods, a craftsman's quarter where metalworkers and enamelers and bronzecasters worked. Their workshops clustered together in the way that specialized trades cluster in any city. An elite residential quarter, where the houses were larger and built with more expensive materials. Storage facilities for grain on a scale that implies feeding not just the town's population but provisioning an army. Caesar himself, after his first season of campaigning in Gaul, withdrew to Bibracte to spend the winter. He chose it because it was the most functional urban center available to him in the region. A Roman general, wintering in a Celtic hillfort, because the Celtic hillfort was the best equipped and most well-supplied settlement for miles. That detail alone should permanently retire the word primitive from any serious discussion of Celtic civilization. Now, who lived in these places, and how was that life organized? Because a town, even a Celtic one, is not simply a collection of houses. It is a social structure. It is a set of relationships, obligations, hierarchies, and roles that determine who does what, who owes what to whom, and what happens when things go wrong. Celtic society was hierarchical. Sharply, visibly, unapologetically hierarchical, in the way that most pre-modern agricultural societies were hierarchical, and in some ways that were specifically Celtic. At the top, kings and paramount chieftains. Not kings in the medieval sense of absolute monarchs with divine right. Celtic kingship was more conditional than that. A Celtic king ruled with the consent, explicit or implicit, of the warrior aristocracy around him. He could be challenged. He could be deposed if he failed in his obligations, if he was unable to lead in war, or unwilling to be generous at feasts, or failed to maintain the tribe's prosperity and honor. Celtic kingship was, in a sense, a performance that had to be renewed continuously. The moment you stopped performing it convincingly, someone else was ready to take the role. Below the kings, the warrior aristocracy, the equites, as Caesar called them, using the Latin word for knights. These were the men, and occasionally women, who had the wealth to equip themselves for war, the horses and weapons and retinues that marked them as belonging to the fighting class. They owed loyalty to their king or chieftain, and he owed them generosity and leadership in return. This relationship, the reciprocal bond between lord and warrior, built on gift-giving and feast-sharing and the mutual acknowledgement of status, was the load-bearing structure of Celtic political life. Below the warrior class, craftspeople, farmers, and at the bottom, slaves. The craftspeople, the smiths, the jewelers, the leatherworkers, the potters, the chariot makers, occupied a position of genuine respect in Celtic society that is worth pausing on. The smith in particular was almost a sacred figure. Iron and bronze did not come easily from the earth. The ability to transform raw or into a sword blade, to take something inert and mineral and make it into something that could extend human power so dramatically, that ability carried a kind of mystery to it that Celtic culture recognized explicitly. Smiths in Irish mythology are frequently semi-divine figures. The god Goibniu makes weapons for the gods. The skill is not merely technical. It is touched by something beyond the merely human. Farmers formed a broad base of Celtic society. The cereal growers and cattle herders and sheep farmers whose labor fed everyone above them and paid the tribute that kept the whole system functioning. And below them, slaves, captured in raids, received as debt payment, inherited, whose existence reminds us that the Celtic world, for all its many remarkable qualities, was not a paradise of equality. Slavery was real and common, and the slave trade was one of the goods that moved through the Celtic trading networks with the same regularity as tin or salt or iron. And then there were the Druids. Separate from this hierarchy, standing alongside it rather than within it. But their story deserves its own section, and it is coming soon. But before we leave the subject of Celtic social life, I want to take you to a feast. Because the feast, in the Celtic world, was not simply a meal. It was politics. It was law. It was the arena where hierarchy was displayed, contested, reinforced, and occasionally violently disputed, all at the same time. Imagine a feasting hall. Not the great stone halls of later medieval imagination. A Celtic feasting hall was more likely a large round or rectangular timber building, the biggest structure in the hillfort, the one with the highest roof and the widest floor. The hearth in the center, large enough to roast an entire ox. The firelight flickering across the faces of the people arranged around it in order, in strict, deliberate, carefully observed order, on benches along the walls. The order in which people sat at a Celtic feast was not a matter of personal preference or social custom in any casual sense. It was a precise map of the social hierarchy at that moment, in that place. The king or chieftain sat in a specific position. His most honored warriors sat closest to him. Status diminished as you moved around the room, visible to everyone, acknowledged by everyone, impossible to misread. And then came the champion's portion. The champion's portion, the curadmere in Irish sources, was the best piece of meat from the feast. The prime cut. The haunch of the boar, or the choicest section of the ox. And it was given, publicly, to whoever was acknowledged as the greatest warrior present. You can see immediately why this was not a simple matter. Who was the greatest warrior present? There might be several people with a credible claim. The champion's portion was not given quietly. It was presented with ceremony, in front of everyone, and accepting it meant claiming, publicly, to be the best fighter in the room. Refusing to challenge a man who had accepted it, when you believed you deserved it more, meant accepting his superiority in front of witnesses. Challenging him, as the Irish myths describe in vivid, sometimes comic detail, meant being willing to back the claim up, immediately, in whatever way the challenge required. The feast was where reputations were made and contested, where alliances were formed over shared cups of wine or mead, where a king demonstrated his power not through force but through generosity, the size of the feast he could provide, the quality of the gifts he distributed to his warriors, the quantity of drink that flowed. A Celtic king who could not feast his people lavishly was a king whose power was visibly diminishing. And the guests understood this completely. Every detail of the feast, the quality of the food, the seating, the order of service, the gifts given at the end of the evening, was read as information, as a precise and public statement about the current state of power in the room. Hospitality, in the Celtic world, was not a social nicety. It was a political act. It was one of the primary languages through which power was spoken. There is an object in a museum in Châtillon-sur-Seine, in Burgundy, France. It sits behind glass, as museum objects do. And if you did not know what you were looking at, you might walk past it without stopping. It is large and bronze and ancient, and there are many large bronze ancient things in European museums. But if you stop, if you look, it is a crater, a Greek bronze mixing vessel, used for diluting wine with water at formal feasts in the Greek world. This one is 5 feet tall. It weighs over 250 pounds. Its neck is decorated with a frieze of Greek warriors and chariots, figures marching in profile, helmeted, armed, in the unmistakably precise style of late 6th century BCE Greek craftsmanship. Its handles are formed as gorgon heads, the snake-haired female face that the Greeks used to ward off evil. It is, by any measure, one of the finest pieces of Greek metalwork to survive from the ancient world. And it was found in Burgundy, not in Greece, not in a Greek colony on the Mediterranean coast. In Burgundy, the Celtic heartland of eastern Gaul, 500 miles north of the Mediterranean Sea, in the tomb of a woman who died around 480 BCE and was buried with a wealth of objects that tell us, with extraordinary clarity, exactly who she was and what world she moved in. The woman is known, in the archaeological literature, as the Lady of Vix. She was probably in her 30s when she died. Her skeleton suggests a life of physical activity and good nutrition. She was buried on a wagon, a four-wheeled cart, dismantled and placed in her grave, the iron wheel fittings still in place. Around her were gold torques and bronze brooches and Attic cups imported from Greece and Etruscan flagons imported from northern Italy and local Celtic ceramics of high quality. On her head, and this is the detail that stops people when they read about her, on her head was a torque. A gold torque, the Celtic neck ring that was the universal symbol of status and warrior identity, but this one worn as a diadem, a crown. Almost a pound of pure gold, worked with such delicacy that the terminals, the ends of the torque, shaped as tiny winged horses, were cast separately and fitted on, each one smaller than your thumb, each one perfect. And at the foot of her burial chamber, filling most of the available floor space, dwarfing everything else in the tomb, the crater. The enormous Greek bronze vessel, shipped from its place of manufacture somewhere in Greece or Magna Graecia, carried overland or by sea through intermediaries we cannot fully trace, across hundreds of miles of the ancient world, until it arrived in a Celtic hillfort in Burgundy and was given, or traded, or offered, to a woman of sufficient importance that it was buried with her when she died. The Lady of Vix tells us something that the Roman narrative of Celtic barbarism simply cannot accommodate. She tells us that the Celtic world was connected, not isolated, not a collection of primitive forest tribes scratching out an existence at the margins of civilization, unaware of and unreached by the sophisticated cultures of the Mediterranean. Connected, integrated, embedded in the trade networks of the ancient world with a depth and sophistication that required, on the Celtic side, organizational capacity, surplus wealth, controlled access to desirable goods, and the political relationships necessary to sustain long-distance exchange over decades and generations. You do not end up with a 5-foot Greek bronze crater in a tomb in Burgundy by accident. Someone arranged that. Someone had the connections, the wealth, and the political standing to make that exchange happen. And the woman buried with it, whatever her exact role, whether she was a queen or a priestess or a chieftain's wife or some combination of all of those things, was part of a world that looked outward, that engaged with its neighbors, that understood itself as participant in something larger than its own local territory. What did the Celts have that the Mediterranean world wanted? The answer is simpler and more fundamental than you might expect. They had metal, and they had the skills to work it. Iron ore, found across the Celtic world and smelted by Celtic smiths into tools and weapons of high quality. Gold, worked by Celtic craftspeople into jewelry of extraordinary technical sophistication. Filigree work, granulation, repousse, the use of coral and enamel as inlay materials in ways that produced objects of startling color and intricacy. Bronze, cast and hammered into vessels and fittings and decorative objects that were sought after across the ancient world. And most importantly of all, tin. Tin is a soft, silvery metal that occurs in only a handful of places in the ancient world in significant quantities. And tin, when combined with copper in the right proportions, makes bronze. The harder, more durable, more versatile alloy that the ancient world depended on for tools and weapons and the 100 practical objects of daily life, before iron became cheap and widely available enough to replace it. The largest tin deposits in the ancient world that were accessible to Mediterranean trade were in one place. Cornwall, the far southwestern tip of Britain. A peninsula jutting out into the Atlantic, its granite uplands scattered with tin-bearing ore that Celtic miners had been extracting for centuries before Rome existed as a city. The ancient world called the British Isles the Cassiterides, the Tin Islands. It is one of the oldest Greek names for Britain. Not named for its landscape or its people or its political character, but for what it had that the rest of the world needed. Tin from Cornwall traveled south through Britain, crossed to the continent, moved through Gaulish and Iberian trade networks, reached the Mediterranean coast at Massalia, modern Marseille, the great Greek trading city on the southern coast of France, and from there dispersed into the Greek and Phoenician and eventually Roman commercial world. The bronze in a Greek statue, the bronze in a Roman water pipe, the bronze in a Phoenician merchant's measuring weights, any of that bronze might contain tin that was dug out of a Cornish hillside by a Celt whose name we will never know, who spoke a language that has no surviving written record, who lived and worked and died in the far northwestern margin of the ancient world and was nevertheless, through that tin, connected to every civilization that touched the Mediterranean Sea. The Celts did not only sell raw materials. They made things. Celtic metalwork, particularly the Latine tradition of the Middle and Late Iron Age, was not merely functional. It was art. And it was art that traveled. Celtic iron swords, long, balanced, with a distinctive leaf-shaped blade optimized for slashing rather than thrusting, were among the finest in the ancient world. Celtic smiths had mastered techniques of iron working, particularly the controlled use of carbon to produce steel-like alloys in the blade's edge, that gave their weapons a quality recognized and sought across the Mediterranean. Celtic mercenaries who fought in Greek and Carthaginian and eventually Roman armies brought their swords with them. And those swords were noticed. Celtic torques, the twisted metal neck rings of gold and silver and electrum and bronze that marked the warrior aristocracy, were traded and gifted across enormous distances. Torques have been found in Iberia, in Italy, in the Balkans, in Anatolia. They moved as prestige objects, as diplomatic gifts, as the physical embodiment of Celtic identity carried to the edges of the Celtic world and beyond. Celtic decorated shields, like the Battersea Shield, pulled from the Thames, or the Witham Shield from Lincolnshire, were not battlefield equipment in any practical sense. They were display objects, too thin for actual combat protection. Their surfaces worked with the flowing Latine spirals and stylized animal forms that were the visual signature of Celtic elite identity. They were made to be seen, to be carried in procession, to be offered to rivers and lakes as votive gifts. And they were, incidentally, so beautiful that they ended up in museum collections where people stand in front of them 2,500 years later, trying to understand how someone managed to make something that perfect with the tools available to them. Celtic wine consumption deserves its own mention here, because wine is one of the central commodities of the Celtic-Mediterranean trade relationship, and the Celts' relationship with it tells us something interesting about the dynamics of that relationship. The Celts did not produce wine. The climate of Gaul and Britain did not, in the Iron Age, support viticulture at the scale required to supply the quantities that Celtic elites consumed. Wine was an import, expensive, prestigious, freighted with the social weight of a luxury good that had to travel far to reach you. Greek and Etruscan wine amphorae have been found in Celtic hillforts and burial sites across Gaul and Britain in quantities that are, frankly, remarkable. The Celtic aristocracy drank wine with the enthusiasm of people who have discovered something wonderful and have the wealth to indulge it. They drank it in ways that horrified their Mediterranean trading partners, undiluted, which the Greeks considered a form of barbarism, since Greek drinking culture required wine to be mixed with water, and drinking it neat was associated with madness and excess. This was, in its way, a small but perfect cultural misunderstanding. The Greeks thought the Celts were drinking incorrectly. The Celts, presumably, thought they were drinking correctly and the Greeks were watering down a perfectly good drink. The truth was probably that wine, arriving in Gaul already somewhat reduced by the journey, tasted better to people without a sophisticated wine culture when drunk straight. And the Celtic love of excess, in feasting, in warfare, in display, made the moderation of diluted drinking feel like missing the point. The wine trade enriched both sides. The Mediterranean world got Celtic metal and tin and slaves and furs and hunting dogs, which were apparently highly prized in Rome. The Celtic world got wine and fine pottery and olive oil and the prestige goods that decorated the tombs of people like the Lady of Vix. It was not an equal exchange. Long-distance trade rarely is. The Mediterranean world extracted more value from the Celtic world than it returned, in the way that economically dominant cultures tend to extract value from less dominant ones. But it was a trade, a relationship, a connection. Which is the point I most want you to carry into sleep with you from this section. The Celts were not outside history. They were not peripheral to the ancient world. They were embedded in it, buying and selling and making and trading and traveling and being traveled to, their goods moving across the map of the ancient world in ways that touched every civilization that mattered. The Greek who drank his evening wine from a cup made with Cornish tin. The Roman soldier who faced a Celtic blade made by a smith whose name is lost. The Etruscan merchant who loaded his amphorae onto a cart heading north and did not know, or perhaps did not think about, how far north that cart would eventually go. They were all, without quite knowing it, part of the same world. A world that was more connected, more complex, more alive with exchange and movement and mutual influence than the word barbarian was ever designed to allow. Let that settle. The trade routes running north and south through the great forests. The merchant's cart on the river road. The smith at his furnace, working the metal that will travel further than he will ever go. Rest in that world for a moment. We are staying a little longer yet. Now, the warriors. Because Celtic women were not only legally protected within the domestic sphere. Some of them fought. Greek and Roman writers mention it with a mixture of fascination and horror that is, by now, a familiar register. The same ethnographic othering we discussed in section 1 applied to a specific and deeply threatening aspect of Celtic life. Women who fought were, in the Roman imagination, proof that Celtic society was disordered, that the natural hierarchy of things had been overturned, that the men must be weak, that something had gone wrong. What had actually gone wrong, from Rome's perspective, was that Celtic society had a different understanding of where the boundaries of female capacity lay. Strabo describes Celtic women as large and strong as their husbands, and as bold. Dio Cassius describes Boudica, and we will spend considerable time with Boudica later, as terrifying in appearance, her voice harsh, her red hair hanging to her waist, a gold torque at her throat and a multicolored tunic and thick cloak about her, a spear in her hand. These are descriptions written by people who found what they were describing alarming. But they are also, inadvertently, portraits of women who were visibly, credibly, physically powerful, who carried themselves with the authority of people accustomed to being taken seriously. The warrior women of Celtic society were not a myth. We have their burials. Archaeologists working across Celtic Europe have found female skeletons interred with weapons, swords, spears, shields, in the same manner as male warriors. Not in every culture across the Celtic world, not with the same frequency as male warrior burials, but consistently enough, across enough geographic range, to constitute a pattern. A woman buried with a sword in Iron Age Britain or Gaul was not a statistical anomaly. She was a member of a warrior class that was not exclusively male. In Irish mythology, the evidence is even more explicit. The warrior goddess figures, the Morrigan, Nemain, Badb, are not simply divine abstractions. They reflect a cultural reality in which female martial capacity was imaginable, legible, respected. The institution of the warrior school, where young men went to learn fighting under the instruction of a master, appears in Irish sources with female masters. Scatchach, the warrior woman of the Isle of Skye, who trains the great hero Ciú Chulainn in the Irish epic. Her presence in the mythology is not presented as remarkable. She is simply a master of her craft. That she is a woman is noted, not problematized. And then there were female Druids. The evidence here is thinner. Tacitus's account of the massacre at Anglesey includes women he describes as like the Furies, black-robed, with torches, screaming curses at the Roman troops. Whether these were Druids or simply women engaged in ritual activity is debated. But Irish sources describe Banfhillid, female poets and seers, who functioned within the Druidic tradition. And the figure of the prophetess, the woman with access to the divine and the future, appears consistently enough across Celtic sources to suggest that the Druidic class was not exclusively male. In a culture that organized its intellectual and spiritual life around oral transmission and recognized individual capacity regardless of formal institutional gatekeeping, perhaps this is less surprising than it might initially appear. You could not attend the Druidic equivalent of a university and emerge with a credential. You had to have the memory, the intelligence, the discipline, and the calling. Those qualities are not distributed exclusively among men. Now, children, and specifically, a practice that is so distinctively Celtic, and so revealing of how Celtic society actually functioned at the level of political relationships, that it deserves its own careful attention. Fosterage. In Celtic society, documented extensively in Brehorn law and referenced in continental sources, children of noble families were routinely sent, at a young age, to be raised in the household of another family. Not abandoned. Not given away. Fostered, placed deliberately, under legal agreement, with a family of comparable or slightly higher status, to be raised alongside that family's own children, educated in the skills appropriate to their class, and returned to their birth family when they came of age. The foster family received payment for the care they provided, calibrated by law to the child's social status. The foster parents were legally obligated to provide education appropriate to the child's rank, teaching a noble's son to ride, to fight, to manage cattle, to play the board games that Celtic aristocrats used to train strategic thinking, teaching a noble's daughter the management of a household, needlework, the harp, and the bond that formed between a foster child and their foster family, the Daltatchers, in Irish, was legally recognized as a form of kinship, with obligations on both sides that persisted for life. A foster child owed support to their foster parents in their old age, as they owed it to their birth parents. Foster siblings had legal obligations to each other comparable to blood siblings. Why? Because this was how you built a political network. Celtic society, as we have discussed, was organized around tribes and kinship groups that were frequently in tension with each other, competing for territory, for cattle, for prestige, for the allegiance of smaller clans. Alliance between tribes was essential for stability and survival, but alliance is fragile. Political agreements break down. Oaths are forgotten or reinterpreted. Old grievances resurface. But if the chief of one tribe had raised the son of the chief of a neighboring tribe, if those two men had grown up together, eaten together, trained together, formed the bonds that boys form when they share a childhood, that connection was not merely political. It was personal, emotional, real in the way that only shared experience can make things real. Fosterage was, in its essence, a technology of peace. A way of creating genuine human bonds across the tribal boundaries that would otherwise be the sites of constant conflict. A way of making the political personal, not through rhetoric or treaty, but through years of shared life. It was also, incidentally, a way of managing risk. A child fostered with an allied family was, in a very practical sense, a guarantee of good behavior on both sides. Not quite a hostage, the legal and emotional framework was entirely different, but a living stake in the continuation of the alliance. The Romans used hostage-taking for the same purpose. The difference was in the texture of the thing. Roman hostages were held under compulsion, at a distance, in an alien culture, often in conditions of considerable discomfort. Celtic fostered children were raised as family. One system treated the child as a political instrument. The other treated the child as a human being who was also performing a political function. That difference tells you something about the two civilizations. Let all of this settle now. The woman with her property intact, the law on her side, the right to leave if she needs to. The girl being taught to manage a household in someone else's home, her foster mother watching her with a particular attention that is given to children you are responsible for, children who are not yours and somehow also are. The warrior woman at the edge of the shield wall, the talk at her throat, her hair back, her face set. The legal scholar, druid, perhaps, or poet, female, her memory carrying centuries of lore and story and astronomical observation, her voice the only place where it all lives. This was the Celtic world. Not the world Caesar described. The one that was actually there. Breathe. Let it be quiet for a moment. We are going deeper still, into the spiritual world that held all of this together, gave it meaning, and made it, for the people who lived inside it, feel like home. There is a shield in the British Museum. It was pulled from the River Thames in 1857, near Battersea Bridge in London. It had been in the river for somewhere between 2,000 and 2,200 years. Thrown in, most likely, as a votive offering to the river goddess, a gift to the divine power of the water. It lay in the mud of the Thames for 20 centuries while London grew up around it, the city changing beyond recognition above the surface of the water, while below, in the cold and dark, the shield waited. It is made of bronze. It is about 2.5 feet long, too thin for actual battlefield use, which tells us immediately that it was never meant to stop a sword. It was made to be seen. Designed for display, for ceremony, for the sacred act of offering. And it is, even now, even reproduced in photographs on a museum website, even described in the clinical language of an artifact catalogue. It is one of the most beautiful objects ever made by human hands. The surface of the Battersea shield is divided into 3 circular roundels, each one filled with a design of flowing curves and spirals executed in repousse, a technique in which the metal is hammered from behind to raise the design in relief on the front. The hammer work so controlled and precise that the lines swell and taper with the fluency of a brushstroke. Within the spirals, if you look carefully, faces appear and dissolve, a human eye here, the curve of a cheek there, a form that might be a bird or might be a tendril, ambiguous, alive, refusing to resolve into any single fixed reading. Set into the surface at intervals are inlays of red glass, a vivid, almost blood-red enamel that the Latin craftspeople achieve through a technique whose exact process is still not fully understood by modern metallurgists. The red against the warm gold of the polished bronze produces an effect that is not merely decorative. It pulses. It draws the eye. It makes the shield appear, in certain lights, to be slightly in motion. Whoever made this object was not a craftsperson in the sense we might use the word for someone performing a skilled trade. They were an artist of the highest order, someone whose technical mastery was so complete that the technique had become transparent, invisible, leaving only the vision. And this was Celtic art. The Latin style, the visual language that defines Celtic artistic production from roughly 450 BCE until the Roman period and beyond, is one of the great artistic traditions of the ancient world, and it remains one of the least celebrated outside specialist circles. It does not work in straight lines. This is the first thing to understand about it, and it is more significant than it sounds. Most of the ancient world's visual art, Greek, Roman, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, works with geometry, with the straight line and the right angle and the symmetrical figure, arranged in friezes and panels and registers, with the human body depicted according to ideal proportions, frontally or in profile, recognizable, representational. Latin art refuses all of this. It works in curves, in spirals that expand and contract with organic irregularity, not the mechanical regularity of a compass-drawn spiral, but the living irregularity of a fern frond uncurling, of water moving around a stone. It works with ambiguity, forms that shift between the abstract and the figurative, between plant and animal and human and something that is none of these things, the eye constantly being invited to read meaning into pattern and then discovering that the meaning keeps changing. It is an art built on the principle of transformation, on the idea that one thing is always in the process of becoming another thing, that the boundaries between categories, plant and animal, human and divine, this world and the next, are permeable and temporary, that what appears fixed is actually in motion. This is not an accidental aesthetic choice. It is a direct expression of the Celtic spiritual worldview, a worldview we will explore in detail in the next act. But for now, let the visual language itself tell you something about the people who made it. A civilization whose art insists that boundaries are permeable, that forms are always transforming, that the fixed and the fluid are the same thing seen from different moments. That civilization understood the world very differently from Rome. Rome, whose art insists on permanence. On the straight road and the solid arch and the realistic portrait bust that captures a face for eternity. Rome, whose entire civilization was built on the proposition that things could be made to last. Celtic art says, nothing lasts, and that is not a tragedy. That is the nature of things. The spiral turns. The form transforms. The river keeps moving. Now, the music. Celtic music in the Iron Age is, like so much else, lost to us in its particulars. We have no recordings. We have no written notation. We cannot hear what a Celtic feast sounded like from the inside, what the particular quality of a bard's voice was, what scales and modes and rhythms the musicians used. But we have the instruments, or representations of them, preserved in metalwork and sculpture, and the occasional waterlogged find where organic materials survived. The carnix. You may not know the word, but if you have seen images of Celtic warfare, or certain famous museum collections, you may have seen the object. It is a war trumpet, made of beaten bronze, typically between 5 and 6 feet long, held vertically so that the bell faces upward toward the sky rather than forward toward the enemy. And the bell is shaped like a boar's head. An open-mouthed boar's head, bronze, with a movable tongue inside that rattled as the instrument was played, adding a percussive element to the sound. The ears of the boar cast separately and attached. The eyes inlaid with enamel. The whole thing, the long curved tube of bronze, the open animal mouth aimed at the sky, designed not just to make sound but to make a specific kind of sound. A sound that came from an animal. From a creature of the forest that Celtic culture associated with ferocity and the divine. A sound that did not come from a human mouth but from something larger, something wilder, something that belonged to the other world as much as to this one. Roman writers describe the sound of the carnix with something approaching traumatized admiration. Diodorus Siculus writes that Celtic war trumpets made a harsh sound, suited to the tumult of war. Polybius, describing the Galatian campaign against Rome, says the sound of the trumpets and the war cries was so overwhelming that it seemed as if not only the instruments but the surrounding hills and valleys were joining in, the whole landscape in uproar. This was intentional. The carnix was a psychological weapon before it was a musical instrument. It was designed to fill a landscape with the sound of an animal, of a divine force, of something that was not quite human, and to do to an enemy's nervous system what a modern army might attempt with artillery. To make them feel, before the first blow was struck, that what they were facing was not merely soldiers, but something elemental. Alongside the carnix, lyres, similar in structure to the Greek kithara but distinctively Celtic in decoration. Pipes, wooden flutes and bone pipes, the same basic instruments that every agricultural society develops independently, because the materials are available and the human need for melody is universal. Drums, probably, though their organic construction means almost none survive. Bells, small bronze bells found in ritual contexts across the Celtic world, their purpose not entirely clear but their presence consistent enough to suggest a role in ceremony. And the human voice. Always, most importantly, the human voice. Because the highest art form in the Celtic world was not metalwork. It was not music. It was the spoken word. The bard, the Celtic poet, the professional practitioner of oral literary art, occupied a position in Celtic society that has no precise modern equivalent. Not quite a poet in our sense. Not quite a musician. Not quite a historian, though they fulfilled that function. Not quite a priest, though their work was considered sacred. The bard was the memory of the community, given a human voice. In Ireland, the fillid, the poets, a word related to the word for seer, underwent training that lasted, in the most advanced cases, 12 years. 12 years of memorization, composition, and the mastery of an elaborate system of poetic meters. 150 separate metrical forms, each with its own rules of syllable count and rhyme scheme and permitted vocabulary, each appropriate to a different occasion and social context. A praise poem for a king required a specific meter. A satirical poem, and Celtic satire was considered so powerful that a well-crafted satirical verse could literally damage a person's social standing. Their physical health, perhaps their luck, required a different one. An elegy, a love poem, a poem for a feast, a poem for a battle, all had their proper forms, and using the wrong form was a failure of craft as serious as a smith using the wrong alloy. The bard performed at feasts, sang the deeds of warriors, which was a form of immortality, the guarantee that what you had done would be remembered and repeated long after you were gone. Recorded the genealogies of noble families, which was not mere vanity but a legal function, since inheritance and political legitimacy in Celtic society depended on established and publicly acknowledged lineage. Transmitted the lore, the history, the mythology of the community in poetic forms that were easier to memorize and harder to alter than prose. And the bard's power was real. A Celtic king could be praised or destroyed by a poet's tongue. To be praised in a great poem was to have your reputation secured across generations. To be satirized, to have your flaws and failures immortalized in the particular, cutting, publicly performed medium of Celtic satire, was a fate that kings and warriors feared. The bard was protected by law, could move between warring tribes without being harmed, could demand hospitality and gifts that no one of equivalent social status could demand. This was not sentiment. It was practical acknowledgement of the fact that the bard held something no one else held, the collective memory of the people, in a form that could survive almost anything. Almost. And now we come to the choice. The choice that defines everything. The choice that made the Celtic world uniquely vulnerable to what was coming, and that also, paradoxically, reflected one of the deepest and most considered philosophical positions any ancient civilization ever took about the nature of knowledge and how it should be kept. The Celts did not write. Let me be precise about that. The Celts were not illiterate in the sense of being unaware of writing. They traded with literate civilizations. They minted coins with writing on them, using Greek or Latin script to render Celtic names and phrases. Some Celts, particularly in Gaul, used Greek script for commercial transactions, administrative records, the practical business of a trading economy. Writing, as a technology, was known and used selectively. But the knowledge that mattered, the sacred knowledge, the legal knowledge, the historical knowledge, the philosophical and theological and cosmological knowledge that was the real intellectual heritage of the Celtic world, that knowledge was not written down. By deliberate, considered, institutionally enforced choice. Caesar tells us this explicitly, and it is one of the few things Caesar says about the Celts that we have strong reason to believe is accurate, because it serves no particular propaganda purpose. He writes that the Druids believe it is wrong to commit their doctrines to writing, that they use writing for other purposes but consider it improper for their sacred learning to be recorded in this way, that they are concerned that their students, if they had texts to rely on, would be less diligent in memorizing, and that the knowledge, once written, would become accessible to those who had not earned access to it through the labor of learning. This last point is worth sitting with. The knowledge, once written, would be accessible to those who had not earned it. In a culture built on oral transmission, knowledge and the person who carries it are inseparable. You cannot steal a Druid's knowledge by breaking into a library, because there is no library. You cannot possess the law without being someone who has spent years learning the law from a human teacher, in a relationship of sustained, demanding, deeply personal education. The knowledge and the person are the same thing. To know is to have become, through enormous effort, the kind of person who knows. Writing separates knowledge from the knower. It makes knowledge portable, transferable, democratizable, and also, in the Celtic view, diminished, flattened, reduced from a living, contextual, flexible thing carried in a human mind to a fixed set of marks on a surface that cannot answer questions, cannot adapt to circumstances, cannot demonstrate the judgment that comes from deep understanding. This is not a primitive position. It is a sophisticated philosophical argument about the nature of knowledge and how it should be transmitted, and there are modern thinkers, in education, in philosophy, in the study of memory and expertise, who would recognize in it something genuinely worth taking seriously. But it had a consequence that the Druids, for all their wisdom, could not have fully foreseen. If the knowledge lives only in human minds, then killing the people who carry it is the same as burning the library. And Rome knew this. Let that land where it lands. The spiral on the bronze shield, turning and turning, never quite coming to a fixed point. The Carnix aimed at the sky, the boar's mouth open, the sound filling the valley. The bard in the firelight, his voice carrying 20 years of memorized knowledge, his breath the only not at the edge of it. Not on the forest road where the merchant's cart passes and the light comes through in predictable shafts at predictable hours. In the middle of it. where the canopy closes overhead and the light becomes green and diffuse, and the sounds of the open world, wind, birdsong, the distant noise of the hillfort, grow muffled and then, gradually, almost silent. There is an oak tree. You will know the oak when you find it. Not because it looks different from the other trees, necessarily, though the great oaks of ancient Europe were enormous things, their trunks wider than a man's armspan, their canopies covering a radius of ground large enough to shelter a small feast beneath. You will know it because of where it is. The oak in the center of things. The oak that has been here longer than anyone alive can remember. The oak that has witnessed things no human has witnessed, because it was already old when the oldest person now living was born, and it will still be here when the youngest child now living has grown old and died. This is the oak of the Druids. And the word Druid, carries the oak inside it. The etymology of words is not always reliable. Languages are messy and historical, and the stories people tell about where words come from are sometimes more wish than fact. But the derivation of Druid is one that most Celtic linguists find credible, and it is worth knowing because it is not merely interesting, it is illuminating. The word is almost certainly Proto-Celtic in origin. It is composed, most scholars believe, of two roots. The first is dru, a prefix meaning deep, or thorough, or very. In the same way that we might use deep in English to intensify a word, to say deep knowledge rather than just knowledge, the dru in Druid intensifies what follows. Makes it more. Makes it complete. The second root is wid, which comes from the Proto-Indo-European root weed, meaning to see, or to know. It is the same root that gives us the Latin videre, to see. The Sanskrit Veda, the sacred knowledge, the most ancient Hindu texts. The English word wise. The English word wit. All from the same ancient source, this idea that knowledge is a form of seeing, that to truly know something is to perceive it clearly. Druid. Deep knowledge. Complete seeing. Thorough wisdom. Or, and this is the translation that the ancient and medieval world most consistently offered, and that modern scholars find most plausible, oak knowledge. Because in Proto-Celtic, Dru was also the word for oak. The oak and the concept of depth, of thoroughness, of completeness were connected. Perhaps because the oak was the deepest rooted, most enduring, most completely itself of trees. Perhaps because the oak groves were where the deepest knowledge was transmitted and preserved. Perhaps both, the tree and the quality folded together in a word that carried both meanings simultaneously. The way that sacred languages often work, not disambiguating, but holding multiple truths together in a single sound. Oak knowledge. The Druids were the people of the oak. The people of deep knowing. The people in whom a civilization's understanding of itself, its history, its lore, its spiritual life, its place in the cosmos, was concentrated and kept. Now, what does that mean, in practice? Because when most people hear the word Druid today, a fairly specific image tends to appear. White robes. Stone circles. Mistletoe cut with a golden sickle under the light of the full moon. A ceremonial figure, mysterious, vaguely threatening, presiding over rituals we probably do not fully understand and might prefer not to. This image is not entirely fictional. Parts of it have genuine ancient roots. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century CE, does describe Druids gathering mistletoe from oak trees with a golden sickle on the 6th day of the moon, in a ceremony that involved white-robed priests and the sacrifice of 2 white bulls. And mistletoe has a genuine significance in the Celtic spiritual world that we will explore in the next section. But the image is radically incomplete. It has kept the ceremony and lost the substance. It has preserved the surface ritual and discarded the enormous intellectual and institutional reality that the ritual was part of. Because the Druids were not primarily ritual specialists. They were the mind of their civilization. Every complex society requires certain intellectual functions to operate. Functions that in our world are distributed across separate professions, separate institutions, separate bodies of knowledge with their own training systems and their own literatures and their own practitioners. We have judges and lawyers who interpret and apply the law. We have historians and archivists who preserve and transmit the record of the past. We have astronomers and scientists who study the natural world and track the movements of celestial bodies. We have philosophers and theologians who think about the fundamental questions. What is real? What is good? What is the relationship between human beings and the cosmos they find themselves in? We have doctors and healers who understand the body and its ailments. We have diplomats who negotiate between communities and powers in conflict. We have poets and storytellers who give a culture its sense of itself, its narrative, its understanding of what it values and who it is. In our world, these are separate roles, distinct professions. A judge is not expected to be an astronomer. A doctor is not expected to be a diplomat. The knowledge is divided, specialized, distributed. In the Celtic world, all of these functions, every single one of them, resided in the Druidic class. One institution, one tradition of training, one body of practitioners who were simultaneously the judges who heard disputes and rendered verdicts, the historians who kept the genealogies and the records of great events, the astronomers who tracked the movements of the stars and the sun and the moon and maintained the sacred calendar, the philosophers who thought about the nature of the soul and the structure of the cosmos, the healers who knew which plants cured which conditions and which ceremonies accompanied which treatments, the diplomats who could walk between warring tribes under protection and negotiate peace, and the poets who gave voice to all of it, who made the law memorable and the history beautiful and the theology felt rather than merely understood. One tradition, holding everything. Take a moment with that. We tend to assume, in the modern world, that specialization is a mark of sophistication. That a civilization is more advanced the more finely it divides its intellectual labor. And there is something to that. The depth of expertise that is possible when an entire life is devoted to one narrow field produces things that a generalist could never produce. But there is also something lost in specialization. Something that the Druids preserved precisely by refusing it. When the judge is also the philosopher, the law is not merely procedural, it is grounded in a coherent understanding of what is right and why. When the historian is also the poet, the past is not merely recorded, it is felt, carried in the body in the way that great poetry is carried, available in moments of need in a way that a written record kept in a building somewhere is not. When the healer is also the theologian, medicine is not merely mechanical, it is part of a larger understanding of what a human being is, what health means in the fullest sense, what the relationship is between the body that can be treated and the soul that cannot be. The Druidic tradition was not a primitive precursor to the specializations of the modern world. It was an alternative model of how knowledge could be organized, one that had its own profound coherence, its own considerable advantages, and ultimately, in the face of a particular kind of systematic violence, its own fatal vulnerability. The Druids as judges. This is perhaps the least romantic of their functions, and therefore the one most likely to be omitted from popular accounts. But it was, in many respects, the most important one for the daily functioning of Celtic society. Celtic society, as we have noted, was organized around tribes that were frequently in tension with each other. Disputes over territory, over cattle, over inheritance, over honor. The categories of conflict that have driven human beings to violence in every culture and every era were constant. And in a society without a central state authority, without a police force or a court system backed by the coercive power of a sovereign government, disputes that could not be resolved locally had to be resolved by some authority that both parties recognized as legitimate. The Druids were that authority. Caesar is explicit about this. He writes that the Druids preside over all public and private disputes, that if any crime has been committed, if there is a question of inheritance or boundary, it is they who decide the matter. He writes that rewards and punishments are in their hands. And crucially, if any person, whether individual or community, fails to abide by the Druids' decision, they are barred from the sacrifices. Which is to say, they are excommunicated from the religious and social life of the community. They lose the right to participate in the collective ceremonies that bound Celtic society together. They are, in effect, cast out. In a society where collective identity and ritual participation were the fabric of daily existence, this was a devastating punishment. More feared, in many cases, than physical violence. Because physical violence left the body but preserved the soul's place in the community. Excommunication removed the soul from the community entirely. The Druids held this power. The power of belonging and exclusion. The power to say, you are of us, or you are not. This is not a minor ritual function. This is the exercise of the most fundamental form of social authority that exists. The Druids as astronomers. The Celtic calendar was not a simple thing. It was a sophisticated lunar solar system, tracking both the cycles of the moon and the cycles of the sun, reconciling the two into a working year that governed when to plant and when to harvest, when to hold the great festivals, when certain legal acts could be performed and when they could not, when it was propitious to go to war and when it was not. The colony calendar, a bronze tablet found in France in 1897, dated to the 1st or 2nd century CE but almost certainly reflecting a much older oral tradition that was finally committed to metal, shows a Celtic calendar of considerable complexity. 62 consecutive months. Intercalary months inserted at intervals to keep the lunar and solar cycles aligned. Days marked as matus, good, or ammatus, not good, for different activities. A system of timekeeping that required generations of careful astronomical observation to construct and continuous expert maintenance to operate. This was Druidic knowledge. The tracking of the sky. The understanding of the year. The maintenance of the calendar that governed the rhythm of all Celtic life. And beyond the practical calendar, the deeper astronomical knowledge. The orientation of sacred sites to solar and stellar events. The use of celestial phenomena as omens and portents. The understanding of time itself as cyclical, as governed by patterns that repeated across scales from the daily to the generational to the cosmic. The Druids did not simply perform ceremonies at astronomically significant moments. They were the people who knew when those moments were, and why they mattered, and what they meant within a comprehensive understanding of the cosmos that we can only partially reconstruct. The Druids as philosophers. Classical sources are consistent on one point that is genuinely remarkable. The Druids believed in the immortality of the soul, and specifically in metempsychosis, the transmigration of souls, the passing of the soul at death into a new body, whether human or animal or other. This belief, which appears independently in Pythagorean philosophy in Greece, in Vedic philosophy in India, in Jain and Buddhist traditions, gave the Druids a philosophical framework for thinking about death, courage, and the nature of the self that was both sophisticated and, in a military context, practically consequential. If the soul does not die, if what you are continues, in a different form, beyond the end of the body you currently inhabit, then death is not an ending. It is a transition. And the fear of death, which is the primary mechanism by which ordinary soldiers are controlled and compelled to caution, is substantially diminished. Caesar notes this, with the wary admiration of a professional soldier who understands what he is dealing with. He says that the doctrine of the immortality of the soul is what makes the Gauls so brave in battle, that they count it as a loss of manhood to be too careful with their lives, because life does not end, only transforms. This is not superstition. This is a coherent metaphysical position with direct practical consequences for how human beings face the thing they most fear. The Druids were its custodians. Oak knowledge. Let it settle in your mind what that means. Now, not a white-robed figure in a stone circle. A judge, hearing a dispute about a field boundary, rendering a decision that both parties accept because the Druids' authority is the deepest authority in their world. An astronomer, marking the midsummer sunrise on a hillfort wall, maintaining a calendar that has been maintained by her predecessors for generations and will be maintained by her successors for generations more. A philosopher, sitting with a student in a forest clearing, asking, "What is the soul, and where does it go, and why should you be afraid of the answer?" A diplomat, walking between two tribes on the edge of war, carrying in their person the guarantee of inviolability that Celtic culture extended to those who held the knowledge. A poet, at a feast, the firelight on their face, their voice carrying 20 years of memorized history into the ears of people who will carry parts of it in turn for the rest of their lives. All of it. One tradition. One class of people. One word. Druid. Deep knowing. The oak at the center of the forest. Rest in that image for a moment. The oak. The light coming down through the canopy. Somewhere in the green quiet, a voice beginning to speak, not loudly, not dramatically, but with the particular steady confidence of someone who knows exactly what they carry and trusts that it is worth carrying. That is the Druid. That is what Rome was afraid of. We will find out why, and what Rome did about it, before this night is done. 20 years. Let that number settle for a moment before we go any further. Not 4 years of university. Not a postgraduate degree. Not a professional qualification earned in your mid-20s that allows you to practice a trade for the rest of your working life. 20 years. From roughly the age of adolescence, perhaps 14 or 15, when a young person of the right capacity and inclination was identified and entered the path, to somewhere in the mid-30s, when training was considered complete and the Druid emerged, finally, as a fully formed practitioner of their tradition. 20 years of sustained, structured, demanding oral education. 20 years during which you memorized an amount of material that most modern scholars, when they try to estimate its scope, find themselves reaching for words like staggering and almost inconceivable. 20 years during which you were not accumulating a credential but becoming a different kind of person, someone in whom a civilization's entire intellectual inheritance had been deposited and made permanently available. And at the end of those 20 years, you did not receive a certificate. You did not walk across a stage. You simply were what you had spent 20 years becoming. A keeper. A carrier. A living library. Why 20 years? Caesar gives us the number and notes it without much apparent curiosity. He was a practical man, and the specific duration of Druidic training was less interesting to him than its political implications. But the question deserves more than Caesar gave it. 20 years is a very long time. Long enough to raise a child to adulthood twice over. Long enough for empires to shift and political landscapes to change entirely. Long enough, certainly, to memorize a great deal. But surely, one might think, not so much that it required the full span of a person's youth and early adulthood to acquire it, unless the volume of what needed to be memorized was genuinely extraordinary, and unless memorization, in the Druidic sense, meant something deeper and more demanding than the word suggests to a modern ear. We tend to think of memorization as a relatively low-order intellectual task, something students do before examinations and forget afterward. The rote repetition of facts or sequences, useful, necessary in certain contexts, but not the highest form of mental activity. Understanding, analysis, synthesis, creativity, these are what we value. Memorization is the scaffolding, not the building. The Druids would have found this hierarchy of mental activities puzzling, or perhaps simply mistaken. For them, memory was not scaffolding. Memory was the building. Memory was the highest intellectual achievement precisely because it was not passive retention but active, living engagement with knowledge that had been shaped, over generations, into forms specifically designed to be carried in a human mind. The great oral traditions of the ancient world, Homeric epic in Greece, Vedic recitation in India, the griots of West Africa, the Celtic bardic and Druidic traditions, were not simply carrying information. They were carrying structured knowledge in forms that organized memory itself. The rhythm of verse. The patterns of formulaic language. The interlocking network of narratives and precedents and examples, each one connected to others, so that recalling one thread brought the adjacent threads with it. A modern person memorizing a law would memorize the text of the law. A Druid memorizing a law would memorize it in a poetic form that connected it to the precedents that established it, the principles that underlay it, the cases where it applied and the cases where it did not, the philosophical reasons for its existence, and the stories of the people whose situations had given rise to it in the first place. One item of knowledge, embedded in a web of context so dense that pulling on any part of the web brought the whole structure into accessible proximity. This is not simple. This is a form of intellectual achievement that most modern minds have barely begun to cultivate, because we have outsourced so much of our memory to external storage, books, databases, search engines, that the capacity itself has atrophied from disuse. 20 years begins to seem less excessive when you understand what was actually being built. What was the curriculum? It is tempting to try to reconstruct it precisely, but honesty requires acknowledging that we cannot. The Druids did not write their curriculum down. That was rather the point. What we have are Roman descriptions, Irish manuscript sources compiled centuries later, and the inferences that scholars draw from the content of what survived. But we can speak with reasonable confidence about its major domains. Law. The body of Celtic law was enormous. Irish legal manuscripts, the Brehorn law texts, compiled from the 7th century onward but preserving material far older, run to hundreds of pages of dense legal reasoning in a modern printed edition. And this represents only the Irish branch, only what survived the transition to writing, only what the monks chose or managed to preserve. Celtic law was not simple commandments. It was case law, built from precedent, from the accumulated decisions of generations of Druidic judges applied to the infinite variety of situations that human beings find themselves in. Property disputes. Inheritance questions. The obligations of hospitality. The legal status of different categories of person, the free, the client, the slave, the rights of women, the obligations of kings, the regulations governing trade and craft and medical practice, the laws of satire. Yes, there were laws governing how a poet could and could not deploy satirical verse, what targets were legitimate, what protections existed against unjust satire. All of this existed. All of it was carried in Druidic memory. All of it had to be not merely memorized but mastered, understood well enough to be applied to new situations, to argue from precedent, to reason toward a just decision in circumstances the precedents had not quite anticipated. Genealogy. In Celtic society, who you were descended from was not merely a matter of family pride. It was a legal and political document. Your right to inherit property, your claim to a particular status or title, your eligibility to lead your tribe, all of these depended on established and publicly acknowledged lineage, traceable through the generations to the founding ancestors of your people. The Druids maintained these genealogies in their memories. For every noble family in their community, across generations going back further than living memory could reach, the chain of ancestry, the marriages that created alliances, the adoptions and fosters and disputed births that complicated the clean lines of descent, all of it tracked and available. This was not a minor administrative function. This was the database on which the entire structure of political legitimacy rested. A druid who could not produce a reliable genealogy when one was needed was a druid who could not do their job. And a community without a druid to maintain its genealogies was a community whose political claims, to land, to leadership, to alliance, was suddenly without foundation. Cosmology and theology. The understanding of the cosmos, what the world was, how it had come to be, what the relationship was between the human and the divine, what happened after death, what the gods were and what they wanted and how human beings should relate to them. This was Druidic knowledge. Sacred, carefully guarded, transmitted only through the sustained relationship of teacher and student. We cannot reconstruct this in detail, because it was never written down in the pre-conquest period, and what filtered through into the Irish manuscripts was already Christianized, already reshaped by the monks who preserved it into something that could coexist with the new faith. What survives? The Irish mythological cycles, the fragments of cosmological narrative embedded in the legal texts and the poetry, suggests a complex, sophisticated, internally coherent worldview. But its full structure is lost. Medicine. The Druids were healers. Not in the modern clinical sense, though Celtic medical knowledge of herbs and treatments was substantial and would eventually contribute to the medieval European pharmacological tradition, but in the holistic sense that their medicine was inseparable from their cosmology. Illness was not merely physical. It was a disturbance of the relationship between a person and the forces, natural, divine, social, that sustained their life. Healing was the restoration of that relationship, and it required not just the right herb or the right poultice but the right ceremony, the right words, the right understanding of what had gone wrong at a level deeper than the body. This is not primitive. This is a medical philosophy that is more sophisticated, in some respects, than a purely mechanistic understanding of health, and it is one that modern medicine, in its growing interest in the relationship between mental, social, and physical well-being, is in some ways slowly and partially rediscovering. Natural philosophy. The observation and interpretation of the natural world. The movements of the stars and planets. The behavior of animals and birds and weather as indicators of what was coming. The properties of plants and stones and water. The cycles of the seasons understood not just practically but philosophically, as expressions of deeper patterns in the structure of reality. Astronomical knowledge, as we have noted, was sophisticated enough to produce the colony calendar. Naturalistic observation was detailed enough that Roman writers occasionally note, with grudging respect, that the Druids had knowledge of natural phenomena that the Roman world had not independently arrived at. And poetic forms. Because all of this, law and genealogy and cosmology and medicine and philosophy, was carried in verse. In the elaborate metrical structures we have already discussed. In forms that organized memory, that made knowledge beautiful enough and rhythmically compelling enough to live in a human mind for decades without fading. The poetry was not decoration on the knowledge. The poetry was the medium in which the knowledge existed. Change the poem and you change the knowledge. Lose the poem and you lose the knowledge. The two were the same thing, inseparable, each dependent on the other for its survival. Druid schools. Caesar tells us that the center of Druidic learning was in Britain, and that those who wished to acquire the most thorough knowledge of the subject generally went there for the purpose of studying it. Gaul had its own Druidic tradition and its own centers of learning. But Britain, and specifically, it seems, certain locations in Britain that the sources hint at without clearly naming, was where the deepest teaching was done. Anglesey, the island off the northwest coast of Wales, appears to have been one of these centers. We know this partly from Tacitus's account of the Roman assault on it in 60 CE, an assault that was, by every indication, specifically targeted at destroying a major Druidic stronghold, not merely a military position. The island was covered in sacred groves, Tacitus tells us. The Druids there were the last significant organized Druidic community in a region that Rome had otherwise subdued. Why Britain? Why the island, specifically, rather than the continental heartland? Possibly because islands have a particular quality of separateness that makes them appropriate repositories for sacred knowledge, physically distinct from the surrounding world, accessible only by crossing water, which in Celtic cosmology was itself a threshold between realms. Possibly because Britain's relative geographic isolation from Mediterranean trade and contact had preserved older forms of Druidic practice that had been modified or diluted on the continent. Possibly simply because the tradition of deep learning had developed there first, and the prestige of that origin had maintained Britain's position as the ultimate destination for the most serious students. Whatever the reason, the implication is significant. When Rome finally directed its military attention specifically at Anglesey, when Paulinus marched his army to the Menai Strait and crossed it with the deliberate intention of destroying what was there, he was not merely attacking a military target. He was attacking the intellectual and spiritual capital of a tradition that stretched across the Celtic world. He was going for the center of the library. We will get to Anglesey. We will stand on that shore and hear what Tacitus heard. But not yet. For now, hold the image of a young person, 14 or 15 years old, identified as someone with the capacity to carry what needs to be carried, arriving for the first time at a place of learning. Not a building with walls and desks and written texts. A grove. A community of people who know things. A teacher, patient and demanding in equal measure, who begins the process of placing into this young mind everything that the civilization needs to survive. And the young person, perhaps frightened, perhaps exhilarated, perhaps both, beginning to listen. Beginning the 20 years. Beginning the long, slow process of becoming, in themselves, a library. There is something quietly heroic about that. Not the heroism of the battlefield, which the Celtic world had in abundance and which we will come to in good time. But the other kind of heroism. The kind that does not require a sword. The kind that requires only a willing mind and a teacher patient enough to fill it, year by year, with everything worth knowing. That is the Druid in training. That is 20 years. Well begun. Let that quiet heroism be the last thing you carry into the next part of this story. Imagine two tribes. They share a border, a river, perhaps, or a ridge of high ground, the kind of boundary that is clear in theory and endlessly disputed in practice. They have been in conflict for a generation. Over cattle, over territory, over an insult offered at a feast 3 years ago that neither side has forgotten and neither side is prepared to forgive. The young men of both tribes are armed and ready. The chieftains have run out of words. There is a morning coming, not this morning, perhaps not the next, but soon, when the conflict that has been building will spill into something that cannot be undone. Into this situation walks a figure that both sides recognize. Not a warrior, not a king, not a trader or a diplomat in any ordinary sense. Someone whose identity is marked clearly, by their dress, their bearing, the particular authority of their presence, as belonging to neither tribe. As belonging, in a sense, to something that stands outside and above the tribal structure entirely. A Druid. And both sides put down their weapons and wait to hear what will be said. This was real. Not mythological. Not symbolic. This was a functioning feature of Celtic political life, attested in multiple sources, consistent across the geographic spread of the Celtic world, and reflective of a kind of authority that most political systems struggle to create and almost none can sustain. The Druids held what we might call, in modern diplomatic language, inviolability. The right of safe passage through hostile territory. The guarantee that their persons would not be harmed regardless of the political situation around them. Both Caesar and Strabo describe this explicitly, that Druids could move between warring groups and be respected by all sides. that the sanctity of their persons was a principle that even the most violent and honor-obsessed Celtic warrior would not violate, because to do so was not merely a political mistake but a cosmic one. An offense against the order of things that the Druid represented and maintained. This is a remarkable thing to have built into a society. Every functioning civilization requires some authority that operates above the immediate interests of the competing parties within it. Some arbiter that both sides trust enough to accept its judgment, even when that judgment goes against them. In the modern world, we attempt to create this through legal institutions, through international bodies, through the elaborate structures of written law and procedural legitimacy. We build it into systems and documents and institutional frameworks, trying to make the authority survive the individuals who hold it. The Celts built it into people. Into a class of people whose authority derived not from political power. They held no armies, commanded no territory, but from the recognition, shared across the Celtic world, that they carried something that made them more than ordinary. Something that the ordinary rules of conflict and competition did not apply to. Something that was, in the deepest sense, too important to threaten. The knowledge, the memory, the law, the calendar, the connection to the divine. Attack a king and you have attacked a king. Attack a druid and you have attacked the fabric of the world. But the diplomatic immunity of the Druids was only the most visible expression of their political power. The deeper expressions were more fundamental still. The power of the calendar. In a world organized around agricultural cycles and religious festivals, the person who controls the calendar controls the rhythm of collective life. The Druids maintained the calendar. They determined when the great festivals fell, Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane, Lughnasadh, and therefore when the ceremonies that bound the community together took place. They determined the propitious and unpropitious days for different activities, including warfare. In a culture that took the timing of military action seriously as a matter of spiritual significance, the Druid who said this month is not propitious for war exercised a real constraint on military decision-making that no chieftain could simply override without considerable social cost. Consider what this means in practice. A tribe prepares for war. The warriors are ready. The chieftain is willing. The grievance is real and the moment seems right. And the Druid says, "Not now." On what basis does a chieftain override that? On the basis that he knows better than the person who carries 20 years of cosmological knowledge, who maintains the calendar, who has access to the divine will. On the basis that his political judgment overrides the judgment of the one authority in the community whose legitimacy is not political? Sometimes. Yes. Kings did not always listen to Druids. Celtic political life was not a theocracy, and the tension between secular power and sacred authority was real and sometimes resolved in favor of the secular. But the Druids' voice in these decisions was not merely advisory. It carried genuine weight. It shaped the decision-making environment in ways that could not simply be dismissed. The power of sanction. Beyond the calendar, the Druids had the power to sanction, or refuse to sanction, warfare itself. Not to command it, not to prevent it by force, but to place the authority of the sacred tradition behind it or withhold that authority. A war that had Druidic sanction was a just war, a war the gods approved of, a war that warriors could enter with the confidence that what they were doing was cosmically right. A war without that sanction was something else. Something that might succeed militarily but would leave a residue of unease, a sense of having done something that the order of things did not support. In a culture where the relationship between human action and divine approval was not a private spiritual concern but a matter of communal life and death, where the wrong action at the wrong time could blight harvests and sicken cattle and bring disaster to the whole community, this was not a trivial distinction. The Druids were not pacifists. They sanctioned a great deal of warfare. But the power to withhold sanction was real, and it was exercised. The power of satire. We touched on this earlier, in the context of the bardic tradition, but it deserves fuller attention in the context of political power. Celtic satire, air in Irish, was understood to have genuine, causally effective power. Not merely the reputational damage of sharp words in public, though that was real and consequential. Actual power. The belief was that a sufficiently skilled and legitimately deployed satirical poem could cause physical blemishes to appear on its target, could damage their crops, could diminish their luck, could, in extreme cases, kill. We do not need to share this belief to understand its political consequences. In a culture that held it, and the evidence that Celtic society did hold it, seriously and consistently, is very strong. The power of the poet to deploy satire against a king was a genuine check on royal power. A king who behaved unjustly, who was ungenerous, who failed in his obligations to his people, was vulnerable to being satirized by the poets whose function included holding power accountable. And the poets were trained by the Druids. Their authority derived from the same tradition. The satirical power of the bard was, ultimately, an extension of Druidic political authority expressed through a different medium. Kings feared the poets, because the poets could damage them in a way that swords could not. A sword could kill the body. A satire could kill the reputation, and in a society where a king's power rested entirely on his reputation, on the collective recognition of his right to lead, a damaged reputation was a damaged kingship. And then there was excommunication. The ultimate Druidic political weapon. The one that, once deployed, could not be undone by any ordinary means. We have already mentioned it. Caesar's statement that those who fail to abide by Druidic decisions are barred from the sacrifices. But let us sit with what this actually meant for a moment, because the word excommunication carries medieval Christian associations that may actually obscure rather than illuminate the Celtic reality. In medieval Europe, excommunication by the Church was terrible primarily because it jeopardized the immortal soul. It was a spiritual punishment with eternal consequences. The excommunicated person was cut off from the sacraments, which were the means of grace, which were the path to salvation. It was a punishment in a register beyond the physical. Druidic exclusion worked differently. It was not primarily about the afterlife, though in a culture that believed in the transmigration of souls, there may have been spiritual dimensions to it as well. It was primarily about the present life. About belonging. Celtic identity was collective. The tribe was not merely a political unit, it was the community of shared ritual, shared ceremony, shared participation in the sacred calendar that gave life its meaning and structure. The feast was not just food. It was the enactment of social bonds, the performance of collective identity, the renewal of the relationships that made a person who they were. The religious ceremonies were not private devotion, they were communal events, the moments when the tribe came together and experienced itself as a tribe. To be barred from these was to be made invisible. To be present in the physical world but absent from the social world that gave physical presence its meaning. To eat alone while others feasted. To stand outside the sacred grove while the ceremony happened inside. To watch the calendar turn and have none of its turning include you. For a Celtic person, formed from birth to understand themselves as part of a collective, as embedded in a web of kinship and obligation and shared life, this was not a minor inconvenience. It was an erasure. And it could happen to anyone. To a farmer who had refused to accept a Druidic judgment in a property dispute. To a craftsman who had violated a sacred prohibition. To a chieftain who had acted unjustly. To a king who had overstepped. To a king. A king could be excommunicated. A king could be sat with the knowledge that the most powerful person in their community, the one whose authority derived not from arms or political alliance but from something altogether deeper and less negotiable, had determined that they were, for the time being, outside the community entirely. How do you lead a people you have been excluded from? How do you command warriors who have been told, by the one authority they recognize above yours, that you are currently outside the order of things? The answer, in most cases, was, with great difficulty, or not at all. This is why Rome targeted the Druids. Not because the Druids were militarily dangerous. They carried no weapons, or at least their role was not as a fighting class. Not because Druidic religion was inherently threatening to Roman polytheism, which was generally accommodating of foreign gods and foreign worship. Rome had absorbed the religious traditions of dozens of conquered peoples without particular anxiety. No. Rome targeted the Druids because Rome understood, with the clear-eyed strategic intelligence that was one of its genuine strengths, that the Druids were the nervous system of Celtic resistance. Kill a Celtic king, and you have killed a king. His successor will be chosen. His tribe will reorganize around the new leadership. The political structure persists. The resistance continues. Kill a Druid, and you have killed something that cannot be replaced quickly. Something that took 20 years to make. Something that held, in the particular matrix of one human mind, a web of law and precedent and cosmological knowledge and political authority that had taken generations to accumulate and would take generations to rebuild, if it could be rebuilt at all. Kill enough Druids, fast enough, and you do not merely decapitate a political structure. You dissolve it. You remove the authority that arbitrated disputes, and the disputes become wars. You remove the authority that sanctioned or refused to sanction warfare, and warfare becomes indiscriminate. You remove the living memory of the law, and the law disappears. You remove the calendar, and the sacred year loses its structure. You remove the genealogies, and political legitimacy loses its foundation. You do not kill a civilization with swords alone. You kill it by removing the people in whom it lives. Rome knew this. Caesar's campaigns against Druidic authority in Gaul were not incidental. They were strategic. The systematic suppression of Druidic political power, the banning of certain Druidic practices, the pressure on Gaulish aristocrats to distance themselves from Druidic authority, the gradual dismantling of the institutional structure within which Druidic training and transmission operated, this was not religious persecution in the modern sense. It was the most efficient form of cultural destruction available. And a century later, when Paulinus marched to Anglesey and crossed the Menai Strait and destroyed the sacred groves and killed the Druids who had gathered there, that was the completion of the same strategic logic. Not a battle. A surgical removal. The excision of the organ that sustained everything else. Lie with that knowledge for a moment. The Druid walking between two armies, both sides laying down their weapons. The king sitting with the cold knowledge that the one authority above him has spoken against him. The young warrior checking with the priest before battle, not out of superstition but out of the genuine, practical understanding that the timing of things matters, that the cosmos has its patterns and that human action goes better when it aligns with them. And Rome, watching all of this, understanding it, calculating it, deciding not which armies to destroy, but which people. That is the political power of the Druids. And that is why its destruction was not a side effect of the Roman conquest of the Celtic world. It was the point. We have to talk about the Wicker Man. Not because it is the most important thing about the Druids. Not because it tells us more about Celtic spiritual life than the 20 years of training, the legal authority, the astronomical knowledge, the philosophy of the immortal soul. Not because it is true in the way that those things are true, substantiated, corroborated, traceable through multiple lines of evidence to something we can hold with reasonable confidence. We have to talk about it because it has been used, for 2,000 years, as the primary image through which the Celtic world has been understood, or rather misunderstood. The Wicker Man appears in Caesar. It appears in Strabo, who was drawing on Caesar. It appears in the popular imagination, in films and novels and Halloween decorations and the general cultural sediment of 2 millennia of Roman storytelling, as the defining image of Celtic religious practice. Caesar describes it this way: the Druids use figures of immense size whose limbs, woven out of twigs, they fill with living men and set on fire, and the men perish in a sheet of flame. A structure of woven branches, filled with human beings, set alight. It is an image so visceral, so specifically horrible, that it lodges in the mind and does not leave. And that precise quality of being unforgettable, of being impossible to read and then set aside is worth thinking about very carefully. Because here is the first thing to know about the Wicker Man. We have no archaeological evidence for it. None. Not a charred post hole in the right configuration. Not a burned assemblage of human remains at a scale consistent with mass burning in a large structure. Not a single artifact that independently corroborates the existence of this practice. In 2 centuries of increasingly sophisticated archaeology across the Celtic world, across Gaul and Britain and Ireland and the wider Celtic sphere, nothing has been found that would constitute physical evidence for the burning of large numbers of human beings inside a wicker structure. This does not prove it never happened. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, and the archaeological record for the Celtic world is full of gaps that reflect the limitations of what survives rather than the limits of what occurred. Fire destroys evidence, and a practice specifically involving large fires would be particularly unlikely to leave the kind of remains that archaeologists can identify and interpret with confidence. But it should give us pause. When a practice is described in graphic detail by writers with a clear propagandistic motivation, and leaves no independent physical trace whatsoever, that is a combination that warrants skepticism, not dismissal. Skepticism. The honest intellectual position of saying, this may have happened, but the evidence for it is the testimony of people who needed it to be true, and we should hold it accordingly. Human sacrifice in the Celtic world is a more complex question. And complexity is what it deserves. The straightforward Roman position, that the Celts routinely, enthusiastically, and on a large scale killed human beings as religious offerings, is almost certainly exaggerated. Probably dramatically so. Human sacrifice, in the Roman account of Celtic religion, functions as the thing that makes everything else make sense. The evidence that beneath the noble warrior, beneath the sophisticated legal system, beneath the beautiful metalwork and the oral philosophy, there was something fundamentally monstrous. Something that justified every sword thrust, every burned village, every enslaved family. If the Celts kill people for their gods, then Roman conquest is, at worst, a brutal necessity and, at best, a rescue. You can see why this was useful. But the archaeological evidence, which does not have a political agenda, which simply exists as the mute physical record of what happened, tells a more nuanced story. Human sacrifice did occur in the Celtic world. The evidence for this is real, carefully documented, and not seriously disputed by mainstream scholars. But it occurred in specific ritual contexts, at specific moments, in ways that suggest it was exceptional rather than routine. Marked, weighted, theologically significant precisely because it was not ordinary. The bog bodies are the primary evidence. Let me tell you about Lindau Man. He was found in 1984, in a peat bog in Cheshire, England, the bog called Lindau Moss. A peat cutter's machine brought him up in pieces, first a leg, then the rest of the body, and what emerged from the dark, preserving peat was something extraordinary. A man. About 25 years old at the time of his death. Well-built, well-nourished. No signs of the kind of nutritional deprivation that would indicate poverty or slavery. His fingernails were manicured. He had a trimmed beard and a neat moustache. He had, before he died, eaten a meal that included charred flatbread containing traces of mistletoe pollen, the sacred plant of the Druids, present in his last meal. And he had been killed 3 times. Or rather, he had died in 3 ways, simultaneously or in rapid succession. He had been struck twice on the head with a narrow, heavy implement, blows that would have been immediately incapacitating. His throat had been cut, and he had been strangled, a thin cord, a garrote, still around his neck when he was found. Then he had been placed, with care, face down in the shallow water at the edge of the bog. This is not the casual disposal of a murder victim. This is a ceremony. 3 different modes of death, sometimes called the threefold death in Celtic scholarship, a pattern that appears in Irish and Welsh mythological sources as a specific, theologically meaningful form of killing associated with the divine. The number 3 was sacred in Celtic cosmology in ways that run through the whole tradition. Triple goddesses, triadic philosophical formulations, threefold repetition in lore and poetry as a form of completeness. The threefold death was not random violence. It was structured, intentional, laden with meaning that we can partially decode because the same pattern appears in the literary sources. And the mistletoe in his last meal. The sacred plant, the plant of the Druids, present in what this man ate before he died. Not an accidental contamination. An inclusion. A marker of the ritual context of what was about to happen. Lindau Man was not murdered. He was sacrificed. And the question of who he was, the question that makes his story most complex and most difficult to reduce to simple horror, is one that Celtic scholars have been debating ever since he was found. Because he was not a slave or a criminal or a captive. He was healthy, well-fed, manicured, cared for. He may have been a volunteer. He may have been a person of high status, a member of the Druidic class itself, perhaps, given the mistletoe, who had either chosen or been chosen for a role that his community understood as the highest possible form of service. The giving of a life at a moment of communal crisis, as an offering to the powers that govern the world, in the hope of receiving in return whatever the crisis required. In a drought year, or a plague year, or a year when the tribe faced a military threat it could not otherwise survive. This is not the same thing as routine human sacrifice. It is not the mass killings of the Wicker Man. It is something more specific and, in its own terms, more comprehensible, the sacrifice of one life, carefully chosen, at a moment of extremity, in a theological framework that understood death as a transition rather than an ending, and that therefore framed the act not as murder but as something closer to what another tradition might call martyrdom. We do not have to endorse this framework. We do not have to believe that the killing was justified, or that Lindau man's death was anything other than a tragedy regardless of its ritual context. But we need to understand the framework if we want to understand what the evidence actually shows, rather than what Caesar needed it to show. There are other bog bodies. Dozens of them, preserved across the peat bogs of northern Europe. Britain, Ireland, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands. Not all of them show signs of ritual killing. Some appear to be straightforward executions, or accidents, or ordinary deaths in unusual circumstances. The bogs preserve indiscriminately, and not every body in a bog is a sacrifice. But a significant proportion show the hallmarks of deliberate, structured killing, the threefold death, or specific injuries to particular parts of the body that Celtic symbolic thought associated with different divine powers, or the presence of ritual objects or foods, or the specific positioning of the body after death that suggests careful, intentional placement rather than hasty disposal. Toland man from Denmark, found with a leather cap, a belt, the same garrote around his neck as Lindau man, his face so peaceful that when he was discovered in 1950, workers on the bog initially thought they had found a recent murder victim. That face, that extraordinary, peaceful face, preserved in the peat for 2,000 years, has been described by everyone who has seen it as somehow more disturbing than a face showing agony. A face that accepted. A face that was perhaps prepared. Graubel man, also from Denmark. Old Croghan man from Ireland. Clonikaven man from Ireland. Each of them a specific individual, with a specific story that we can only partially read, each of them the evidence of a ritual practice that was real, that was serious, and that was nothing like the mass factory of death that Caesar described. So let us ask the question directly. Why did Rome need to emphasize the human sacrifice? Why, in the Roman literary record of the Celtic world, does this particular practice receive such consistent, vivid, elaborated attention? Attention out of all proportion to what the archaeological evidence suggests was its actual frequency and scale. The answer, I think, is not complicated. It is simply the answer we have been building toward since the beginning of this video. Because Rome needed the Celts to be something that required conquering. And nothing in the Roman moral vocabulary more cleanly justified conquest than the killing of innocent human beings for religious purposes. Nothing more effectively separated the civilized from the barbaric, in Roman eyes, than the willingness to sacrifice. Rome had its own sacrificial traditions. Animal sacrifice was central to Roman religion, and the occasional human sacrifice in extreme circumstances is attested in Roman practice too, though the Romans carefully minimized and eventually suppressed these episodes from their own historical record. But the Romans constructed their identity, in part, around the claim that they had moved beyond the kind of religion that required human blood. And so the Celts, who needed to be below Rome on the scale of civilization, were assigned this practice in full, lurid, elaborated detail. The Wicker Man is the perfect propaganda image. It is spectacular. It is unforgettable. It is specific enough to feel like an eyewitness account. Caesar writes with the confidence of someone who has either seen this or received reliable testimony from someone who has, and yet vague enough that it cannot be disproven by any ordinary means. It says everything Rome needed to say about the Celts in a single image. And it has been saying it, in various forms, ever since. The question to carry forward is not, did the Celts practice human sacrifice? They did, in specific ritual contexts, in ways that the archaeological evidence documents and that the Irish literary sources corroborate, and that bear no resemblance to the routine mass killing of Caesar's account. The question to carry forward is, why has this been the central image of Celtic religious life for 2,000 years, when the 20 years of philosophical training, the sophisticated legal system, the astronomical knowledge, the extraordinary art, the complex theology of the immortal soul, all of which are equally or better evidenced, have remained marginal? The answer to that question is the answer to the larger question this whole video has been asking. The conqueror writes the history, and the conqueror chooses what to put in the center of the frame. Lindau Man is in the British Museum. You can visit him. You can stand in front of the case where he lies and look at what 2,000 years in a peat bog has made of a human being, and try to imagine who he was before the ceremony and what he understood about what was going to happen to him. There is no way to know. There is only the manicured fingernails, and the mistletoe in his last meal, and the 3 ways of dying, and the careful placement in the water, face down, as if bowing. Whatever it meant to the people who put him there, it meant something. And the something it meant was not what Caesar said it meant. Rest with that. The complicated, careful, honest truth, that some things happened, and some things were invented, and the hardest work of history is learning to tell the difference, is always less satisfying than a simple story. But it is the only kind of truth worth having. I want to try to make you feel something that is very difficult to feel. Not to describe it. Not to explain it. But to actually feel it, in the way you might feel the weight of something in your hands rather than simply knowing its mass in abstract numbers. The thing I want you to feel is this. What it means to lose a library that was never written down. We have a framework for the loss of written libraries. We know the story of the Library of Alexandria, real or mythological. The image has become the universal symbol of catastrophic cultural loss. The fire. The scrolls. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, reduced to ash in a night or a week or a decade, depending on which version of the story you are telling. That image works on us. It produces something, a pang, a sense of grief for knowledge we never had access to and never will, a grief that is partly for the specific loss and partly for the fragility of all accumulated human understanding. But the Library of Alexandria had walls. It had a location. When it burned, there was a specific event, fire, with a specific physical consequence, ash, that marked the moment of loss. You could point to the site. You could say, here is where it was. Here is what happened. Here is the before and the after. The loss of the Druidic tradition has no such clarity. It has no fire. No identifiable moment. No site you can visit and stand in front of and understand, viscerally, as a place where something was destroyed. It has only the gradual, cumulative, undramatic process of people dying without passing on what they carried. Think about what a fully trained Druid contained. 20 years of deliberate, structured memorization. Law, not the text of laws but the living tradition of their application, the precedents, the cases, the reasoning, the judgment accumulated through practice and teaching. Genealogy, the chains of ancestry going back further than living memory could reach. The political foundation of every noble family's claim to land and status and leadership. Cosmology, the understanding of the cosmos, the structure of the sacred year, the relationship between the human world and the divine. Medicine, the pharmacological knowledge of plants and treatments, embedded in ritual context that gave it meaning and guidance. Natural philosophy, the observation and interpretation of the natural world across generations. History, the narrative of the tribe and the people and the world, going back to the founding stories that gave everything its shape and meaning. Poetry, the metrical forms that carried all of it, the rhythmic structures that made memory possible, the beauty that made knowledge worth carrying. All of that. In one person. One person who had spent 20 years becoming a vessel for everything their civilization knew. And now ask yourself, what happens when that person dies without having completed the transmission? Not killed in battle. Not executed. Simply dies, of illness, of accident, of the ordinary causes that take people in their 40s or 50s before they have finished the work of passing on what they carry. Dies having transmitted perhaps half of what they know. Perhaps 2/3. Perhaps 90%. The part that was not transmitted is gone. Not damaged. Not corrupted. Not waiting in some archive to be recovered by future scholars. Gone, in the most absolute sense of the word. Gone in the way that a sound is gone once it has finished sounding and the air has stilled. Gone without residue, without trace, without the possibility of reconstruction from what remains. Because there is no what remains. There is only the silence. This is the nature of oral culture's vulnerability. We tend to think of written culture as fragile. Books burn, papyrus rots, digital files become corrupted, and oral culture as robust, because it lives in people and people are resilient and people carry their knowledge with them wherever they go. But the opposite is also true in a way that is almost too simple to see until you see it. A book, damaged, still contains most of itself. A scroll, partially burned, still yields most of its text. A corrupted file can often be partially recovered. Physical damage to a written record is almost always partial. It leaves something, and something is the foundation on which reconstruction, however incomplete, becomes possible. A human mind, dead, contains nothing. The knowledge that was there is not damaged. It is not partial. It is not waiting to be recovered. It is simply, completely, finally absent. One moment it existed, in the full, living, contextual, flexible form that only a trained human mind can carry, and the next moment it does not exist at all. Killing a druid was not like burning a book. It was like burning a book that was the only copy of itself, that had never been transcribed, and whose author was the only person who knew its contents. Multiplied by however many druids were killed. The Roman campaign against the druidic class was, in this light, a campaign of a specific and particularly devastating kind. It did not need to be total to be effective. That is the terrible efficiency of it. You do not need to kill every druid to destroy the druidic tradition. You only need to kill enough of them, fast enough, to break the chain of transmission, to create gaps in the 20-year training pipeline that cannot be filled, so that the students who survive have no teachers to learn from, and the knowledge that was being transmitted to them dies with the teachers who were killed before they could finish transmitting it. A library can be rebuilt if you save enough books. An oral tradition cannot be rebuilt if you kill enough of the people who carry it, because the books, in this case, are the people, and dead people cannot be rebuilt. Caesar's suppression of druidic political authority in Gaul in the 50s BCE was not the end. But it was the beginning of the end, the moment when the chain of druidic transmission in Gaul was systematically disrupted, the institutional structure within which training happened dismantled, the authority that had protected the tradition and sustained it politically removed. Within 2 to 3 generations of Caesar's conquest, Gaulish Druidism as an institutional tradition was effectively over. Not because everyone who had trained as a Druid was dead, but because the conditions under which the next generation of Druids could have been trained no longer existed. The political authority was gone. The sacred groves were gone or unsafe. The protection that had allowed Druids to move freely and gather students and transmit knowledge across the tribal network was gone. And without those conditions, the transmission faltered and stopped. What remained were fragments. Individual practitioners, aging, carrying pieces of what had once been a complete tradition, without students to pass those pieces on to, without the institutional context that would have given those fragments meaning in relation to each other. They died with what they carried, and the Celtic world of Gaul lost access to its own past. Britain held out longer. That is why Caesar tells us that those seeking the deepest knowledge went to Britain, because Britain, separated from the continent by the Channel, protected by its geographic isolation, maintained the Druidic tradition in fuller form for another century after Gaul had been absorbed. And then Paulinus crossed the Menai Strait, and the groves of Anglesey burned, and the last organized center of Druidic learning in the Roman world was gone. What survived, survived in Ireland, beyond Rome's reach, beyond Rome's interest, preserved in the remote West for another 5 centuries before the slow transformation of the tradition into something that could coexist with Christianity began. But Ireland could only preserve what had reached Ireland, what had never crossed the Irish Sea, the Gaulish traditions, the specific knowledge of specific Druidic lineages in specific places. None of that made it to the island in the West. None of that was in the manuscripts that the monks eventually compiled. It was simply gone. Now, I want to try to name what was lost. Not to list it. I cannot list what I do not know, and the nature of the loss is precisely that we do not know its contents. But to gesture toward it, to give some sense of the shape of the absence. We do not know how the Celts believed the world began. We have no Celtic creation myth. Not a fragment, not a summary, not a Roman paraphrase of something a Druid said at a feast. The cosmological story that explained to every Celtic person why the world existed and what their place in it was, that story is gone. We do not know the names of the Celtic philosophers. The Druids produced, according to classical sources, sophisticated philosophical thought on the nature of the soul, the structure of the cosmos, the relationship between human beings and the divine. These ideas were developed by specific people, argued and refined over generations, carried in the tradition as the intellectual achievement of particular thinkers. Those thinkers have no names that survived. Their ideas are known only in the distorted, simplified, decontextualized fragments that Roman writers chose to preserve. We do not know the full body of Celtic lore. The Irish Brehon texts give us a window, a remarkable, precious, partial window, into one branch of the Celtic legal tradition. But the Gaulish legal tradition, the British legal tradition, the Celtiberian and Galatian legal traditions, these are gone without trace. Centuries of accumulated legal reasoning, applied to the infinite variety of human situations, developed and refined by generations of Druidic jurists, gone. We do not know the Celtic history of itself. Celtic society had a history, events of significance, great kings and great battles and great decisions, the narrative of how the people came to be where they were and who they were. The Druids maintained this history. It was in their memories, and it has not survived in any form we can access. What we have is Roman history about the Celts and the Irish mythological cycles, which preserve something, but something already transformed, already filtered through centuries of oral transmission and then the further transformation of Christian monastic editing. The Celtic past, as the Celts themselves understood it, is not available to us. We are looking at the Celtic world through windows that others cut, in walls that others built, in a house that others burned. And yet, I want to resist the temptation to end here in pure grief. Not because the grief is wrong, it is entirely appropriate, and we should feel it, but because grief without recognition of what survived would itself be a kind of distortion. Something survived. The Irish language, the Welsh language, the mythological cycles, imperfect and filtered and partially Christianized, but carrying within them the recognizable patterns of the older world. The Brehorn law texts, the archaeological record, the metalwork and the hillforts and the bog bodies and the sacred sites, which speaks, in its own wordless way, of a civilization that knew how to make things beautiful and how to make things that lasted. The spiral on the Battersea shield, still turning. The word Hirath, still untranslatable. The place names on the rivers, still Celtic after 2,000 years of overlay. The tradition did not die completely. It was broken, yes. It was grievously diminished, yes. The catastrophic, irreversible loss of the Druidic transmission tradition is real and must be acknowledged as exactly what it was. But the people survived. The languages, in their refuges, survived. The folk memory, underground and transformed, survived. And in Ireland, that western arc that Rome never reached, enough survived to give us the faint but real outline of what the whole once looked like. This is the deepest tragedy of Celtic history. Not Alesia. Not Boudicca's defeat. Not any of the battles, though the battles were real tragedies, with real dead, and we will honor them. The deepest tragedy is this. A civilization chose to keep its most important knowledge in the most vulnerable possible place. In human minds. In the living, mortal, killable minds of people who had spent 20 years filling themselves with everything worth knowing. And then the civilization that was destroying them understood exactly what that meant. And used it. The battlefield defeats were recoverable. Tribes survive defeat. Populations recover. Political structures rebuild. The Roman world is full of examples of conquered peoples who maintained their identity, their language, their culture, across centuries of occupation and eventually outlasted the empire that had subdued them. What is not recoverable is 20 years, multiplied by every Druid who died before they finished teaching. That is the math of the loss. And it is irreducible. Let that be still for a moment. Not despair, the story is not over, and there is beauty still to come. But let it be still. The oak at the center of the forest. The voice that was speaking in the clearing. The silence that came after. And yet, I want to resist the temptation to end here in pure grief. Not because the grief is wrong, it is entirely appropriate, and we should feel it, but because grief without recognition of what survived would itself be a kind of distortion. Something survived. The Irish language. The Welsh language. The mythological cycles, imperfect and filtered and partially Christianized, but carrying within them the recognizable patterns of the older world. The Brehorn law texts. The archaeological record, the metalwork and the hillforts and the bog bodies and the sacred sites, which speaks, in its own wordless way, of a civilization that knew how to make things beautiful and how to make things that lasted. The spiral on the Battersea shield, still turning. The word Hirath, still untranslatable. The place names on the rivers, still Celtic after 2,000 years of overlay. The tradition did not die completely. It was broken, yes. It was grievously diminished, yes. The catastrophic, irreversible loss of the Druidic transmission tradition is real and must be acknowledged as exactly what it was. But the people survived. The languages, in their refuges, survived. The folk memory, underground and transformed, survived. And in Ireland, that western arc that Rome never reached, enough survived to give us the faint but real outline of what the whole once looked like. This is the deepest tragedy of Celtic history. Not Alesia. Not Boudicca's defeat. Not any of the battles, though the battles were real tragedies, with real dead, and we will honor them. The deepest tragedy is this. A civilization chose to keep its most important knowledge in the most vulnerable possible place. In human minds. In the living, mortal, killable minds of people who had spent 20 years filling themselves with everything worth knowing. And then the civilization that was destroying them understood exactly what that meant. And used it. The battlefield defeats were recoverable. Tribes survive defeat. Populations recover. Political structures rebuild. The Roman world is full of examples of conquered peoples who maintained their identity, their language, their culture, across centuries of occupation and eventually outlasted the empire that had subdued them. What is not recoverable is 20 years, multiplied by every Druid who died before they finished teaching. That is the math of the loss. And it is irreducible. Let that be still for a moment. Not despair, the story is not over, and there is beauty still to come. But let it be still. The oak at the center of the forest. The voice that was speaking in the clearing. The silence that came after. Thin places is a term that has become widely used in modern spiritual writing, often attributed to Celtic Christianity, and it carries that attribution with some justice. The concept has genuine roots in the Celtic spiritual worldview that predates Christianity and was absorbed into Celtic Christian practice when Christianity arrived in Ireland in the 5th century. A thin place is a location where the membrane between this world and the other world is unusually permeable. Where the two realities press against each other with particular intensity. Where what is on the other side can be felt, sometimes seen, sometimes heard, and where what is in this world can pass more easily into whatever lies beyond. They were specific, identified, mapped in the Celtic landscape, with the care that a modern person might map electrical substations or floodplains, not metaphorically, but practically, as features of the terrain that required particular attention and particular behavior. Springs were thin places. The point where water comes out of the earth, emerging from below, from the dark interior, from the underground world that connects surface and depth, was understood as a natural threshold. Water ascending from the underworld is water that has been somewhere else and carries that elsewhere with it. Celtic sacred springs were treated with corresponding seriousness, offerings thrown into them, prayers addressed to the deity of the water, healings sought at their edges, because a place where the worlds press close is a place where what is normally impossible becomes possible. We have physical evidence of this. Hundreds of votive offerings, coins, figurines, carved inscriptions, metal objects, recovered from Celtic sacred spring sites across Britain and Gaul. The practice was so persistent, so widespread, and so resistant to Christianization that the Christian Church eventually gave up trying to suppress it entirely and simply rededicated the springs to Christian saints, which is why so many holy wells in Ireland and Britain today are named for saints but were sacred long before Christianity arrived. Rivers were thin places. Moving water, water that is never the same water twice, that connects different territories, that carries things from one place to another. Rivers were understood as flowing through multiple realities simultaneously. They were, as we have noted, beings with names and personalities. And they were thresholds. You did not cross a significant river without acknowledgement. You did not take from it without giving something in return. The number of Celtic votive deposits recovered from rivers, weapons, jewelry, sometimes human remains, is staggering. The Thames has yielded, over centuries of work and chance recovery, an extraordinary collection of Celtic objects that were not lost in the river but placed there deliberately. Offered. Given. The Battersea shield that we described earlier, pulled from the Thames, that shield was not dropped accidentally by someone crossing the river. It was given to the river, with intention, with ceremony, as a communication to what lived in and through the water. Bogs were thin places, of a darker quality. The bog preserves and the bog dissolves simultaneously. It holds things in a state of suspension, neither fully existing nor fully destroyed, that the Celtic imagination read as the ambiguity of the threshold. Bog bodies were placed in bogs not despite but because of their liminal quality. To put something in the bog was to place it in the space between worlds, to send it somewhere without quite destroying it, to give it to whatever lived at the margin of the ordinary. The sea was perhaps the greatest thin place of all. The Celtic peoples were coastal peoples, Atlantic peoples, in many cases, and the sea was the horizon of the known world, the edge beyond which the other world lay. The Imrama, the Irish voyage tales, describe the journeys of monks and heroes in fragile boats westward across the Atlantic, reaching islands of extraordinary beauty where time worked differently and the ordinary rules of the world did not quite apply. These are Christian literary texts, but they are carrying an older tradition. The Celtic understanding of the Western Sea as the approach to the otherworld, the voyage as a spiritual journey, the island in the west as a form of paradise that could be reached by the living under the right circumstances. Forest clearings at dusk. The moment when the light changes, when the sharp definition of daylight softens into the blue ambiguity of evening, when the sounds of the active day give way to the sounds of the emerging night, when the boundary between what can be seen clearly and what can only be sensed becomes indistinct. This transitional moment, in this transitional place, was a thin time in a thin place, and the clearing in the forest, already removed from the human world of the hillfort, already surrounded by the deep life of the trees, became at dusk something that required careful attention. You did not stumble through such a clearing at such a moment without awareness. You moved through it with the particular alertness of someone who knows that the rules of the ordinary world are currently in suspension. And this leads us to the Celtic understanding of time, which is, of all the ways in which Celtic spiritual life differs from the modern Western worldview, perhaps the most fundamental. We experience time as a line, a sequence of moments moving in one direction, from the past, through the present, toward the future, that does not repeat and cannot be reversed. History is the record of what has already happened on this line. The future is what has not yet happened on this line. And the present is the point we currently occupy, moving steadily forward, leaving everything behind. This is so deeply embedded in the modern Western consciousness that it does not usually feel like an assumption. It feels like the nature of time itself. The Celts experienced time differently. Not as a line. As a wheel. The year turned. Samhain to Imbolc to Beltane to Lughnasadh and back to Samhain, the great festivals marking the turning points of the agricultural and cosmic cycle, each one a threshold between phases of the year, each one a moment of intensified permeability when the otherworld pressed closer and the rules of ordinary time became temporarily suspended. In this framework, nothing is ever entirely past. The events of last year's Samhain and the events of the Samhain before that and the events of the Samhain 100 years ago are not progressively more distant points on a receding line. They are the same point on the wheel, recurring, not identically, but essentially, in the way that each spring is the same spring and each winter is the same winter even though no two are precisely alike. The ancestors are not gone in this framework. They are at an earlier point on the same wheel, pressing close at certain seasons, most intensely at Samhain, the festival of the year's end and beginning, the night when the boundary between the living and the dead becomes thinnest and the feast that is laid out for the family also sets places for those who have died. This is not superstition. This is a philosophical relationship with time that is, in its own terms, entirely coherent, and one that serves certain human needs that the linear model of time does not serve as well. The need for continuity with what has gone before. The need to feel connected to the dead. The need for the year's events to have meaning beyond their immediate moment. The need for time to be cyclical, to be a story that repeats and deepens rather than a journey that moves in one direction toward an end that is simply the cessation of movement. Linear time says, everything ends. Cyclical time says, everything turns. These are not equivalent consolations. This, then, is the world the Celts inhabited. A world where the river is alive and the spring is a door and the forest at dusk requires careful attention. A world where the year turns rather than progresses, where the ancestors are not gone but simply at an earlier point in the turning, where the dead and the living share a world that is thinner in some places than others and permeable, always, at the right moment. A world where nothing is merely itself, where everything is in a relationship. Where the sacred is not contained in temples and designated holy spaces but is the quality of reality itself, experienced anywhere and at any moment by someone who knows how to look. The Romans built temples to contain the divine. The Celts built their sacred sites at springs and in groves and at the edges of bogs and on the shores of the sea, at the places where the world was already thin, where the divine was already present, where you did not need architecture to create a sacred space because the space was already sacred of its own nature. One civilization understood the divine as something that had to be housed and managed and approached through the proper institutional channels. The other understood the divine as the quality of the world itself, available to anyone who knew how to be present to it. Neither of these is a primitive understanding. They have different understandings, different ways of being in relationship with what is beyond the ordinary. And one of them, the one that did not build temples, the one that kept its relationship with the sacred in the land and the water and the turning year and the living memory of its keepers, is the one that we have spent the last several hours trying to recover. Breathe slowly. You are lying in a world that has thin places. The boundary between waking and sleeping is itself a thin place. The membrane between the world of thought and the world of dreams is, at this particular moment, unusually permeable. Something may come through. Let it. The Roman gods lived on a mountain, Olympus. Remote, snow-capped, inaccessible to ordinary mortals, populated by a divine family that managed the affairs of the world from a comfortable distance, intervening when they chose to, ignoring when they chose to, conducting their own complicated relationships and feuds and dramas in a realm that was fundamentally separate from the human world below. To approach a Roman god, you went to a temple, a specific building, in a specific location, administered by a specific priestly class, where the procedures for divine communication had been standardized and institutionalized over centuries. You brought your offering. You performed the correct ritual in the correct sequence. You addressed the deity through the proper channels. The divine, in the Roman framework, was accessed through architecture and procedure. The Celtic gods did not live on a mountain. They lived here, in the river at the edge of the territory, in the spring that bubbled up from the dark earth, in the ancient oak in the forest clearing, in the exposed headland where the Atlantic wind came in off the water, in the particular quality of light that fell on a certain hillside at a certain hour of a certain day of the year. They did not require temples, or rather, their temples were the places where they already were, the places where the sacred was already present of its own nature. You did not go to the divine. You recognized it in the landscape around you, and you responded accordingly. This is a profound difference. Not a difference in sophistication. The Roman theological system was enormously sophisticated, the Celtic equally so, in its own terms. But a difference in the relationship between the human and the divine. A difference in where divinity was understood to live. The most revealing expression of this difference is the river goddesses. The major rivers of Celtic Europe were not simply geographical features with names. They were living divine entities, beings of enormous age and power, named and known and approached with the careful respect owed to someone whose goodwill you needed and whose anger you could not afford. The Severn, the great river of Western Britain, rising in the Welsh mountains and flowing south and east to the Bristol Channel, was Sabrina, a goddess. Her name survives in the Latin form because Roman Britain adopted her while quietly retaining her divine status. Roman inscriptions address her as a deity. The river retained its Celtic name through the Roman period, through the Anglo-Saxon period, through the Norman period, through every subsequent transformation of the landscape around it. Because a river's name is one of the most durable things in human geography. You can change what people call the town on the river's bank, but the river keeps its name. Sabrina. Severn. The same name, worn smooth by 2,000 years of daily use, still carries in its syllables the sound of the Celtic goddess who was the river before anyone thought to call her anything else. The Seine, the great river of what is now northern France, flowing through the heart of what was once the territory of multiple Gaulish tribes, reaching the sea at the Norman coast, was Sequana. She had a sanctuary at her source, in the mountains of Burgundy, where pilgrims came from considerable distances to seek healing. Archaeologists excavating the site found hundreds of votive offerings, wooden figures, bronze figurines, carved stone representations of body parts that needed healing, coins, jewelry. A full sacred site, in continuous use across the Celtic and then the Roman period, at the source of the river that was the goddess. Sequana. Seine. Same name. Same goddess. Still flowing. The Shannon, the longest river in Ireland, rising in the mountains of County Cavan and flowing south and west across the island to the Atlantic, was Cyanan in Irish tradition, a goddess whose story was told in the mythological cycles. She was understood not merely as a spirit associated with the river but as the river itself, the divine entity whose nature and the water's nature were the same thing, inseparable, the naming and the being identical. And these three, Sabrina, Sequana, Cyanan, are only the most clearly documented. Across the Celtic world, every significant river had a name, and every name was a divine name, and every divine name was an acknowledgement that the water flowing past was not a resource but a relationship. The gods of Irish tradition give us our fullest surviving picture of how the Celtic divine imagination worked, because Ireland's geographic isolation from Rome meant that its mythological tradition was not actively suppressed in the way that Gaulish and British traditions were, and the Irish monks who eventually wrote the myths down, while they Christianized them to varying degrees, preserved enough of the original material to let us see the shape of the older world. Three figures deserve particular attention, because each one reveals something specific about what the Celtic tradition valued and how it understood power, wisdom, and the nature of the divine. The first is the Dagda. The Dagda, whose name means something like the good God in Old Irish, where good carries the sense of effective or all-capable rather than morally virtuous, is one of the most important figures in the Irish mythological tradition. He is the father god, the lord of the Tuatha De Danann, the divine race who inhabit the mythology of pre-Christian Ireland. And he is, by any standard of divine dignity, magnificently undignified. He is described as enormously fat, enormously hungry, wearing a tunic too short for his body so that it barely covers him, dragging behind him a club so large that it takes 8 men to carry it, a club whose one end kills the living and whose other end resurrects the dead. He owns a cauldron from which no one departs unsatisfied, the cauldron of plenty, which is never emptied no matter how many are fed from it. He plays a harp whose music can control the seasons, bringing summer or winter at his will. He eats porridge from a pit large enough to sleep in. He has love affairs with goddesses and mortal women with equal enthusiasm and equal lack of embarrassment. He is, in short, not remote and dignified and elevated above the human mess of appetite and desire. He is wallowing in it. He is all of it at once, the power of life and death, the inexhaustible nourishment, the music that moves seasons, all contained in a figure who cannot keep his clothes on properly and eats too much. The Dagda tells us something important about the Celtic understanding of the divine, that power is not purified by removing it from life. It is power precisely because it contains all of life, the comic and the tragic, the dignified and the undignified, the hunger and the satisfaction, the killing and the healing. A god who is only noble is not a god who is fully alive. The Dagda is fully alive. The second is Lugh. Lugh, whose name may be connected to the Proto-Celtic root meaning light or brightness, is everything the Dagda is not in terms of bearing. He is young, brilliantly skilled, and extraordinarily accomplished. In the great myth of his arrival at the divine court of the Tuatha De Danann, he presents himself at the door and is asked what skill he brings, since only those with a unique skill are admitted. He says he is a smith. The doorkeeper says they already have a smith. He says he is a warrior. They already have warriors. He lists skill after skill: poet, harper, historian, sorcerer, physician, champion, and for each one the doorkeeper says, "We have one of those already." Until Lugh asks a simple question: "Do you have anyone who has all of those skills at once?" They do not. He is admitted. Lugh is the master of all crafts, the embodiment of comprehensive excellence, and his story is the story of how genuine mastery is not the mastery of one thing but the integration of many things, the ability to bring every skill to bear at once because the situation requires it. He is the patron of craftsmanship in the broadest sense, of the kind of making that requires not just technical ability but intelligence and adaptability and the willingness to do whatever the work actually demands. The festival of Lunasad, the harvest festival held in early August, named for Lugh, was a celebration not merely of agricultural plenty but of human skill and its fruits, of what people can make when they bring their full capacity to the task of living. Lugh tells us something about Celtic values, that excellence is plural, that the highest human achievement is not specialization but integration, and that the festival of the harvest is also a festival of craft, of the human hands and minds that take what the earth produces and make it into something that sustains life. The third, and in some ways the most interesting, is the Morrigan. The Morrigan, whose name carries meanings that hover between Great Queen and Phantom Queen, is a goddess of war, fate, and transformation. She appears in the Irish myths most prominently in the Ulster cycle, where she encounters the hero Cu Chulainn in a series of episodes that are among the most psychologically complex in all of Celtic literature. She is not simply a war goddess in the sense of a divine patron of warriors who helps them win battles. She is something more difficult and more interesting than that. She is the force that determines the outcome of battles, but she determines it by revealing the nature of the warrior rather than by intervening on their behalf. She appears to see Tularin in multiple forms, as a young woman whose offer he refuses, as a crow on his shoulder in battle, as a series of animals he must overcome. She is, in a sense, the test. The thing that shows you who you actually are when the situation demands everything you have. She is associated with ravens and crows, the birds of the battlefield, the birds that come after death. She is associated with shape-shifting, that most characteristic Celtic artistic obsession with transformation, with forms that refuse to stay fixed. She is associated with prophecy, with the knowledge of outcomes before they happen, with the terrible clarity of seeing what is coming and not being able to change it. The Morrigan tells us something about the Celtic relationship with death and fate. Not that death is good, not that fate is comfortable. The Irish myths are not sentimental about either. But that confronting what cannot be avoided, meeting the Morrigan honestly rather than trying to evade her, is the measure of genuine courage. The warrior who can look at what is coming and continue anyway, that is the hero. Not the warrior who wins, but the warrior who faces. And then there is Bath. Aquae Sulis. The Roman name for a city in the west of England that sits on top of something extraordinary. A natural hot spring, one of only a handful in Britain, where geothermally heated water emerges from the earth at a consistent temperature, year-round, in quantities that would fill a large swimming pool every day. To the Celtic peoples of the region, the De Bunny tribe, whose territory covered much of what is now Gloucestershire and Somerset, this spring had a name and a deity. Sulis. A goddess whose nature was intimately connected with the thermal water that emerged from the earth here. Healing water, water that was warm when all other water was cold, water that came from the deep interior of the earth in the way that the divine came from deep interior places. The De Bunny built no grand temple here. They made offerings at the spring, coins and other objects thrown into the sacred water, the same practice of gift-giving to divine water that we see across the Celtic world. And then Rome arrived. And here something happened that is, in its own way, one of the most fascinating moments in the entire story of the Celtic-Roman encounter. Rome did not suppress the goddess Sulis. Rome did not declare the spring secular and its deity superstitious and demand that the practice of offering gifts to it cease. Rome, which was pragmatic about religion in ways that its later Christian incarnation would not be, looked at a sacred hot spring with a local goddess and saw an opportunity. They built a temple. Not to replace Sulis but to contain her, to house the divine presence of the spring within an architectural frame that was simultaneously Celtic in its underlying religious logic and Roman in its form. And they gave the goddess a second name. Minerva, the Roman goddess of wisdom and craft and healing, was joined to Sulis in a compound deity, Sulis Minerva. Not Minerva replacing Sulis. Not Sulis replacing Minerva. Both, at once, in the same place, the same spring, the same sacred water. The curse tablets found at Bath, nearly 200 of them, made of lead, inscribed with requests and complaints and appeals to the goddess, thrown into the sacred spring, are written mostly in Latin. But they are following a Celtic religious logic. The people who wrote them were bringing their grievances to a divine presence in a body of water and asking for justice. The medium was Roman. The practice was Celtic. The goddess was both. Sulis Minerva is a remarkable thing to contemplate. She is what happens when two religious traditions encounter each other and neither destroys the other entirely. When the conquered culture's understanding of the divine is strong enough, specific enough, local enough to survive the encounter by absorbing the newcomer rather than being absorbed. The spring had its goddess before Rome arrived. The spring had its goddess while Rome was there. And when Rome left, the spring, now called Bath, from the Roman Aquae, retained the memory of both. The healing waters of Bath are still visited today. Still warm. Still emerging from the same geological source. Still, in some residual way that has more to do with how places carry meaning than with any theology, felt as something more than ordinary water. Sulis is still there. She just has more names than she used to. This is what Celtic divinity was. Not remote and procedural. Not housed in buildings and accessed through channels. Present. Local. Specific. Named. The river outside your door. The spring at the edge of the territory. The god who eats too much and cannot keep his clothes on but has the power of life and death. the goddess of war who is more interested in truth than in victory. The healing water that comes out of the earth is warm in a cold country and has been doing so for longer than anyone's memory reaches. All of it immediately. All of it here. All of it, in the deepest sense, home. Let the warmth of that find you, wherever you are. The water that is warm when everything else is cold. The goddess with more than one name, still present in the place that was always hers. Rest in that. Let me tell you about a head. Not to shock you. Not to lead with the one detail that Roman sources used most consistently to signal Celtic barbarism. But because the head, in Celtic spiritual life, is a key, a way into understanding something about Celtic cosmology that is genuinely different from the modern Western framework, and genuinely coherent within its own terms. The Celtic practice of head-taking, removing the head of a defeated enemy, carrying it, displaying it, preserving it, horrified the Romans. And it would horrify most modern people as well. That horror is real and legitimate. We are not going to argue it away. But horror without understanding is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a question. Why? Why did Celtic warriors take the heads of their enemies? Why did they display them, on the doorposts of their hillforts, hanging from their horses' necks, set in niches in the walls of their sanctuaries? Why, in some cases, did they preserve them, packed in cedar oil, carefully maintained, and show them as treasures to visitors, as Diodorus Siculus describes with evident disgust? The answer lies in the Celtic understanding of where the soul lived. In many ancient cosmologies, Greek, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, the soul was understood as something that either pervaded the whole body or was associated with the breath, the animating principle that left the body at death and traveled to whatever realm awaited it. The head was significant, but not uniquely so. In the Celtic framework, the head was the seat of the soul in a more specific and concentrated sense. The head was where the person was, most fully and essentially. The face, the unique surface that distinguished one person from every other person who had ever lived, was the most concentrated expression of individual identity. The skull, beneath the face, was the vessel that contained the mind and the spirit. To possess a person's head was, in a very real sense, to possess that person. Not their ghost. Not a memento. Something closer to their actual essence, preserved and available. A great warrior's head, preserved and kept. This was not a trophy in the way that a hunting trophy is a trophy. It was more like a relic. Something that retained, in some meaningful sense, the power and the identity of the person it had belonged to. Kept in the hillfort, it was a presence. A protective presence. The warrior who had been formidable in life was, through the preservation of their head, still in some sense present in death. And taking the head of an enemy was not simply humiliation. It was, within this framework, the taking of their power, their soul substance, their essence. Not destroying them but incorporating them, making their strength available to the community that now held what they had most essentially been. This is not a framework that most modern people find comfortable. It is genuinely alien to the modern Western understanding of persons and remains. But it is internally coherent. It proceeds from a specific understanding of where the soul lives and what it means to possess something. And once you understand it from the inside, what looked like savage cruelty begins to look like something else, something that is still violent, still disturbing, but that operates according to a logic that is recognizably human rather than simply pathological. Rome presented the head-taking as evidence of barbarism, which was convenient, because Rome needed that evidence. And Rome did not present its own practices, crucifixion, gladiatorial combat, the systematic massacre of conquered populations, as requiring any particular justification, because those practices were Rome's and therefore, by definition, civilized. The question of which practices require justification and which do not is always answered by whoever is writing the history. Now, the water. We have already discussed votive deposits in rivers and lakes as part of the Celtic relationship with the divine. But it is worth sitting with the practice more specifically, because it is one of the things that most puzzles modern observers, and that becomes, once understood, one of the most beautiful expressions of Celtic spiritual life. The practice is this: you take something valuable, a sword, a shield, a piece of jewelry, sometimes a coin, sometimes an object made specifically for the purpose, and you throw it into the water, into the river or the lake or the sacred spring. Deliberately. knowing it will not be recovered, knowing it is gone. From a modern economic perspective, this is straightforwardly irrational. You are destroying wealth. You are taking something that has practical value, a weapon that could be used, jewelry that could be worn, metal that could be reworked, and rendering it permanently inaccessible. The rational thing, from the standpoint of resource management, is to keep it, or give it to someone who can use it, or melt it down and make something new, not throw it into a river. But the Celtic practice was not operating within a modern economic framework. It was operating within a framework of reciprocal exchange with the divine. The river gives. It gives water for drinking and irrigation. It gives fish. It gives the power to move things downstream. It gives the clay in its banks and the reeds at its edges and the seasonal flooding that fertilizes the fields. The river goddess, the living divine entity of the water, gives all of this, continuously, without being asked, as the expression of her nature. And in return, you give back. Not because the goddess will stop giving if you don't. The relationship is not transactional in that way. But because the relationship requires reciprocity to be a relationship at all. You give the river something valuable because the river has given you something valuable, and to receive without giving is to treat what you have received as simply a resource rather than as a gift, and to treat a gift as a resource is to misunderstand the nature of what you have been given and the nature of the being who gave it. The votive deposit was an act of acknowledgement, an act of relationship, a statement that said, I know this water is alive. I know it gives. I give back. And what you gave had to be valuable. Not because the goddess needed the material worth of the sword, a goddess has no use for bronze, but because giving something worthless is not giving at all. It is disposing. The sacrifice of value was the point. The act of choosing something precious and releasing it, of choosing to give rather than keep, was itself the spiritual act. The sincerity of the offering was demonstrated by its cost. This is not foreign to human experience. We still practice versions of it. The coin thrown into a fountain, the flowers left at a grave, the meal shared at a festival rather than consumed in private. The instinct is the same. The Celtic practice was simply more serious, more sustained, more deeply embedded in a cosmological framework that gave it full and coherent meaning. Now, the calendar. The Celtic year did not simply turn. It turned at specific moments, for great hinges on which the seasons pivoted, each one a festival, each one a threshold, each one a moment when the membrane between worlds was thinner than usual and the community gathered to acknowledge the turning together. Samhain. The name is Irish, pronounced roughly S-O-W-N, the MH in Irish producing a W sound. It fell at the end of October and the beginning of November, the point in the year when the summer half ended and the winter half began, when the cattle were brought in from the pastures for the last time, when the stores of food that would sustain the community through the cold months were finally assembled and their adequacy, or inadequacy, could be assessed. It was the Celtic New Year, the end of the old cycle and the beginning of the new one. And it was the night, or the 3 days and nights, more precisely, when the boundary between the living and the dead was at its thinnest, when the ancestors were close, when the beings of the otherworld moved more freely in the world of the living, when fires were extinguished and relit from a central sacred flame, symbolizing the renewal of warmth and life at the moment of greatest darkness. The household feast at Samhain set a place for those who had died in the past year. The fire was kept burning through the night to guide the spirits of the dead who were passing close. The costumes and disguises that some wore, and here is the direct lineage to Halloween, unmistakable once you see it, were ways of moving through a night when the otherworld was present without being recognized by what was moving through it. A practical spiritual precaution in a world where the dead and the supernatural were genuinely present neighbors rather than metaphors. Samhain to Halloween is not a distant ancestry. It is a direct line, running from Iron Age Celtic practice through early medieval Irish Christianity through the diaspora of Irish and Scottish emigrants to the Americas, where the tradition was revived and transformed into the holiday that now spreads across the world every October 31st. 2,500 years of unbroken, evolving practice. Imbolc. Early February. The first stirrings of spring, not spring itself, which was still weeks away, but the first signs that winter was not permanent. The ewes beginning to lactate, which in a pastoral culture was one of the first and most reliable signals that the cold was breaking and the light was returning. The earliest snowdrops appearing at the edge of the forest. The days, almost imperceptibly, beginning to lengthen. Imbolc was associated with the goddess Brigid in Irish tradition, a goddess of healing, of poetry, of the forge and the craft of smithing. Later, in Christian Ireland, Brigid became a saint, Saint Brigid of Kildare, and the traditions associated with her, including the making of the Brigid's cross from rushes on her feast day in early February, continued with barely a pause from the pagan festival into the Christian one. The same date, the same symbols, a different name on the same underlying celebration of the return of light and warmth. Beltane, the 1st of May, the beginning of the summer half of the year, the counterpoint to Samhain, the other great hinge of the Celtic calendar. At Beltane, the cattle were driven between two great fires, the smoke purifying them and protecting them from disease as they went to the summer pastures. Young people jumped the fires, the flames' energy a blessing for the year ahead. The hawthorn, blooming in May, was sacred and not to be brought inside the house except at Beltane, when its white flowers marked the threshold of summer's beginning. Beltane was a festival of life and fertility and the energy of the living world at its fullest, the counterweight to Samhain's acknowledgement of darkness and the dead. The year needed both. The darkness and the light. The end and the beginning. The thin place where the dead were close and the thin place where life poured through in its most concentrated form. Lunasad, the 1st of August. Named for Lugh, the god of all crafts and skills whose story we told in the previous section. The harvest festival, the celebration of the first fruits, the acknowledgement that what the earth produced through the year was now ready to be gathered in. Athletic games, markets, the settling of disputes. Lunasad was in some ways the most publicly social of the 4 festivals, a great gathering of the tribe and its neighbors to celebrate what had been produced by the combination of human skill and the earth's generosity. 4 festivals. 4 thresholds. The year as a turning thing, marked at its pivots by communal ceremony, acknowledged as a cycle that would repeat and deepen rather than a line moving toward an end. And finally, the animals. In Celtic spiritual life, certain animals occupied a particular position, not simply as creatures sharing the landscape, but as beings that moved between worlds, that carried in their nature something of the other world's quality, that could signal, by their behavior or their presence, things that the human eye alone could not perceive. The boar. The boar appears everywhere in Celtic iconography, on helmets, on shields, on the carnix, on the banners of tribes, in the mythology as a creature of the hunt that is also a creature of the divine. It was associated with ferocity, obviously, and with the warrior class. The boar was the most dangerous animal a Celtic hunter could face, the one whose courage and aggression made it the appropriate symbol for a warrior's identity. But it was also associated with the feast, the boar at the center of the great feasting hall, the champion's portion carved from its flank, and with the other world, where in Celtic mythology herds of magical pigs that could be killed and eaten and then be whole again the next morning were one of the most common features of the divine realm. The boar carried the appetite of the warrior, the abundance of the feast, and the inexhaustible plenty of the other world simultaneously. The raven. Dark, intelligent, loud, present on battlefields, associated in cultures across the northern world with death and prophecy. The raven in Celtic spirituality was the bird of the Morrigan, the goddess of war and fate we described earlier. Ravens were understood as beings that moved between worlds, present in this world, familiar with what lay beyond it, capable of carrying messages from the living to the dead and of signaling, by their presence, what was coming before it arrived. A raven calling from the left was an omen. A raven on the shoulder was the goddess herself, in animal form, present at the moment that mattered. The hare. The most mysterious of the 3. The hare appears in Celtic mythology in ways that are harder to pin down than the boar or the raven, but harder to dismiss. It was associated with the moon, its nocturnal habits, its tendency to appear at dusk and dawn in the threshold hours, linked it to the liminal time between day and night. It was associated with shape-shifting, the hare as an animal that could be a goddess or a witch or a spirit in another form, something that looked like a hare but was using the hare's form as a disguise or a vehicle. Boudica, in one account, is said to have released a hare before battle and read the direction of its running as an omen of what was to come. The hare was not merely an animal. It was a consultation. These 3 animals, boar, raven, hare, are messengers from the borders of the visible world. They appear at the edges of things. At the edges of the forest, at the edges of the day, at the edges of the battle. They carry information that is not available through ordinary perception. They are the Celtic world's acknowledgement that the visible world is not all of the world, and that some beings move more freely than others between what can be seen and what cannot. This is what Celtic sacred practice looked like, from the inside. Not primitive ritual. Not superstition. Not the savagery that Roman sources needed it to be. A coherent, detailed, sophisticated engagement with a world understood to be more than it appeared. A world of rivers that were alive and festivals that structured time and animals that carried information and offerings that maintained relationships with the divine. A world where the sacred was not somewhere else but here, always here, present in the water and the light and the turning year and the creatures that moved at the edges of things. A world, in other words, that was fully inhabited by people who understood something that 2,000 years of the history written over them has done its best to obscure. That the world is not merely what it appears to be. That something more is always present, if you are still enough to feel it. Somewhere in Ireland, around the 8th century of the Common Era, a monk sat down with a quill and a sheet of vellum, scraped calfskin, the writing surface of medieval Europe, and began to copy out a story that he had almost certainly not invented. The story was already old. How old, exactly, is impossible to determine with precision, but the world it describes, the social structures and the weapons and the values and the cosmology that animate it, are recognizably Iron Age. Recognizably pre-Roman. Recognizably the world that existed in Ireland before Christianity arrived in the 5th century CE, when the tradition of oral transmission that had carried these stories for centuries began, slowly, to be converted into the more durable medium of writing. The monk copied it because he was a monk, and monks copied things. Because the monastic tradition of Ireland, unique in early medieval Europe for its combination of Christian piety and genuine intellectual curiosity about the pre-Christian past, understood that what was being carried in the old stories was worth preserving, even if the theology was wrong, even if the gods were false gods, even if the world they described was a world that Christianity had officially superseded. They copied it because they recognized, even if they could not quite articulate why, that these stories were the memory of their people. That losing them would be a loss that no amount of Christian doctrine could compensate for. That the stories were the people in some sense that was prior to and deeper than religion. And so the stories survived. Not intact. Not unaltered. Already transformed by centuries of oral transmission before the monks got to them. Further transformed by the monks' editorial hands, Christianized in places, rationalized in others, the most cosmologically challenging elements sometimes softened or reframed. But recognizable. Recognizably carrying something ancient in their bones, the way an old building carries the structure of what it once was even after centuries of renovation and repair. The most important of these surviving stories, the longest, the most complex, the one that gives us the fullest picture of the Celtic world it preserves, is the Tyne Bo Quaonge, the cattle raid of Cooley. It is preserved in two major manuscript versions, the Book of the Dun Cow, compiled around 1100 CE, and the Book of Leinster, compiled around 1150 CE. Both drawing on earlier sources, some of which survive only in fragments, all of which trace back to an oral tradition that was already ancient when the first monk thought to write it down. The story, in its bare bones, is this. The great Queen Medb of Connaught, the warrior queen of the western province of Ireland, one of the most vivid figures in all of Celtic literature, decides that she wants the brown bull of Cooley. The brown bull is owned by a man in the province of Ulster, in the northeast of Ireland. It is, she has decided, the one thing she does not have that her husband Ailill has an equivalent of, and its absence represents an inequality in their marriage that she will not accept. She goes to get it. With an army. Ulster, at the moment of the invasion, is under a strange curse. The men of Ulster, all of them, are subject to periodic bouts of weakness that render them unable to fight. The curse was laid on them generations ago by the goddess Mocha, who had been forced to race against horses while heavily pregnant by a king who refused to accept her pleas for mercy, and who cursed the men of Ulster to suffer the pangs of childbirth for 5 days and 4 nights at their time of greatest need. That time is now. The men of Ulster lie helpless in their beds. Only one warrior is unaffected. C.U. Chulerin. The great hero of Ulster, the champion of champions, still a young man. Some versions of the story describe him as beardless, barely past adolescence, who alone is exempt from the curse because he was not born of Ulster, having been fathered by the god Luff on a mortal woman. And so C.U. Chulerin, alone, defends Ulster against the entire army of Connaught. Not by meeting them in pitched battle. One man cannot fight an army in pitched battle. But by using the rules of Celtic warfare, specifically the provision that allowed a champion to challenge individual warriors from the opposing force to single combat. Each combat fought at a ford, each result binding on both armies for that day, each dead champion another day's delay in Medb's advance. Day after day, at the ford, Cu Chulainn fights. He is wounded constantly. He is occasionally healed by his divine father Luff, who appears to give him 3 days of supernatural sleep and recovery. He fights men who were once his friends, his foster brothers, his comrades in training, because Medb has recruited many of Ulster's own exiles. He fights Fyr Dyad, his closest companion, in the most heartbreaking episode in the entire story. 4 days of single combat at the ford, each day more terrible than the last, until Cu Chulainn finally kills him with the Gay Bolga, his special weapon, and holds his dead friend in the water, weeping. And eventually the men of Ulster recover, and the armies meet in full battle. And the Brown Bull is eventually captured, and driven across Ireland, and then the Brown Bull and Aelul's white-horned bull meet and fight, and tear each other apart, and both die, and the whole magnificent, violent, grief-soaked enterprise ends with both its central objects destroyed and everyone the poorer for it. This is the Tyne. Not a simple morality tale. Not a story with a clear hero and a clear villain and a lesson that can be extracted from the narrative and applied to daily life. Something more complex and more honest than that. A story that contains genuine heroism and genuine ambition and genuine friendship and genuine grief, all at once, without resolving the tension between them into a comfortable message. What does it tell us? It tells us, first, about the social structures of the Celtic world, and here it is remarkably consistent with what archaeology and the classical sources tell us independently, which is one of the strongest arguments for its antiquity. The tribal structure, the warrior aristocracy, the system of fosterage that creates bonds between warriors who then, when political allegiance shifts, are forced to fight each other and cannot quite bring themselves to fight as hard as they should. The champion's portion, the right of the best warrior to the best meat, appears in the Tyne in episodes that are sometimes comic in their depiction of the fierce arguments this custom produced. The feast as political theatre, the role of the king and the relationship between royal power and warrior loyalty, the legal framework of single combat at the ford. All of it is there, in vivid, specific detail, consistent with what we know from other sources about how Celtic society actually functioned. This consistency is not accidental. An oral tradition that had been carried for centuries in a living community would naturally preserve the social realities of that community, because the stories were told to people who lived in that world and would immediately have recognized anything inconsistent with their experience as wrong. It tells us, fourth, about the afterlife, or rather, about the Celtic relationship with death, which is somewhat different from any specific doctrine of the afterlife. Death in the Tyne is not the worst thing. The worst thing is dying in a way that is inconsistent with who you are. Dying at a ford, fighting honestly, even fighting someone you love, this is a good death. The songs will be sung. The memory will be carried. You will not be forgotten, because the bards will remember what you did here, and remembering is the form of immortality available to heroes. What is worse than death is obscurity, being forgotten, having your actions go unrecorded, unsung, without the witness of someone who will carry the story forward. This is why the relationship between warrior and bard was so central to Celtic culture. The bard was the mechanism of immortality, not the soul's survival in some afterlife realm, though that was believed in, but the more immediate and concrete immortality of being remembered, precisely, in the specific words of a specific poem, for specific things you actually did. Cu Chulainn, tending Fyr Dyad's wounds between combats, speaks formal elegies for his friend before he has killed him, as if the elegy is already necessary, the death already present in the encounter even before it happens. This is not morbidity. It is the Celtic insistence on naming things as they are, on not looking away from what is happening, on making the acknowledgement that is owed, in the appropriate form, at the appropriate moment. And finally, the Tyne tells us something about gender and power that we have touched on elsewhere but that the myth makes most vivid. Medb is not a villain. She is ambitious, ruthless, politically calculating, willing to sacrifice lives for an objective that begins as wounded pride and ends as obsession. She makes terrible decisions. She drives her army into disaster. She is responsible for enormous suffering. And she is also brilliant, charismatic, effective, and fully in possession of her own authority. She is the Queen of Connaught not because she inherited the position from a husband but because she is the Queen of Connaught. Her political authority is her own. Her decisions, however catastrophic, are genuinely hers. She is not a woman operating within the tolerance of a male power structure. She is the power structure. In the Greek or Roman literary tradition, a woman who drives the plot of a great epic through her own ambition and desire would almost certainly be a figure of horror. A Clytemnestra, a Medea, a monster whose unfeminine exercise of agency is itself the thing that needs to be destroyed. In the Tyne, Medb is not a monster. She is a complicated person making terrible decisions and paying for them. In a world where women have the standing to make terrible decisions and pay for them on the same terms as men. That is not a small thing. That is a mirror, held up by an ancient story, showing us what a world looked like where female authority was simply a fact rather than an exception. The Irish myths are not a perfect window into the Celtic past. They are a window that has been through too many storms. The centuries of oral transmission, the monks' editorial hands, the Christian framing, the gaps where things were forgotten or deliberately omitted. The light that comes through is refracted, colored by the medium, not quite the same light that entered on the other side. But it is still light, carrying information that nothing else carries, giving us access to voices and values and ways of understanding the world that would otherwise be simply gone. The monk who sat down with his quill 800 years ago and began to copy the story of the Brown Bull of Cooley did not know that he was preserving the last clear echo of a way of life that Rome had spent a century trying to extinguish. He was just copying a story. Just doing what monks did. Just carrying the memory forward into a medium that would last longer than the human minds that had carried it before. And because he did, because they all did, all those Irish monks with their careful hands and their intellectual curiosity and their willingness to write down stories about warrior queens and divine bulls and heroes weeping over friends they had just killed. Because of them, tonight, in this darkness, in this drifting between waking and sleeping, you know something of the Celts. From their own tradition. In their own voice. Imperfect. Filtered. Partial. But real. Let that be enough for now. Let the stories carry you. The ford at the river. The warrior at the crossing. The grief that is also an act of love. Sleep is it to imagine. Two women, sitting across from each other in a Roman city. Let us say Rome itself, in the 1st century BCE, the height of the Republic. One is a Roman senator's wife, born into a family of equestrian rank, educated in the ways appropriate to her station. She can read, she can write, she plays the lyre, she manages a complex household with considerable skill, she is in many ways formidably accomplished. The other is a Gaulish woman, the wife of a tribal chieftain from somewhere north of the Alps, captured in one of the campaigns of the period and brought to Rome. Let us say, as a hostage, or as part of a diplomatic arrangement, or simply as someone who ended up, by the chaos of those years, in the city of her people's conquerors. These two women, sitting across from each other, are in many ways equally sophisticated, equally intelligent, equally embedded in complex social worlds that demand a great deal of them. But they are not equal under the law. Not even close. The Roman woman, for all her accomplishments and her social influence, exists within a legal framework that treats her, fundamentally, as someone who requires management. From the moment of her birth to the moment of her death, she is under the authority of a male guardian. First her father, exercising the patria potestas, the father's power, which in its original form was genuinely absolute. A Roman father had the legal right to sell his children into slavery, to expose unwanted infants, to veto marriages, to control property. The full scope of patria potestas was already being softened by custom and convention in the late Republican period. But the legal structure remained, and what it expressed, the fundamental principle that a woman's legal existence was derivative of a man's, did not change. When the Roman woman married, she passed from her father's authority to her husband's, or to a guardian appointed by her father, depending on the form of the marriage. She could not own property in her own name in the full legal sense. She could not enter into contracts without her guardian's consent. She could not represent herself in court. She could not make a will without permission. She could not vote, hold office, or participate in the formal political life of the Republic in any direct capacity. She could, of course, exercise influence. Roman history is full of women who shaped the course of events through their husbands, their sons, their strategic management of social networks and family alliances. Cornelia, mother of the Gracchi. Livia, wife of Augustus. These were women of enormous practical power. But their power was indirect. It operated through the cracks in a system that formally denied it, through the tolerance of the men who held formal authority, through the particular genius of navigating a structure not built for you. The Gaulish woman across from her was, under her own law, a different kind of person. Under the Brehon law tradition, and while Brehon law is the Irish legal code, scholars generally understand it as preserving legal principles that were broadly shared across the Celtic world, including in Gaul and Britain, with regional variations. Women had legal standing that the Roman woman simply did not possess. We discussed some of this in section 3, when we were building the picture of Celtic daily life. But here, in a section devoted specifically to what the Roman sources found most disturbing about Celtic gender relations, it is worth going deeper. Worth looking at the law not as a list of provisions but as a statement of values, as the expression of what a civilization believed about persons and their standing, preserved in the most durable form available to it. Property. A Celtic woman could own property, not in her husband's name, with his theoretical permission, in her own name, with full legal standing. The koibchi, the bride price paid to a woman at marriage, was hers. Not her father's. Not her husband's. Hers. She managed it. She could invest it, trade with it, give it away, leave it to her children as she chose. If the marriage ended, for whatever reason, she took it with her. This was not a minor provision tucked away in the margins of the legal code. It was central. It reflected the foundational principle that a woman entering a marriage brought something of recognized and legally protected value, and that what she brought remained hers, because it was hers, because she was a person with legal standing in her own right rather than a dependent whose property merged automatically with her husband's upon marriage. Divorce. Celtic law recognized the right of a woman to initiate divorce and to reclaim what was hers when she did. The grounds were specific, and interestingly, they included not just the obvious causes of abuse or abandonment, but things like a husband's failure to maintain her in the standard appropriate to her status, his impotence, his excessive sarcasm, his bringing a second woman into the household without the first wife's consent, and, in a detail that feels startlingly modern, his spreading false stories about her that damaged her reputation. Each of these was a recognized legal ground. Each carried with it specific provisions for what happened to the property upon dissolution of the marriage. The calculation was detailed and precise: how long the marriage had lasted, what each party had contributed, who was at fault, what children were involved, all of it worked through in the law, with the explicit intention of ensuring that a woman who left a marriage was not left destitute in the process. Compare this to the situation of a Roman woman in a traditional marriage, who had no legal mechanism for divorce, who was formally subject to her husband's authority throughout the marriage, and whose property, if she had any, was effectively managed by him during the marriage and subject to his will if the marriage ended by death or repudiation. The contrast is not subtle. It is categorical. Women as legal witnesses and contracting parties. In Roman law, women were explicitly excluded from serving as witnesses to legal documents or testifying in certain court proceedings. The reasoning, stated openly by Roman legal scholars, was that women were subject to the levitas animi, the lightness of mind, the lack of rational gravitas, that made them unreliable in formal legal contexts. Women, in the Roman legal framework, were by their nature less capable of the kind of serious, weighty, rational judgment that legal proceedings required. This was not a fringe opinion held by a few misogynists. It was a mainstream position, codified in law, accepted across the culture. Under Brehon law, women could give testimony. They could appear as witnesses to contracts. They could be parties to legal agreements in their own right. There were certain areas of law where a woman's testimony was restricted or required corroboration. The law was not perfectly egalitarian by modern standards, and we should not pretend otherwise. But the fundamental premise was different. The fundamental premise was that a woman's word had legal standing. That her testimony about what she had seen or agreed to or been party to was the testimony of a person, not the opinion of a dependent. This is not a technical distinction. It is a statement about what kind of being a woman is. Is she a person whose observations and agreements and stated intentions have legal weight? Or is she a ward whose legal existence is mediated through the authority of the man who is responsible for her? Roman law gave one answer. Celtic law gave another. Now, The contrast with patria potestas. The father's power. The foundational concept of Roman family law, and the thing that most clearly marks the distance between Roman and Celtic understandings of persons and their standing. Patria potestas was, in its original and fullest form, extraordinary. A Roman father had power over his children, legitimate children, born within a Roman marriage, that was, legally, absolute. He could sell them. He could punish them, up to and including execution, without reference to any external authority. He could veto their marriages. He could control the property they accumulated, even as adults, even as accomplished men holding public office. A Roman son, regardless of his age or achievement, was legally a dependent of his father until his father died. This sounds extreme by modern standards, and it was. By the classical period, much of the most severe potential of patria potestas had been softened by custom and convention. Fathers who exercised their most extreme rights would have faced significant social consequences, even if no legal ones. But the structure remained. And what the structure said, in its bones, was that the family was a unit of authority rather than a community of persons, and that the authority ran from the father downward, in a clear and legally enforced hierarchy, with no equivalent upward claim from the people beneath it. Celtic family structure, as far as we can reconstruct it, was organized differently. Not without hierarchy, Celtic society was sharply hierarchical in many ways, and we should not romanticize it. But the hierarchy of the family was not the absolute, legally codified domination of one person over all others that patria potestas represented. It was more like a web of mutual obligations, each person in the family structure having claims on the others and obligations to the others. The claims and obligations calibrated by status and role, but not by the simple logic of one absolute authority and all others as subordinates. A Celtic woman's obligation to her father was real. She did not simply exist in a world of perfect individual autonomy. But his authority over her was not absolute, and it did not transfer wholesale to her husband at marriage. She remained, in some meaningful legal sense, herself, a person with standing, with rights, with property, with the ability to speak in legal proceedings and make agreements and leave a marriage that was not honoring its obligations to her. When Roman writers encountered this, when Caesar or Strabo or any of the other observers of Celtic society confronted the reality that Celtic women were legal persons in ways that Roman women were not, the response was consistent. Horror. Confusion. The sense that something had gone fundamentally wrong. Because within the Roman framework, the legal subordination of women was not an injustice. It was a feature. It was the natural and correct expression of the difference between men and women. A difference that was not merely conventional but was understood as grounded in nature, in the rational capacities of the two sexes, in the proper ordering of a civilized society. A civilization where women owned property and gave legal testimony and could initiate divorce was not, from the Roman perspective, a more just civilization. It was a disordered one. A civilization that had failed to properly organize itself according to the principles of reason and nature that Rome embodied. This tells us nothing about Celtic women. It tells us a great deal about Rome. About the anxiety that underlies any system that needs to designate a category of persons as naturally inferior in order to justify their subordination. About the way that encountering a society organized differently, a society that managed to function perfectly well without the legal subordination of half its population, produces not reassessment but defensiveness. Not curiosity but disgust. The Roman writer who looked at a Celtic woman managing her own property and giving testimony in a legal dispute and divorcing a husband who had failed her, and concluded, "This is barbarism," that writer was not reporting what he saw. He was protecting what he needed to believe. The Gaulish woman, sitting across from the Roman senator's wife in our imagined scene. Both formidably accomplished. Both navigating complex worlds with intelligence and skill. Both embedded in societies that demanded a great deal of them. But one of them, when she went home to a world that recognized her. Not fully. Not perfectly. Not without the constraints and hierarchies and gendered expectations that no pre-modern society was entirely free of. But recognized. As a person. With standing. With property. With a name, under the law, that was her own. Let us talk about Cartimandua. Because Cartimandua tends to get left out of the story, and her absence from most popular accounts of Celtic Britain is, in its own way, revealing. She does not have Boudicca's drama. She did not burn 3 cities or lead a revolt that nearly expelled Rome from Britain or die in a final, defiant stand. She did not give the kind of speech, real or invented, that can be put on a poster. She made choices that are harder to celebrate in a simple narrative. She allied with Rome, she used Roman power to strengthen her own position, she was pragmatic and calculating and ruthlessly effective, and she held on to power in the north of Britain for the better part of 2 decades. She was, in other words, a politician. A genuinely skilled one. And her existence, the simple fact of her existence as Queen of the Brigantes, the most powerful tribe in northern Britain, ruling her people through the complex early decades of the Roman occupation with a sophisticated strategic intelligence of someone who understood exactly what she was dealing with, tells us something essential about Celtic female leadership that Boudicca's more dramatic story can sometimes obscure. Boudica is exceptional. Cartimandua is not. Or rather, Cartimandua is exceptional in her personal capacity, her intelligence, her political skill. But she is not exceptional in her role. She is a queen leading her people. That is what Celtic queens did. The Brigantes were the largest tribal confederation in Britain, their territory covering most of what is now northern England, from the Peak District in the south to Hadrian's Wall in the north, from the Irish seacoast in the west to the North Sea coast in the east. An enormous stretch of the island's interior, encompassing the Pennines and the Yorkshire Dales and the flat plains of the Vale of York. A territory that, when Rome arrived in 43 CE, had the power to determine whether the conquest of Britain succeeded or failed. Cartimandua understood this, and she made her choice. She allied with Rome, not out of weakness, not out of naivety, out of a clear-eyed assessment of the political landscape and a determination to use the new power in the region to consolidate and extend her own position against the internal rivals and external threats that had always complicated Brigantian politics. The alliance worked. Rome protected her borders from hostile tribes to the north. Rome provided the military backing that allowed her to deal with challenges to her authority within the Brigantes. And in return, Cartimandua provided Rome with something Rome valued enormously: a stable, cooperative client kingdom in the north that freed Roman military resources for other purposes. The most dramatic expression of this alliance came in 51 CE, when Caratacus, the British resistance leader who had been fighting Rome since the conquest of 43 CE, the man who had spent 8 years keeping the flame of British resistance alive, was finally defeated in battle and fled north, seeking refuge with the Brigantes. Cartimandua handed him over to Rome, in chains. This decision has been judged harshly by some historians, and there is something genuinely troubling about it: the betrayal of a man who came to her as a suppliant, the delivery of a fellow Briton to the enemy. But it should also be understood as exactly the kind of decision that rulers make, the kind of calculation that puts the interests of the people you are responsible for above the claims of solidarity with people you are not responsible for. Handing over Caratacus strengthened her alliance with Rome and secured her position. Sheltering him would have brought Roman military force down on the Brigantes. She chose her people over the symbol. Whether that was right or wrong is a question that does not have a simple answer. But it was the decision of a ruler, a person with power, making a strategic choice about how to use it. Not a woman accommodating herself to the decisions of the men around her. Not a victim of circumstances. A principal. An actor. Someone who decided. Her reign eventually ended not through Roman conquest but through the more familiar mechanism of dynastic politics, a conflict with her estranged husband Venusius, who was also an ambitious leader, who eventually assembled enough support among those Brigantes who resented the Roman alliance to drive Cartimandua from power. Rome extracted her to safety, honoring the alliance on their side, but her kingdom was lost. She disappears from the historical record at this point. She had probably served her political purpose from Rome's perspective and was pensioned off into comfortable obscurity. What became of her after that? How she lived, how she died, what she thought about the choice she had made 30 years before when she handed Caratacus over in chains? None of that has survived. But she existed. She ruled. For nearly 20 years, she was one of the most significant political figures in Britain. A woman. A queen. Not a regent, not a placeholder, not a woman holding power until the real ruler arrived. The real ruler. Now, and just the beginning of her story, because her full story belongs to Act 3, Boudica. If Cartimandua represents the Celtic female ruler as political operator, Boudica represents something different. Something that is harder to fit into the comfortable categories of political analysis precisely because what happened to her was not political in any ordinary sense. It was personal. It was an assault on her body and her daughters' bodies. And what she did in response was make it political, make it the most politically consequential thing that happened in Britain in the entire 1st century CE. She was Queen of the Iceni, tribe of East Anglia, Norfolk, Suffolk, the wide flat country of the North Sea coast. A tribe that had, like Cartimandua's brigands, chosen the path of the client kingdom, accepting Roman suzerainty while maintaining its internal structure and its queen's authority. Her husband Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, died in approximately 60 CE. He left his kingdom jointly to his 2 daughters and to the Roman emperor, attempting to secure the continuation of Iceni autonomy under Roman protection through the mechanism of making Rome a partial heir. Rome did not honor the will. Roman officials arrived, declared the kingdom annexed, began systematically stripping its assets, flogged Boudica publicly, assaulted her daughters. What happened next was not a political calculation. It was rage. Legitimate, overwhelming, fully justified rage. The rage of a woman who had been told, in the most visceral and unmistakable way possible, what Rome actually thought of Celtic female authority. That it meant nothing. That the Queen of the Iceni, the woman who had ruled her people and been recognized as a ruler under the terms of the alliance, that she was, to Rome, simply a woman. Subject to Roman authority, subject to Roman violence, her body and her daughters' bodies available to Roman power without consequence. And Boudica took that knowledge and made it into an army. She formed a coalition, the Iceni, the Trinovantes, other aggrieved tribes, of somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 warriors. She led them south. She burned Camulodunum, the Roman colonial capital, to the ground. She burned Londinium, the emerging trading city that would become London, to the ground. She burned Verulamium, modern St. Albans, to the ground. 3 cities, the heart of Roman Britain, turned to ash in a campaign that moved with a speed and force that Roman Britain was completely unprepared for. The Roman governor Suetonius Paulinus was in Wales, attacking Anglesey, attacking, precisely, the Druidic centre of resistance, when Boudica rose. His legions were days of march away. Britain was, for a matter of weeks, on the verge of something that no Roman province had achieved since the Social War, expulsion of Roman power. She came within a battle of making it happen. Her story ends in Act 3. But I want to place her here, in this section, for a specific reason. Because Boudica's story is usually told as an exceptional story. A woman who rose to exceptional circumstances and did an exceptional thing. And there is truth in that. What she did was exceptional by any measure. But her capacity to do it was not exceptional. Not in the Celtic world. The reason Boudica could lead a coalition of 200,000 warriors was not that she overcame the resistance of a culture that did not expect women to lead. It was that she led people who understood female leadership as a legitimate thing. Who had grown up in a world where queens made decisions and warriors followed them. Who brought to their queen's call to arms the same response they would have brought to a king's. The Celtic world made Boudica possible. Not just despite its organization of gender, but because of it. A culture that produced warrior queens not as anomalies but as features. A legal system that recognized women as persons. A political tradition that could imagine, and had repeatedly seen, a woman at the head of a tribe. She is not exceptional evidence of Celtic gender equality. She is ordinary evidence of it. The extraordinary part was what Rome did to her. And what she did back. And then there is Medb. We have already met Medb in section 5, in the context of the Tyne. She is the queen of Connaught who initiates the cattle raid of Cooley, whose ambition drives the entire narrative, whose political authority is the engine of the story. But here, in the context of Celtic female rulership, she deserves a moment of her own. Medb is not a historical figure in the way that Cartimandua and Boudica are. She is a mythological one. But mythology is not simply fiction, it is the expression of a culture's deepest assumptions about the way things are and the way things should be. And what Medb's existence as the central figure of the most important Celtic epic tells us is something about the deep structure of Celtic imaginative life. In the Tyne, Medb is the initiator. She decides to get the brown bull. She assembles the army. She negotiates with the warriors. She makes the strategic decisions. She manages the political relationships within her own coalition, rewards loyalty, punishes betrayal, adjusts her approach as circumstances change. Her husband Aelil is present. He has opinions. He is not merely a prop. But the marriage in the Tyne is a partnership between equals, and the driving force, the one with the vision, however catastrophically misguided, that shapes the entire story, is Medb. In the Irish mythological tradition more broadly, Medb is understood as a sovereignty goddess, the figure who embodies the land's legitimacy, who bestows kingship on the man she chooses to marry and withdraws it from the man who fails to maintain her. The king does not make the queen. The queen makes the king, by her choice of partner, and unmakes him, by her withdrawal. The land's authority flows through the female figure, not the male one. This is not a minor mythological detail. It is a foundational cosmological claim about the nature of political legitimacy. It says, the right to rule comes from the land, and the land is female, and the relationship between the ruler and the land, the relationship that gives rule its legitimacy, is expressed through the female figure who embodies that land. Whether this cosmological claim had direct political consequences, whether the sovereignty goddess tradition translated into any actual elevation of female political authority, is a question scholars debate. But the tradition's existence tells us, at minimum, that the Celtic imagination could not only tolerate female power. It could place female power at the cosmological center of the entire question of legitimate authority. A civilization whose deepest stories locate the source of political legitimacy in a female figure is a civilization that has made a particular kind of bet about the nature of power. Different from Rome's bet. Rome, whose founding myth is the rape of the Sabine women, the acquisition of female bodies for the propagation of male lineages, women as reproductive resource for a civilization whose authority was entirely male. Celtic Britain and Ireland, whose sovereignty myth is a goddess who chooses, and in choosing, creates legitimacy. Both are stories. Both are expressions of the deepest assumptions of their cultures about what power is and where it comes from. And the difference between them is not subtle. Cartimandua, making the calculation that keeps her people safe. Boudica, taking the rage that Rome gave her and making it into something Rome could not ignore. Medb, at the center of the oldest surviving Celtic epic, the engine of the story, the one whose decision begins everything and whose ambition drives it to its catastrophic conclusion. Three women. Three expressions of the same fundamental fact, that in the Celtic world, female authority was not an exception to the rule. It was part of the rule. Not perfectly. Not without the constraints and contradictions that any pre-modern society imposed on its women. Not without the violence and the vulnerability that the Iceni tragedy makes unmistakable. But present. Recognizable. Legitimate. In the lore and in the mythology and in the living political reality of a world that Rome spent a great deal of effort trying to replace with something else. Something that did not include women at the center. Something that called what it was displacing by a word that has followed the Celts for 2,000 years. Barbarism. There is a grave in Wetwang, East Yorkshire. It was excavated in 1984, the same year Lindauman was pulled from the Cheshire Bog, in a Celtic cemetery that had been in use from roughly the 3rd century BCE. The grave itself dates to around 300 BCE, placing it firmly in the Latine period, the high point of Celtic culture in Britain. Inside the grave, a woman. Middle-aged, probably in her 30s or 40s, buried on a dismantled two-wheeled chariot, a vehicle type we associate in this period almost entirely with the British Celtic warrior aristocracy, the elite fighters who used chariots in battle in the distinctive fashion that Caesar, encountering it for the first time, found so disorienting. Buried with a mirror of bronze with a decorated handle. Buried with joints of pork, the same meat, the same cuts, that appear in high-status warrior burials across the Celtic world. Buried with pig bones, with a decorated iron pin, with objects that mark her as someone of considerable status. A warrior burial. Not the burial of a warrior's wife. Not the burial of a woman who had been placed in a warrior's grave because there was no other convenient burial site. The burial of a woman who was, in the vocabulary of her culture, a warrior. Who had the chariot, had the grave goods, had the social standing that the burial rite expressed. The same standing expressed in the same way for the male warrior burials in the same cemetery. She is not alone. She is not an anomaly. She is one of a pattern. Warrior burials in Celtic contexts where the skeleton is female appear across the geographic range of the Celtic world. In Britain, in Gaul, in Ireland, in the Hallstatt and Latine regions of Central Europe. Not in equal numbers to male warrior burials. The pattern is not gender symmetric, and we should not pretend that it is. But with enough consistency, across enough sites and enough centuries, to constitute evidence of something structural rather than something exceptional. The archaeologist who excavates a Celtic warrior burial works from the objects in the grave. The weapons, the chariot fittings, the horse gear, the shield bosses, the sword in its decorated scabbard. These are the markers of warrior identity, the material vocabulary of a particular social role. When the skeleton in a grave equipped with these markers turns out, on forensic examination, to be female, the archaeologist has a choice. The first choice, the one that was made, for most of the 20th century, with uncomfortable frequency, is to conclude that the identification must be wrong. That the grave goods were placed there for reasons other than marking the buried person's role. Perhaps she was buried with her husband's weapons. Perhaps she was a priestess whose ritual objects resembled warrior equipment. Perhaps the bone analysis was mistaken. Find a way, in other words, to make the evidence consistent with the assumption that warrior burials are male. The second choice, the one that the field has increasingly moved toward as the accumulating evidence makes the first untenable, is to accept what the evidence says. That some Celtic women were warriors. Not in the metaphorical sense, not in the sense of symbolic association with martial identity, but in the practical sense of people who trained for combat, who participated in some form of military activity, who were buried with the equipment of their profession because it was their profession. The Wetwang chariot burial is real. The weapons are real. The skeleton is female. These facts require explanation, and the explanation that the Celtic world included women who held warrior status, that martial identity in Celtic society was not exclusively male, fits the evidence better than any alternative so far proposed. But the archaeological evidence does not stand alone. The written sources, and here we are, as always, relying on the observers rather than the observed, on the Romans and Greeks rather than the Celts themselves, describe Celtic women in combat with a consistency and frequency that goes well beyond incidental mention. Strabo, writing in the early 1st century CE, describes the women of the Celts as large and strong as their husbands. He notes their courage. Ammianus Marcellinus, writing in the 4th century CE, gives one of the most vivid descriptions. A Gaul fighting in a group is formidable enough, he writes, but if you add his wife, stronger than he is, with eyes like lightning, and she begins striking blows with her clenched fists, raining them down like missiles from a catapult, mixed with kicks whose force is that of a twisted sinew, then you are dealing with something that no army of equal numbers can easily withstand. There is something in Ammianus's description, the slightly panicked quality of it, the sense of a soldier trying to convey something that exceeded his prior experience of what fighting was, that has the ring of genuine encounter. Not literary invention. Not ethnographic formula. Something closer to the testimony of someone who was actually there and is trying to honestly describe what he saw. Tacitus, in his account of Boudicca's revolt, describes the British forces arrayed for battle. Warriors, yes, but also women, moving among the battle lines, urging the men on, present in the military encounter in a way that was clearly not merely symbolic. And Boudicca herself, on her chariot, red hair streaming, spear in hand, is a military commander, not a figurehead. She is directing the battle, making the tactical decisions. That is not a woman adjacent to a military campaign. That is a military commander who happens to be a woman. Dio Cassius, describing the same events, gives Boudicca a speech of such force and political clarity that whatever its relation to anything she actually said, and we cannot know that, it reflects a Roman understanding that this was a person whose authority over her army was genuine, whose warriors followed her because she was their leader, not because she was performing leadership in the absence of a male figure who would have been preferred. The Amazon question. Because we cannot discuss ancient accounts of Celtic warrior women without addressing the Amazons, the legendary warrior women of Greek mythology and literature, whose homeland was placed variously in Scythia, in Anatolia, in the regions north and east of the Greek world, whose existence was treated by the Greeks as simultaneously fabulous and somehow credible. The Amazons have been discussed by scholars for centuries as either pure mythology or as reflecting some genuine cultural reality. Some actual people or peoples whose gender relations so astonished Greek observers that they encoded the encounter in mythological form. And increasingly, the archaeological evidence has provided a candidate for what those observers might actually have been seeing. The Eurasian steppe cultures, the Scythians, the Sarmatians, the cultures that occupied the vast grasslands north of the Black Sea and east of the Carpathians, produced female burials with weapons that are, in some regions and periods, strikingly frequent. Up to a third of warrior burials in some Sarmatian contexts have female skeletons. These are the cultures that the Greeks encountered most directly in their northeastern expansions and trading contacts, and these are most likely the primary source of the Amazon tradition. But the Celtic world, which overlapped geographically with the steppe cultures in the east and shared certain cultural features with them, the chariot, the horse culture, the warrior aristocracy, also contributed to the Greek and Roman experience of warrior women at the fringes of the known world. Celtic mercenaries served in Greek and Hellenistic armies. Celtic raids reached into Greece and Anatolia. And wherever Celtic warriors went, the Greek and Roman observers who recorded their encounters noted, with varying degrees of alarm, the presence of women who did not behave the way the Mediterranean world's women were expected to behave. The Amazon tradition was not a Celtic tradition, but the Greek encounter with Celtic warrior culture contributed something to the persistence of the Amazon image. The sense, reinforced by repeated actual encounter with Celtic women who fought and commanded and bore themselves with martial authority, that beyond the edges of the civilized world there were women who were something other than what women were supposed to be. Which tells us, again, more about the edges of the Mediterranean world's imagination than it tells us about the Celts. What does all of this, the grave goods, the classical descriptions, the Amazon parallel, tell us about Celtic social structure? It tells us that martial identity in Celtic society was not built on the exclusion of women. Not formally, not structurally, not as a matter of explicit cultural principle. In Roman society, military service was male by definition. The legions were male. The hierarchy of virtue that Roman culture associated with military service, courage, discipline, the willingness to die for the Republic, was a specifically male virtue. Women who displayed courage were praised in other terms that did not overlap with martial language. The categories were kept separate. The boundary between male martial identity and female identity was maintained, carefully and deliberately, as part of the broader structure of Roman gender organization. In Celtic society, that boundary was more permeable, not non-existent. The male warrior aristocracy was numerically dominant, and the highest expressions of warrior identity in the Celtic world were mostly male. But the permeability was real and structural. A woman who was capable of warrior activity was not violating a fundamental cultural rule. She was expressing a capacity that Celtic culture recognized as belonging to persons, not exclusively to male persons, who had the right combination of status, training, and physical ability. This does not mean Celtic society was egalitarian in the modern sense. It was not. It was stratified, hierarchical, gendered in ways that we would find limiting and sometimes unjust. But within that stratified, hierarchical, gendered society, the definition of who could bear arms and hold warrior status was wider than the Mediterranean world's definition. The circle included some women. Not all women, but some. And the women who fell outside the circle were supported, in their claims to property and legal standing and the right to leave a bad marriage, by a legal system that treated them as persons rather than as wards. These two facts together, warrior women possible, all women legally recognized, tell us something important about how Celtic culture organized the relationship between gender and capacity. They tell us that Celtic society had decided, at some foundational level, that what mattered about a person's standing was not only their sex but their capacity, their status, their role, their choices. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But with enough consistency to produce female warrior burials across centuries of Celtic history. To produce Cartimandua and Boudica. To produce Medb at the center of the oldest surviving Celtic epic. To produce a legal code that recognized women's property rights 2,000 years before English law caught up. In the Wetwang grave, the woman and her chariot have been in the ground for 2,300 years. The chariot is dismantled, the wheels removed and placed beside the body, as was the custom for chariot burials. The bronze mirror is beside her. The pork joints are there, the food for whatever comes next. The burial rite is the same rite given to male warriors of equivalent status in the same cemetery. No one who buried her thought this required explanation. No one left a note saying, "This is unusual. This is an exception. This is a woman we are treating as a warrior," which normally we would not do. They just buried her. The way you bury someone who was a warrior. Because she was. Let that be simple for a moment. She was a warrior. They buried her as one. Rest in the straightforwardness of that. In a world that did not need to be told that women could hold swords. There is a particular kind of discomfort that does not simply express itself as discomfort. It expresses itself as moral certainty. When something challenges a structure you have built your world on, a structure so fundamental that you have stopped experiencing it as a structure and started experiencing it as simply the way things are, the response is rarely to examine the structure. The response is to find a way to dismiss the thing that challenged it. To place the challenge outside the category of things that need to be taken seriously. To call it wrong, or primitive, or disordered, anything that returns you to the safety of the assumption that had been momentarily disturbed. This is what Rome did with Celtic gender relations. And the mechanism by which it did so is worth examining carefully, because it is a mechanism that appears again and again in history wherever a dominant culture encounters a different way of organizing human life and needs to find reasons not to learn from it. The first move was the move we have already described, framing difference as deficiency. Not, Celtic society organizes gender differently than Roman society. But, Celtic society organizes gender incorrectly. The implicit standard against which Celtic practice is judged is always Roman practice, which is always assumed to represent the natural and correct state of affairs. This circularity is invisible from inside the framework. From inside the Roman worldview, female subordination was not a cultural choice among possible alternatives. It was the expression of natural law, the correct ordering of human society according to the rational capacities of the sexes. A woman who owned property was not a person exercising a legitimate right. She was a social anomaly, evidence of a failure to properly order things. A woman who bore arms was not a warrior. She was evidence that the men of her society were not doing their job. Because if men were properly fulfilling their masculine role, properly maintaining the martial order that civilization required, there would be no need for women to fight. The fact that Celtic women sometimes fought was not evidence of female capacity. It was evidence of male failure. This is the logic. Follow it for a moment, because it is important. If women fight, the men must be weak. If women rule, the society must be disordered. If women own property and initiate divorce and give legal testimony, the proper hierarchy has been overturned and someone has made a catastrophic error somewhere in the organization of the community. The conclusion is always the same, regardless of which specific feature of Celtic gender relations is under consideration. Something has gone wrong. The Celts have failed to properly order themselves. And Rome, by contrast, has succeeded, has achieved the natural, rational, civilized arrangement of human affairs that the Celts' barbarism has prevented them from reaching. The most explicit version of this argument comes from Tacitus, in his account of the Boudiccan revolt. Tacitus puts a speech in Boudicca's mouth, a long, fierce, politically sophisticated speech about liberty and Roman tyranny that is almost certainly more Tacitus than Boudicca, but which expresses what Tacitus understood to be at stake in the revolt. And then, in the same passage, he has the Roman general Paulinus give a counterpart speech to his troops, a speech that contains this instruction. Pay no attention to the din and empty threats of the barbarians. In their ranks there are more women than fighting men. More women than fighting men. It is a phrase designed to diminish, to make the opposing force seem ridiculous rather than dangerous. You do not need to take seriously an army that contains women. Women in an army are not soldiers. They are evidence of desperation, of the exhaustion of proper martial resources, of a society scraping the bottom of the barrel because it has nothing left to send against Rome. Except, the army Paulinus was about to face had, by Roman estimates, somewhere between 100,000 and 250,000 warriors. It had already destroyed 3 Roman cities. It had annihilated the 9th Legion, one of the permanent fixtures of the British garrison, in an ambush that left thousands of Roman soldiers dead. It had, in the weeks before Paulinus managed to bring it to battle, come closer to expelling Rome from Britain than any force had done since the initial conquest. This was not an army to be dismissed. And Paulinus, who was a competent general and knew exactly what he was facing, was not actually dismissing it. He was performing dismissal for his troops. He was using the presence of women in the opposing force as a psychological tool, transforming a formidable enemy into an object of contempt in the minds of soldiers who needed to believe they were facing something manageable. The logic worked because his soldiers shared the framework. Roman soldiers, raised in a culture that understood female participation in martial activity as fundamentally wrong, could take comfort from the presence of women in Boudicca's army in a way that had nothing to do with actual military assessment. The presence of women was evidence of disorder, and disordered armies, in the Roman worldview, were defeated armies. They very nearly were not. The Roman writer's treatment of Celtic warrior women as evidence of barbarism is, when you look at it carefully, a kind of confession. It confesses the anxiety at the heart of the Roman gender system. A society that is genuinely confident in its organization of gender does not respond to a different organization with the intensity of reaction that Rome consistently showed towards Celtic gender relations. Confidence produces curiosity, or indifference. What Rome showed was neither of those things. What Rome showed was a sharp, consistent, rhetorically escalating response that had the quality of threat response rather than mere cultural observation. Why does a Roman writer need the Celtic woman to be evidence of barbarism? Because if she is not, if the Celtic woman who owns property and gives testimony and sometimes bears arms is simply a person living in a society organized differently from Rome, then the Roman system of female subordination requires a different kind of justification. Not the justification of nature and reason, which was how Rome officially grounded it, but the justification of preference, of cultural choice, of the particular arrangement that Rome had decided worked for Rome, presented honestly as exactly that rather than the expression of natural law. And that honest presentation would have been destabilizing in a way that the confident assertion of female incapacity was not. Because once you admit that your arrangement of gender is a cultural choice rather than a natural necessity, the people who suffer most from that arrangement have grounds to ask. Chosen by whom, for whose benefit, and why can it not be chosen differently? That is not a question the Roman system was prepared to entertain. So instead of entertaining it, Rome pointed at the Celts and said, barbarism. The pointing required that the Celtic arrangement be wrong. Not different. Wrong. Because if it was merely different, it could be a question. And the question could not be asked. There is a further layer to this, specific to the Roman encounter with Boudicca. Boudicca did not simply challenge Rome militarily. She challenged the Roman logic of gender and power at the exact moment when that logic was being used to justify what Rome had done to her. Remember the sequence of events. Rome had annexed the Iceni kingdom on the basis that its queen was a woman, and women, in Roman law, could not hold authority. The will of Prasutagus, which bequeathed the kingdom jointly to his daughters and to the emperor, was not honored because daughters, in Roman law, were not heirs in the way that sons were. And then, when Boudicca protested, when she stood before the Roman officials who were stripping her kingdom and spoke the words of a queen asserting her rights, she was flogged. The flogging was not random cruelty. It was a statement. A deliberate, physical, public statement about what Roman power thought of Celtic female authority. You are not a queen. You are a woman. And women in the Roman framework do not have the standing you are claiming. This is what we think of your claim. And Boudicca's response, the army, the 3 burning cities, the nearly expelled Romans, was, among other things, a refusal of that statement. A demonstration, in the only language left available to her, that the Celtic framework was not going to accept the Roman one's verdict on what she was. This is why the Roman sources on Boudicca are so charged with something beyond ordinary military concern. Because she was not just a military threat. She was a living refutation of the Roman logic that had justified the assault on her. A woman who responded to the denial of her authority by demonstrating her authority in the most unambiguous possible way at the head of 250,000 warriors, burning the heart of Roman Britain to ash. You cannot flog that argument out of existence. Which is, perhaps, why Rome's eventual victory over Boudicca was followed by the deliberate policy of making her famous on Roman terms. The defiant barbarian queen, tragic and magnificent and defeated, whose story could be told in a way that confirmed Roman power rather than challenging it. History is not only what happened. It is also the story that the victors constructed around what happened, designed to carry the message that the victors needed the future to receive. What does all of this, the legal status, the queens, the warrior burials, the Roman anxiety, tell us about the Celtic world's relationship with gender? It tells us that Celtic society had arrived, by whatever route, by the particular logic of its legal tradition, by the particular cosmology that placed female authority at the center of the question of legitimate power, by the particular social structures that grew from those roots, at an arrangement of gender that was more capacious than Rome's, more willing to distribute legal standing and martial identity and political authority across both sexes. Not perfectly, not without the constraints and contradictions that any human society carries, but meaningfully, structurally, demonstrably more willing. And it tells us that Rome's inability to see this as anything but barbarism was not an analytical judgment. It was a defense mechanism. The defense mechanism of a civilization that had built its entire structure of gender on a claim of natural necessity, and that could not afford, politically or philosophically, to encounter a civilization that organized things differently and functioned perfectly well. So it called that civilization barbaric. And then it conquered it. And then it wrote the history. 2,000 years later, we are still reading that history. Still, often, seeing the Celts through the lens that Rome ground for us. Still, sometimes, calling the warrior woman exceptional and the queen the dramatic exception and the legal rights a surprising discovery rather than what they actually were. The ordinary features of a world organized on different principles than the one that conquered it. The lens is old. But it is not permanent. And removing it, even partially, even imperfectly, is the work we have been doing tonight. Sleep now. Let the Wetwang woman rest in her chariot. Let Cartimandua make her calculation in the north. Let Boudica stand before the officials who are about to make the worst mistake of their careers. Let Medb decide to go get that bull. They are all still there, in the darkness of the past, exactly as alive as the stories that carry them. Which means Julius Caesar. Even the name has a quality to it that no other name in the history of the ancient world quite matches. It became, eventually, not just a name but a title. The word for emperor in German, Kaiser. The word for emperor in Russian, Tsar. The word for a surgical procedure named for his supposed birth method. A month of the year. A salad. The taxonomic name for a genus. A phrase, crossing the Rubicon, that has entered every language that was touched by the civilization his victories helped to build. The afterlife of Julius Caesar in human culture is extraordinary. And it is, in a very specific way, part of the problem. Because the Julius Caesar of cultural memory, the brilliant general, the elegant prose stylist, the complex political figure who was assassinated in the Senate in 44 BCE and became the pivot on which the Roman Republic turned into the Roman Empire, that Caesar is a figure almost impossible to see clearly. He is surrounded by centuries of accumulated narrative, most of it constructed by people who found him useful in one way or another. The hero, the tyrant, the genius, the victim, each framing serving a purpose that was not primarily about the truth of the man. Tonight, we are not interested in any of those framings. We are interested in one specific thing: what Caesar was doing in Gaul, and why, and what that means for how we understand the 8 years that followed his arrival. In 59 BCE, Julius Caesar was consul of Rome, the highest elected office in the Republic, held for 1 year, shared with a colleague. He had achieved this partly through genuine political skill and partly through the remarkable political alliance he had formed with Pompey and Crassus, the three most powerful men in Rome, pooling their resources in what later historians call the First Triumvirate, to dominate the political life of the Republic in a way that the existing constitutional structures were not designed to accommodate. He was also, in 59 BCE, deeply in debt. The scale of Caesar's personal debts at this point in his career was, by Roman standards, extraordinary, somewhere in the range of 25 million sesterces, which was a sum that defies easy modern translation but which was, by any measure, the kind of debt that required either a permanent revolution in his financial situation or the kind of political collapse that would end his career and probably his freedom. He needed money. And he needed military glory. Both of these things, money and glory, were available in abundance from military conquest. A successful campaign produced slaves, millions of them, in the Gallic Wars, who were sold into the Roman slave market at prices that generated enormous personal wealth for the general who had captured them. It produced plunder, the accumulated wealth of the conquered territory, the gold and silver and valuables that flowed to the general's personal account as the fruits of victory. And it produced a triumph, the ceremonial parade through Rome that was the ultimate expression of military achievement, the event that transformed a successful general into a political force that could not be ignored. Caesar received command of the provinces of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum in 59 BCE, through the political maneuvering of the Triumvirate. Transalpine Gaul, the province in the south, Gallia Narbonensis, was added shortly afterward, following the inconvenient death of its designated governor. He now commanded Roman forces in a territory that bordered Free Gaul. And in 58 BCE, he found his pretext. The Helvetii. The Helvetii were a Celtic people living in what is now Switzerland. In 58 BCE, under pressure from Germanic tribes moving into their territory from the east, they made the decision to migrate en masse, the entire tribe, somewhere in the region of 200,000 to 400,000 people, moving westward through the territory of Gallic tribes to find new land in western Gaul. This migration presented Caesar with his opportunity. The Helvetii requested permission to march through the Roman province on their route westward. Caesar refused, a decision that was within his authority but that required no military action, since the Helvetii had asked for permission, not forced their way through. He then followed the Helvetii out of the province, into free Gallic territory where he had no particular legal mandate, claiming that the migration represented a threat to Rome's Gallic allies. It was not a convincing justification, and Caesar knew it. But he did not need it to be convincing in Gaul. He needed it to be convincing enough in Rome, where the news of his campaigns would be received by a public that did not have independent access to what was actually happening. He defeated the Helvetii in battle, forced them to return to their homeland, turned his army around, and then kept going. The Belgic tribes to the north were a threat, he declared. The Germanic leader Ariovistus, whose forces had crossed the Rhine into Gallic territory at the invitation of certain tribes, represented a danger to Roman allies that required a military response. And so on, through 8 years and 7 books of De Bello Gallico, each new campaign finding its justification, each justification thinner than the last and each less necessary to construct carefully because the previous victories had established Caesar's authority and the Roman public's appetite for the stories he was sending back. He never stopped. That is the point. A genuinely defensive campaign stops when the threat has been neutralized. Caesar's campaign did not stop because its purpose was not defense. Its purpose was conquest. Total, permanent conquest of the entirety of Free Gaul, every tribe, every territory, every resource. And that conquest was not in any meaningful sense authorized by the Roman state at the beginning. It was a personal project, carried out under the cover of legitimate military command, which became authorized retroactively through the simple fact of success. Caesar won. And Rome, which could have prosecuted him for his unauthorized expansion at any point before the victories came in, found, when the victories came in, that prosecution was a great deal less attractive than triumph. The word I used earlier, genocide, deserves a moment's examination, because it is not a word to deploy carelessly. It is a word with a specific meaning, the deliberate and systematic destruction of a racial, ethnic, national, or religious group, in whole or in part. Caesar, in his own account, the account he wrote for a Roman audience to maximize the impression of his achievements, claims to have killed 1 million Gauls and enslaved another million in the course of the 8-year campaign. The total population of Gaul at this period is estimated at somewhere between 6 and 15 million. If Caesar's numbers are even approximately correct, and modern scholars mostly think they are of the right order of magnitude even if the specific figures are exaggerated, the Gallic Wars killed or enslaved somewhere between 15 and 30% of the entire Gaulish population. This was not the incidental casualty rate of conventional warfare. This was the systematic destruction of a people not with the explicit ideological framework of the 20th century genocides, but with the practical effect of 1 in 5, 1 in 6, 1 in 7 Gaulish people dead or enslaved, in 8 years, as a result of one Roman general's political ambitions. The word is not an anachronism. It is a description. And it matters how we describe it, because the description shapes how we understand what happened and who was responsible and what the event was, in its nature, rather than simply in its military mechanics. If we call it the Gallic Wars the neutral, military historical framing that Caesar himself established, we are accepting Caesar's framing. We are describing it as a war, which implies something fought between comparable parties for reasons that both parties understood as legitimate. The Arverni chieftain watching his tribe being destroyed did not understand what was happening to them as a war in any sense that the word implies equivalence or mutual legitimacy. He understood it as an extermination, as the systematic removal of his people from the earth. He was not wrong. Why does this matter for the story we are telling tonight? It matters because the Gallic side of this story, the side we have been building for hours, The side that the title of this video promises to tell cannot be told honestly without being honest about what the Gallic side was facing. It was not facing a defensive Roman action. Not facing the response of a civilization protecting itself from an external threat. Not facing anything that the language of legitimate warfare can accommodate without distortion. It was facing one man's career ambitions, expressed through the bodies of 1 million dead and 1 million enslaved. Vercingetorix, who we are about to meet, was not a rebel against Roman authority. He was the leader of a people defending themselves against an aggression that had no legitimate basis in anything except the power to carry it out. His resistance was not barbarism. It was the most human thing in the story. Caesar is coming. Not Rome. Not civilization. Not the inevitable march of historical progress. One man. With 7 legions. With debts to pay and a triumph to earn and the cold, clear intelligence to understand exactly what he needed to do and the complete willingness to do it regardless of what it cost the people in his path. And in the hills and the forests and the great hillforts of Gaul, in Bibract and Gergovia and Alesia and 100 places we will never know, people are about to make choices about how to respond to what is coming. Most of those choices will not save them. One of them, for one extraordinary season, will come terrifyingly close. Sleep carries you toward it. The first thing you need to understand about Caesar in Gaul is that the campaign was won, in large measure, before any major battle was fought. Not through military preparation, though Caesar's military preparation was thorough and professional and brought the full weight of the Roman logistical system to bear on the problem of supplying 7 legions in a foreign territory. Through information. Through the relationships, the intelligence networks, the systematic exploitation of the knowledge that Rome had accumulated about Gaulish tribal politics over the 63 years since the province had been established. Caesar arrived in Gaul knowing which tribes hated which other tribes, which chieftains were ambitious and frustrated and looking for the backing of a more powerful patron, which territorial disputes were running hot and which old grievances could be activated with the right political pressure. He arrived, in other words, with the most important weapon in his arsenal already loaded. The map of Gaulish divisions. The Aedui were the key to everything. We have met them several times in this story. The powerful Burgundian tribe, Roman clients since before Caesar's time, whose hillfort at Bibract dominated the center of Gaul and whose trading networks connected them to every significant tribe in the region. Their client status with Rome had given them decades of Roman protection and trading advantage. And it had, by the time Caesar arrived, produced something even more useful than political support. It had produced habit. The Aedui were accustomed to dealing with Rome. Accustomed to providing information to Roman officials about conditions in Gaul, the movements of tribes, the state of inter-tribal relationships, the current alignments and rivalries that shaped political life in the region. This was not espionage in any dramatic sense. It was the ordinary exchange of information between an ally and its patron, the kind of reporting that maintained the relationship and kept both sides current on developments that affected their shared interests. For Caesar, this information was invaluable. He knew, before he had fought a single battle, which tribes were likely to resist and which might be neutralized through diplomacy. He knew the internal politics of the Arverni, the ambitions of their leaders, the particular vulnerabilities that the tribe's position and history had created. He knew the Sequanese resentment of Ariovistus, the Germanic chieftain whose forces had settled in their territory at their invitation and had then refused to leave. He knew the Belgic tribes' pride and their geographic distance from the trading networks that made other Gaulish tribes dependent on Roman commercial access. He knew all of this because the Aedui had been reporting it, in one form or another, to Rome for decades. And he used it. The Helvetii campaign, Caesar's first major engagement of the Gallic Wars, deserves a closer examination than it usually receives, because it established the template for everything that followed. The Helvetii, as we described in the previous part, were a Celtic people from what is now Switzerland, displaced from their homeland by Germanic pressure and seeking new territory to the west. They were not a small or weak people. By Caesar's own estimate, their migrating column included nearly 400,000 people, of whom approximately 90,000 were fighting men. A substantial force. And they were, crucially, doing nothing to Rome. They had requested passage through the province. Caesar had refused, and they had found an alternative route through Sequani territory, bypassing the province entirely. They were migrating through free Gaulish territory, with the permission of the Aedui, or at least with the Aedui's acquiescence, and their destination was territory in western Gaul, far from any area of Roman interest or influence. Caesar followed them anyway. His stated justification was that the Helvetii migration threatened his Roman allies in Gaul, primarily the Aedui, who Caesar claimed were being harassed and plundered by the Helvetii column. The Aedui were indeed requesting Roman help, in letters that Caesar reproduces in De Bello Gallico. But the Aedui's relationship with the Helvetii was complicated. The two peoples had a history of interactions both hostile and cooperative, and the picture Caesar paints of helpless Roman allies being victimized by barbarian aggressors does not fully survive examination of the surrounding evidence. What Caesar actually needed was an engagement. A battle, won decisively, that demonstrated Roman military power to the watching tribes of Gaul in terms they could not ignore. A demonstration that would make his subsequent diplomatic demands more credible, that would allow him to require cooperation from Gaulish chieftains on the grounds that the alternative was what had just happened to the Helvetii. He found that battle at Bibracte, on the slopes below the Great Edu and Hillfort, in a protracted engagement that was, by Caesar's own admission, far harder than he had expected. The Helvetii fought with extraordinary determination, reforming their lines multiple times after being broken, fighting, in the end, through the night and into the next morning before the survivors finally surrendered and were directed to return to their homeland. Caesar had his victory. It was not the easy demonstration of overwhelming superiority he had wanted, but it was a victory, and in the world of Roman political optics, a victory was a victory. He wrote it up accordingly. The pattern that the Helvetii campaign established was simple and devastating in its elegance. Step 1. Identify or manufacture a threat to Roman allies in Gaul. Step 2. Respond to that threat with Roman military force, defeating the tribe responsible. Step 3. Use the demonstration of Roman power to extract diplomatic concessions from other tribes, their allegiance, their cooperation, their intelligence, their logistical support. Step 4. Find the next threat, whether it existed independently or required some encouragement to develop. Step 5. Repeat. The genius of this pattern was that it never quite looked like what it was. At each step, Caesar could credibly claim that he was responding to a threat rather than creating one. That he was protecting Roman allies rather than expanding Roman control. That the current campaign was defensive, regrettable, forced upon him by the behavior of people who had left him no choice. De Bello Gallico is a masterpiece of this framing. Read it without the analytical tools we have been developing in this video, and it reads as a straightforward account of a Roman general responding, patiently and reasonably, to a series of threats that kept arising in the territory he was responsible for protecting. Read it with those tools. Read it as the self-justifying narrative of a man who needed every action to look defensive, every victory to look earned, every atrocity to look regrettable, and a very different picture emerges. The Aedui alliance reached its full expression in the campaigns against the Belgic tribes in 57 BCE. Caesar turned his attention northward, to the tribes of what is now Belgium and northern France, the Belgae, whom Caesar himself had identified as the most formidable of the Gauls. The Bellovaci, the Nervii, the Atrebates, the Viromandui, a coalition of northern tribes that Caesar claimed was forming against him, though the evidence that this coalition was an offensive rather than a defensive arrangement is, to put it gently, primarily Caesar's. The Aedui were invaluable in this campaign. Their cavalry provided intelligence about Belgic movements. Their political influence helped peel away potential allies from the northern coalition. Their territory provided the logistical base from which Caesar's supply lines ran. Without the Aedui, the Belgic campaign would have been significantly more difficult and possibly impossible to sustain. The Nervii, the most determined of the Belgic tribes, a people who had maintained their independence partly by refusing to trade with Rome and therefore remained, in Caesar's phrase, uncorrupted by Roman commercial contact, fought at the Samba River with a ferocity that came close to destroying Caesar's force. They attacked while the legions were making camp, before the defensive formation could be established, catching Caesar at his most vulnerable. For a period that Caesar describes with unusual honesty as genuinely desperate, the outcome was uncertain. The legions held. Barely. The Nervii were destroyed, reduced, by Caesar's account, from a fighting force of 60,000 warriors to a remnant of 500. The number may be exaggerated. The scale of the destruction is not. A people that had maintained their independence by refusing Roman commercial contact was, in a single season, effectively destroyed as a political entity. Their sin, as far as Roman history records it, was organizing to resist an army that had arrived uninvited in their territory. And the Aedui? After the Belgic campaign, Caesar returned to winter quarters and spent the following years developing the Aedui relationship further. The Aedui magistrate Diviciacus, Caesar's closest Gaulish ally, a Druid who had traveled to Rome to appeal to the Senate for assistance against Ariovistus, and who appears in De Bello Gallico as a sympathetic figure of genuine political sophistication, continued to navigate the increasingly uncomfortable position of his tribe. The Aedui were Rome's most important allies in Gaul. They received Roman protection, Roman trading advantages, Roman political backing in their disputes with neighboring tribes. And they provided, in return, everything Caesar needed: intelligence, logistics, cavalry, and the political legitimacy that came from having a powerful and respected Gaulish tribe on Rome's side. But the relationship was transforming. In the early years, it had felt like alliance, two parties with converging interests, cooperating for mutual benefit, each retaining their own political identity and their own governing structures. By the middle years of the Gallic Wars, it had begun to feel like something else. Like dependency. Like the particular position of a people who had allowed a more powerful patron to become so central to their political and economic life that genuine independence had quietly ceased to be an option. They were still called Rome's allies. They were still given the formal honors that the alliance required. But the content of the relationship had changed. The Aedui could no longer say no to Caesar in any meaningful way. Could not refuse to provide what he asked for. Could not remain neutral when Caesar defined the political situation in Gaul in ways that made neutrality impossible. They were, in the language that would eventually describe their formal status, clients. And clients, as we have noted, always end up as provinces. They knew this. Or the most perceptive of them did. Diviciacus's brother Dumnorix, a political rival who had opposed the Roman alliance from the beginning, who had been spared Caesar's punishment partly through his brother's intercession, knew it with the particular clarity of someone who had never wanted the alliance in the first place. He maneuvered, and schemed, and tried to create the space for Aeduan independence that the alliance had made almost impossible to find. Caesar had him killed in 54 BCE, when Dumnorix refused to accompany the expedition to Britain and attempted to escape. He was cut down by the Roman cavalry sent after him, shouting, according to Caesar, that he was a free man of a free people. A free man of a free people. The ally. The client. The province in waiting. He was not wrong about what he was. He was wrong, in the end, only about what that meant he could do. Year by year, the net tightened. Not through any single overwhelming act of conquest. Through the accumulated weight of the pattern, alliance, demonstration, dependency, absorption. Through the systematic exploitation of Gaulish divisions that prevented the formation of the sustained coalition that alone could have offered effective resistance. Through Caesar's genius for understanding that the battle most worth winning is the one you win before anyone draws a sword. The Gauls were not stupid. They saw what was happening. Individual leaders, individual tribes, saw the pattern with increasing clarity and tried to find ways to break it. One of them succeeded, for one extraordinary season, in breaking enough of it to come within a battle of changing everything. His name was Vercingetorix. And his time is almost here. He was young. This is the first thing to understand about Vercingetorix. He was young, probably in his mid to late 20s when he rose to lead the Gallic resistance in 52 BCE. Young enough that his own father, a chieftain of the Arverni who had apparently harbored similar ambitions of Gaulish leadership, had been executed by the tribe for attempting something comparable a generation earlier. Young and aristocratic, and from the most proud of the central Gaulish tribes, and possessed of something that no Celtic leader before him had quite managed to bring to the problem of Rome: a clear, cold, strategic intelligence that could see the pattern of the last 6 years of Caesar's campaigns for exactly what it was, and derive from that seeing the only strategy that had any realistic chance of working. He had watched the pattern, tribe by tribe. The alliance that became dependency. The dependency that became subjugation. The Helvetii, the Belgae, the Arverni's own eastern neighbors. He had watched Caesar exploit Gaulish divisions with the systematic precision of someone working from a map he had made himself. And he had arrived at a conclusion that was, within the framework of Celtic political culture, almost revolutionary. The divisions had to end. Not temporarily. Not for the duration of a single campaign. Permanently. Completely. Every tribe in Gaul, the rivalries, the old grievances, the territorial disputes, the wounded pride of chieftains who had spent their careers in competition with the chieftains of neighboring tribes. All of it had to be subordinated to a single unified command, operating a single coherent strategy, for as long as it took. He knew how difficult this was. He was a Gaul. He had grown up in a world where the personal loyalty to one's own chieftain and the honor of one's own tribe were the foundations of everything. He was asking people to put those foundations aside, to trust a single leader, a young man from the Arverni, which had its own history of rivalry with other tribes, more than they trusted their own. He asked anyway. And, in one of the most remarkable political achievements in the entire story we have been telling, enough of them said yes. The political achievement deserves to be understood before the military one. Because what Vercingetorix accomplished in the winter of 52 BCE, building a coalition that included the Arverni, the Carnutes, the Senones, the Parisii, the Pictons, the Cadurci, the Turoni, the Orlursi, the Lemovices, and eventually even portions of the Aedui, Rome's own most trusted Gaulish allies, was something that had no precedent in Celtic history. He did it partly through force. He was not a gentle politician. Tribes that wavered were pressured. Chieftains who seemed likely to defect were threatened. The coalition was maintained partly through genuine shared commitment to the cause and partly through the kind of coercive solidarity that every effective military alliance requires. The understanding that individual defection would cost more than individual loyalty. But he also did it through argument. Through the articulation of something that the other leaders could recognize as true even when it was uncomfortable. That the pattern of the last 6 years was not going to produce a different outcome through more of the same. That tribe by tribe, they had been falling. That tribe by tribe was how they would continue to fall, until there were no more tribes. He gave them a framework in which the defeat of their individual tribal interests was not a humiliation but a strategy. In which subordinating your pride to a collective command was not weakness but intelligence. In which the old Celtic values of personal honor and tribal loyalty could be expressed through a new form, the loyalty to Gaul, which was larger than any single tribe, which was what all the tribes were part of whether they fully recognized it or not. This was genuinely new. It was not the Celtic political tradition. It was a strategic innovation produced under existential pressure, the kind of creative adaptation that appears in cultures when the old frameworks have demonstrably failed and someone intelligent and courageous enough to say so clearly emerges to propose something different. His military strategy was equally innovative, and equally uncomfortable, for the warriors who had to implement it. The scorched earth policy. Vercingetorix understood the Roman army's fundamental operational requirement with a clarity that no previous Gaulish leader had quite achieved. The legions needed food. 7 legions plus their auxiliary forces represented something in the range of 40 to 50,000 men, plus horses, plus pack animals. A logistical demand that was enormous and that had to be met from the territory Caesar was operating in, because supplying an army of this size from Rome itself across the distance of Gaul was logistically impossible. Caesar's army ate Gaul. It consumed the grain stores of the hillforts it passed through, the cattle of the farms in its march corridor, the hay and fodder that the cavalry horses required. Without continuous resupply from the surrounding territory, the legions could not operate. Deny that resupply, and the legions became a very large, very expensive, very hungry problem. Vercingetorix proposed to deny it. By burning everything. By stripping the land of everything edible in advance of the Roman line of march. By destroying the grain stores in the hillforts that Caesar would otherwise use as supply bases. By driving the cattle away from the march corridor. By creating a corridor of emptiness through which the Roman army would have to move, hungry, logistically strained, dependent on extended supply lines from distant depots, unable to live off the land that was its normal operational sustenance. He put this to the Gaulish chiefs. He told them, "We must burn our own towns. Not an enemy's towns. Our own. The places where our people live. The hillforts our grandfathers built. The grain that our farmers grew. The cattle that our herders raised. We must destroy them before Caesar can use them, and then we must deny him battle, never meeting him in the open field where his legions are strongest, and force him to maintain his army in a landscape that cannot feed it." He was asking them to give up everything the Celtic warrior tradition had built to protect in exchange for the only strategy that had a chance of working. Most of them agreed. There was one exception. One beautiful, catastrophic exception that shows us both the soundness of Vercingetorix's strategy and the human cost of implementing it. The town of Avaricum. Modern Bourges, in the center of France. The capital of the Barbarians tribe, described by Caesar as one of the most beautiful cities in all of Gaul. When Vercingetorix's strategy was being implemented across the Gaulish coalition, when town after town was being abandoned and fired ahead of the Roman advance, the Barbarians appealed. Please, not Avaricum. It is too beautiful. It is too important. It is naturally defended on three sides by rivers and marsh, leaving only a narrow approach that can be fortified. We can hold it. We can defend it. Please let us try. Vercingetorix, by Caesar's account, warned them. He predicted with remarkable accuracy what would happen. Caesar would find a way. Caesar always found a way, and Avaricum would fall, and the city and its people would be lost, and the loss would not compensate for the strategic damage of allowing Rome a supply base in the heart of Gaul. He was overruled by the coalition. Sentiment. The human attachment to beautiful things that the strategic intelligence said must be sacrificed. Caesar besieged Avaricum. In appalling winter conditions, with the Gaulish forces unable to relieve the siege, the Roman engineering corps worked their miracle. Siege ramps, towers, the systematic reduction of the town's defenses. It fell in 27 days. Of the 40,000 people inside the walls, Caesar records that approximately 800 survived, those who managed to escape through the lines during the night of the assault. The rest were killed. Vercingetorix had been right. And now, with the coalition shaken and Caesar resupplied and moving southward, the man who had almost prevented this moment had to find a way to recover. He did. Not immediately. Not easily. But with the particular quality of strategic resilience that characterizes people who are fighting not for glory but for survival. He regrouped his forces at Gergovia, the great Arverni hillfort, his own tribal stronghold, the natural fortress on a flat-topped volcanic plateau in the oven that represented the most defensible position in his territory. And there, in the spring of 52 BCE, he did something that no other Celtic leader had managed in 8 years of Roman campaigning in Gaul. He defeated Caesar. Not turned back a raiding party. Not won a skirmish. Defeated Caesar, in a pitched assault on the Gergovia plateau, with Caesar personally present, with the full Roman force committed to the attack. Caesar, in De Bello Gallico, describes the defeat with the careful economy of language of a man who found the event deeply embarrassing and was determined to minimize its implications while being unable to entirely suppress it. He mentions the loss of 46 centurions, the professional backbone of the Roman military, the officers who held the formation, and several hundred legionaries. The true casualties were almost certainly higher. The assault failed, the legions retreated, and the Gaulish forces, the warriors who had been told by every expression of the previous 6 years that Rome was unstoppable, watched the Romans go back down the hill. The Roman army had retreated. In Gaul. In 52 BCE. After 8 years of unbroken Roman advance. The news spread through the Gaulish coalition with the speed and the particular electric quality of news that is genuinely good when all the news has been bad. The tribes that had been wavering, that had been calculating whether resistance was worth the cost, recalculated. Even the Aedui, Rome's most loyal Gaulish allies, whose cooperation had been central to every Roman campaign in Gaul, switched sides. Killed the Roman citizens in their territory. Declared for the Gaulish coalition. For a moment, a few extraordinary weeks in the summer of 52 BCE, it appeared as if what Vercingetorix had built might actually be sufficient. As if the coalition was large enough and determined enough and strategically coherent enough to do what no Gaulish force had done since 390 BCE. Expel Rome. And then Caesar adapted. This is the thing about Caesar that is hardest to reckon with honestly. He was genuinely, frighteningly good at what he did. The political genius, the military intelligence, the logistical mastery, the ability to absorb a setback and reconstruct the tactical situation with the calm precision of someone who had not been shaken, all of it was real. All of it was in service of something monstrous, and it was real. He withdrew from Gergovia, consolidated his forces, reconnected with his Aeduan defectors' erstwhile neighbors, and found ways to complicate their newly declared allegiance. Began moving his army with the controlled urgency of someone who understood that the window of Gaulish unity was finite, that the personal loyalties and tribal identities that Vercingetorix had temporarily subordinated to collective purpose would reassert themselves, given time, and that his job was to force the decisive engagement before they did. Vercingetorix made the decision that ended everything. He moved his cavalry to harass Caesar's retreating column, the cavalry attack that turned into the cavalry engagement that turned into the encirclement of the Gaulish forces that turned into the retreat to Alesia. He had meant to prevent Caesar from leaving Gaul. He ended up in a hillfort with 80,000 warriors, with a Roman army building a wall around him, and a relief force, the largest Celtic army ever assembled, too late and too many to be enough. Alesia. We are almost there. Alesia. The hill rises from the Burgundian plain like something placed deliberately, a flat-topped mesa, steep on all sides, the kind of formation that geologists call a butte and that Iron Age people recognized immediately as nature's gift to a commander who needed to defend a position. The rivers Ouse and Osrane wrap around its base on three sides, leaving only the western approach open on higher ground. Vercingetorix chose it. After the cavalry engagement that had gone wrong, with Caesar's legions in pursuit and the Gaulish coalition army needing a defensible base from which to operate while the relief force was assembled, Alesia was the best available option. He retreated to it. Brought his force inside, 80,000 warriors, by Caesar's account. A substantial Gaulish population of the surrounding area took refuge there as well. Women, children, the elderly, the non-combatants who fled inside the walls as the Romans approached, as people in every age have fled to whatever defensive position was nearest when an army was coming. He sent messengers to the coalition. Go to the tribes. Gather every fighting man available. Bring them here. We will hold the hill until they arrive, and then the relief force and the force inside the walls will catch Caesar between them, and this will end. He did not know how long it would take. He did not know about the walls. Caesar began building the moment he established his positions around the base of the hill. First the inner circumvallation, the wall that faced Alesia, that sealed the hill and its occupants inside a Roman perimeter from which nothing could pass in or out. A trench, 11 feet wide and 11 feet deep. Another trench, 20 feet wide. A rampart on the inner bank of the second trench, 12 feet high, with a palisade of sharpened stakes on top, with towers at regular intervals, one every 80 Roman feet, from which artillery could cover the approaches and soldiers could watch for sorties from the fortress above. Then, and this is the thing that still produces a quality of astonishment when you read about it, the outer circumvallation. While the inner wall was being built, while the Gauls inside Alesia were watching and counting the days and sending prayers and offerings to whatever divine forces they had access to, Caesar began building a second wall. Facing outward this time. The wall designed to hold off the relief army that was coming from across Gaul. 14 miles of inner wall. 14 miles of outer wall. 28 miles of fortification, nearly 45 kilometers, built simultaneously, by the same army, in the same weeks. With towers. With artillery positions. With forward obstacles, sharpened stakes concealed in pits, iron spikes buried in the ground, a belt of obstructions designed to break the momentum of any force attacking the outer wall before it could reach the rampart itself. It was the single greatest feat of military engineering in the ancient world. Not in its technical complexity, the individual components were things the Roman army had built many times. In its scale, its simultaneity, the organizational capacity required to direct tens of thousands of men working on multiple simultaneous construction projects across 28 miles of terrain, maintaining security, maintaining supply lines, maintaining the fighting capability of the force even as it exhausted itself in construction. Caesar was there for all of it. Moving between positions. Making decisions. The organizational intelligence that had built the most effective political machine in Roman history being applied, with the same precision, to the problem of building an unbreakable trap in the Burgundian countryside. Inside the walls, Vercingetorix watched it rise. The food ran out. Not immediately. Not for weeks. The fortress had stores. Any competent defender would have laid in supplies before retreating to a defensive position. And 80,000 warriors represent an enormous collective physical resource in terms of the foraging and supplementary food acquisition that armies routinely performed. But 80,000 warriors, plus the civilian population that had taken refuge inside, plus the horses and pack animals, plus the impossibility of resupply once the inner wall was complete, the mathematics of consumption were inexorable. The stores declined. Day by day. The daily ration was reduced, then reduced again. The horses were killed and eaten, a loss of military capability in exchange for a few more days of food, each trade-off worse than the last. And then someone made the calculation that was the worst calculation of the entire siege. The one that was militarily rational and humanly devastating in equal measure. There were non-combatants inside the walls. Women, children, the elderly, people who were consuming food and providing no fighting capacity. People who, in the brutal arithmetic of a siege that had to be held until the relief force arrived, were making the eventual relief less likely by accelerating the rate of food consumption. The decision was made to expel them. Drive them out through the gates. Send them through the Roman lines. If Rome absorbed them, gave them food, took them prisoner, treated them as refugees, then the fighting force inside would be able to hold longer. If Rome refused, if Caesar turned them back, then they would be in the space between the walls, in the no-man's land between the Gaulish fortress and the Roman circumvallation, and that was a problem that would be dealt with as it arose. Caesar refused to let them through. He understood immediately what the expulsion meant. He understood that absorbing 80,000 non-combatants into his logistical system would create exactly the pressure the Gauls intended, would strain his supply situation at exactly the moment when he needed to maintain his forces in full readiness for the relief army. He refused to allow them through the outer wall. He refused to engage with them as refugees. He left them in the space between the walls. The people of Alesia's surrounding region, the families of the warriors on the hill above them, in some cases, sat in the zone between the Roman wall and the Gaulish wall. They had left because there was not enough food inside. They could not get through because Rome would not allow it. They could not return because Vercingetorix would not allow that either. Could not, in the brutal logic of siege warfare, reabsorb the mouths he had just expelled. They starved there, in the space between. While their sons and husbands watched from the ramparts above and the Roman soldiers watched from the ramparts across, and the autumn advanced through Burgundy with its particular quality of gold and cold. The relief army came. How many, exactly, is disputed. Caesar's figure of 250,000 is almost certainly an exaggeration, as his numbers almost always are. The coalition forces that assembled from across Gaul were enormous, the largest Celtic army ever gathered, drawn from tribes that had answered Vercingetorix's appeal with everything they had, with the knowledge that what happened at Alesia would determine whether there was a Gaulish world to return to. They attacked the outer wall. From outside, as the force inside Alesia attacked from within, the double assault that Vercingetorix had planned, the hammer and the anvil, the Roman army caught between two forces that together outnumbered it by a ratio that should, by any ordinary military calculus, have been decisive. The wall held. This is the fact that still produces disbelief when you confront it directly. A Celtic relief army, by Caesar's figures, an army vastly larger than his own, attacked Roman fortifications manned by soldiers who had been building and maintaining those fortifications for weeks, who knew every approach and every weak point and had prepared for exactly this kind of assault, and the wall held. Not easily. At points during the assault, particularly at the one location where the outer wall crossed high ground that made its construction imperfect, the Roman position was genuinely desperate. Caesar was personally present at the crisis point, visible to both his own soldiers and the attacking Gauls, directing the reserves to the breach, wearing his distinctive red cloak so that both sides could see where he was and draw their respective conclusions. The Roman soldiers, seeing him, understood that everything was committed, that there was nothing held in reserve, that the outcome of the war was being decided in the next hour at this specific point in the line. They held. The relief army broke. Not from cowardice. The warriors who had come to Alesia had come knowing what was at stake and prepared to pay what it cost. They broke because the wall was unbreakable by the methods available to them. Because the Roman engineering that had created it had anticipated the assault and provided for it, and the providing was sufficient. The coalition dispersed. And in Alesia, on the hill that the winter was making colder every morning, 80,000 men understood what the distant sound of the retreating cavalry meant. The relief was not coming. The next morning, Vercingetorix called the council of his commanders. What followed in that council, we do not know. The specific words, the specific arguments, the specific moment when the outcome became clear, these are not in Caesar's account, because Caesar was not there, and the Gauls who were there did not write it down. What we have is the result. Vercingetorix would surrender. The war was over. The thing that could not be avoided had arrived, and the question now was how to face it. He rode out the following day. Caesar was seated on a platform before his lines, the formal position of the victorious Roman general, the ceremonial posture of someone about to receive the submission of a defeated enemy. And Vercingetorix came to him on horseback, in full armor, circled the platform, dismounted, and there, in front of the Roman army and the Gaulish prisoners and whatever gods were watching, he took off his armor and laid it at Caesar's feet, laid his weapons at Caesar's feet, and sat down. That is the image Caesar describes. That is the image that was recreated in the Roman triumph, the great ceremonial parade through Rome at which the spectacular events of the Gallic Wars were displayed to the Roman public and at which Vercingetorix, 6 years a prisoner by then, was displayed as the war's ultimate trophy before being taken to a prison cell and strangled. He sat down at Caesar's feet. Some historians have read this as humiliation, as the final degradation of a man who had fought brilliantly and lost. And there is something in it that is humiliating: the surrender, the captivity, the eventual strangulation in a Roman prison, the display in a Roman triumph. These are humiliations. But there is also something in the image of Vercingetorix riding out in his full armor, circling the platform, removing his weapons and laying them down, not throwing them in anger or despair, not crawling to Caesar's feet, not begging, sitting down with a deliberate composure that the account somehow preserves even through Caesar's narration. There is something in that image that is not only humiliation. It is a man who did what he could, who came as close as anyone came, in the entire history of the Celtic-Roman encounter in Gaul, to changing the outcome, who understood the problem more clearly than anyone before him and built the most coherent response to it that Celtic political culture was capable of building, and who, at the end, faced what could not be avoided in the way that the tradition he came from had always said was the right way to face the unavoidable. With his armor on his own horse, on his own terms. And the catastrophe. Caesar himself claimed, in Plutarch's summary, 1 million Gauls killed and 1 million enslaved in the 8-year campaign. Modern historians debate the specific figures. Caesar's numbers in De Bello Gallico are frequently exaggerated for Roman political purposes, and the total population estimates for Gaul in this period have their own uncertainties. But the scholarly consensus is that the scale of the destruction was genuinely extraordinary. Some estimates suggest that the Gaulish population declined by as much as 1/3 to 1/2 during and after the campaigns. From war, from enslavement, from famine, from the cascading disruptions that follow the collapse of an agricultural and social system under military pressure. 1 in 3, perhaps 1 in 2, of a civilization that had been building for centuries, that had produced the art and the law and the philosophy and the oral tradition we have spent this entire video trying to recover, that had built Bibracte and Maiden Castle and the Snetisham Talks and the Battersea Shield and the Vix Crater Burial and the Carnix aimed at the sky. 1 in 3, perhaps 1 in 2. Not in a war that Gaul had started. Not in a conflict that had any basis in Gaulish aggression toward Rome. In a campaign that one Roman general undertook because he needed the money and the glory, and that the Roman political system authorized retroactively because the victories were too useful to prosecute. This is the Gallic War from the Gallic side. 1 million dead. 1 million enslaved. A civilization shattered not by its own failure but by an act of aggression that had no legitimate basis in anything except power. And a young man from the Arverni, sitting at the feet of the man who had done it, in the cold autumn of Burgundy, having given everything he had to try to prevent it. Sit with that for a moment. The hillfort burning. The families in the space between the walls. The relief army dispersing into the autumn landscape. The armor laid down. The weapons at the conqueror's feet. The world that was is still there, in everything that was not destroyed. In the rivers with their old names. In the spiral on the shield. In the word that carries the oak inside it. But it is not the same world. Nothing is the same world after Alesia. After Alesia, Caesar was merciful. By his own standards. By Roman standards. By the standards of what conquerors in the ancient world routinely did to populations that had resisted them as fiercely as the Gauls had resisted Rome. The Arverni, Vercingetorix's tribe, the people who had provided the leadership and much of the energy of the resistance, were not massacred, were not enslaved wholesale, were, in Caesar's calculation, too important to destroy completely, too deeply embedded in the political fabric of Central Gaul to be eliminated without creating a power vacuum that would generate new instability. He needed them cooperative, not exterminated. A living, functioning Arverni under Roman authority was more useful than a dead Arverni who had become a martyr. The Aedui, who had betrayed Rome's alliance during the crisis and joined Vercingetorix, were treated with similar pragmatism. Forgiven, restored, allowed to maintain their formal status as Rome's allies, though the content of that status had changed permanently. They were allies now in name only, clients in practice, provinces in waiting. But the name was preserved, and with it enough of the surface of Aeduan political life that the transition to full Roman administration could be managed without the disruption that direct violence would have caused. The Carnutes, the tribe of Central Gaul whose killing of Roman traders in Cenabum in early 52 BCE had been the spark that ignited the general uprising, received a harsher treatment. Their leaders were sought out and executed. The tribe's political structure was dismantled more thoroughly. They had been the beginning of the last resistance, and Caesar wanted to be certain they were not the beginning of the next one. Mercy and brutality, calibrated by strategic calculation. Not by justice or compassion, but by usefulness. The Gauls who survived were the Gauls who were useful alive. The ones who were not useful alive did not survive. And then the long, slow work of Romanization began. Romanization is a word that historians use carefully, because it describes a process that was neither simple nor uniform nor entirely top-down. It was not the case that Rome arrived in Gaul and immediately imposed Latin, Roman law, Roman architecture, Roman religion, Roman names, and declared the old Celtic ways abolished. The process was more complex, more negotiated, more varied by region and by social class and by the specific history of each community than any simple narrative of replacement allows. But the direction of the process was consistent. Latin spread. Not immediately, not universally, not in the same decade across all of Gaul, but progressively, generation by generation, driven partly by Roman administrative necessity, tax records, legal proceedings, official correspondence, all of which were conducted in Latin, and partly by the cultural prestige of the language of the now dominant power, and partly by the economic advantages that Latin literacy conferred on those who acquired it. The Gaulish aristocracy, as a class, adopted Latin relatively quickly, not because they were forced to, but because Latin opened doors. Because conducting business with Roman merchants, navigating Roman administrative structures, communicating with Roman officials, pursuing careers that required engagement with the Roman system, all of these were easier in Latin, and the Gaulish aristocracy were practical people who understood which language served their interests better in the world that had now arrived. Their children grew up bilingual. Their grandchildren, in many cases, grew up with Latin as their primary language and Gaulish as the language of grandparents and old stories and ceremonies that were already beginning to feel like the past. Within 2 to 3 generations of the conquest, Latin was the language of Gaulish urban life, of the towns, the markets, the administrative centers, the educated class. Within 2 centuries, Gaulish as a spoken language was functionally extinct in most of Gaul. What does it mean for a language to die? We discussed this in section 2, in the context of what Celtic languages tell us about the ancient world. But here, in the specific context of Gaulish dying, the question has a different quality. Because Gaulish was not a minor tongue spoken by a small community on the margins of the ancient world. It was the first language of millions of people, the medium through which an entire civilization had understood itself for centuries. And its death was not natural, not the gradual evolution into something new that living languages undergo. It was displacement. Replacement by a language that carried more power, more prestige, more economic utility in the new configuration of the world. Latin displaced Gaulish. And with Gaulish went everything that could only exist in Gaulish. The specific poetry of the Druidic tradition, the elaborate metrical forms, the kennings and the genealogies and the cosmological narratives. These required not just the Druids to carry them but the language to express them. Latin could not carry Gaulish poetry. The sounds were different, the rhythms were different, the conceptual vocabulary was different. You could translate approximately, but translation is loss. The specific form that made the knowledge memorable, that made it possible to carry in an oral tradition, was inseparable from the specific language. When Gaulish died, the portion of Celtic intellectual heritage that had been encoded in Gaulish died with it. This is the loss that leaves no trace. Not the physical destruction of siege warfare. Not the bodies in the space between the walls. The quieter, more insidious loss of a language. The gradual fading of a way of thinking as the community of speakers dwindled and the reasons to speak the language became fewer and the children grew up in Latin and the grandparents' stories began to feel like the distant past rather than the living present. What did Gaul keep? More than the simple narrative of Roman conquest allows. The sacred landscape persisted. The rivers with their Celtic names, the Seine, the Mon, the Loire, kept their old names through the Roman period and beyond, because rivers keep their names in a way that towns and political entities do not. The sacred springs continued to be visited, their offerings continued to be made, the divine presence of the water continued to be acknowledged. Now under Roman-Celtic hybrid identities, Sequana becoming Sequana, whatever Roman equivalent seemed closest, but the practice continuing, the relationship with the specific place maintained. The gods went underground. Not disappeared, underground. Celtic divine figures were syncretized with Roman equivalents, as we described with Sulis Minerva at Bath. The names changed, the architectural framework changed, the official theology changed, but the specific local deity of the specific local spring or grove or river bend persisted in the practice of the people who had always acknowledged it, carried now in the new language of Roman religious forms rather than the old language of Celtic ones. Folk practice persisted in the rural interior. Roman Romanization was, as a practical matter, an urban and elite phenomenon. It happened fastest in the towns, in the administrative centers, among the educated class. The further from a Roman road, the further from a garrison town, the further from the administrative apparatus of the province, the more daily life in Gaul continued to look like daily life in Gaul had looked before the legions arrived. Celtic material culture persisted. The Latine metalwork tradition did not stop because Rome arrived. It adapted. Roman techniques blended with Celtic aesthetic sensibilities, producing the hybrid Romano-Celtic art style that is one of the most interesting cultural phenomena of the 1st century CE. An art that is neither purely Roman nor purely Celtic but something genuinely new, something that could only have been produced in the specific historical situation of a conquered culture negotiating its identity under occupation. And the people persisted. The Gauls did not stop being Gauls because Caesar conquered them. They became Roman Gauls, bilingual, navigating two cultural frameworks simultaneously, maintaining in their private and family and religious lives continuities with the world before the conquest that the official Roman administrative record does not fully capture. 2 centuries after Alesia, a Gaulish poet writing in Latin could still deploy images that came from a tradition older than Rome. A Gaulish farmer could still know which spring to visit when the cattle were sick, and what to offer, and how to make the address, the words in Latin now, or in a mixture, but the practice continuous with something his great-grandfather had done in Gaulish before the province existed. The transmission was imperfect. The loss was real and permanent and in some dimensions catastrophic. But it was not total. Culture does not die the way people die. It transforms. It goes underground and resurfaces. It loses its explicit forms and retains its implicit patterns. It survives in the way that water survives freezing, not in the same form, not accessible in the same way, but still present. Still itself, in whatever way something can be itself across a transformation that changes almost everything about it. What went underground in Gaul found its way, eventually, in fragments and echoes, into the oral traditions of the people who became French. Into the folk practices of the rural interior that Christian missionaries were still struggling to suppress 5 centuries after Caesar. Into the folk tales and the seasonal customs and the particular relationship with certain landscapes, certain springs, certain groves, certain hills, that persisted in French rural life long after anyone remembered why those places had always been treated with special attention. The memory did not disappear. It changed medium. From the Druid's voice to the grandmother's story. From the metrical poem in Gaulish to the folk custom in medieval French. From the explicit theology of a coherent tradition to the implicit spirituality of people who did not know why they did what they did at the spring in March, who only knew that their parents had done it and their parents' parents before them, and that doing it felt right in a way that not doing it did not. That is what survived. Not intact. Not recoverable in any complete sense. But present, in the landscape and the folk practice and the place names and the genetic ancestry of the people who eventually became French, which is to say, the people who are the biological and cultural descendants, in complex and layered ways, of the people who stood on the ramparts of Alesia and watched the relief army fail. Not the same world. But not a world from which the old world had entirely vanished. Something, diffuse, transformed, no longer named, no longer conscious of itself as Celtic, something continued. The rivers run, with their old names. The spring is still visited. The practice continues, the meaning mostly forgotten, the doing still somehow right. That is what Gaul. That is what the ancient world called it. Not the Atlantic, or the English Channel, or the North Sea, the specific modern names for specific measured bodies of water. Simply, the ocean. As if there were only one. As if all the water that lay beyond the known world were the same water, the great circular river that the Greeks had imagined surrounding the disk of the earth, the boundary beyond which the world ended and something else, something not quite the world, began. For a Roman of Caesar's generation, the ocean was not merely a geographical feature. It was a cosmological one. The edge of the real. The threshold beyond which the rules of the known world became uncertain. And Britain, the island visible on clear days from the coast of Gaul, close enough to tantalize, far enough to be mysterious, Britain lay across the ocean. No Roman army had ever crossed it. That fact alone was, for Caesar, sufficient reason to try. The practical justifications were real enough, if not entirely compelling. Gaulish leaders who had supported resistance to Roman authority had fled across the Channel to Britain, where they were beyond Caesar's reach and could potentially organize support for continued resistance in Gaul. British tribes were providing support, material, political, or simply moral, to their Gaulish cousins across the water. The tin trade that ran through Britain and into the Mediterranean world was commercially significant and strategically interesting. These were genuine concerns, or could be made to look genuine in the account Caesar sent back to Rome. But the real reason, the reason that Caesar himself barely conceals in the framing of De Bello Gallico, was simpler and more personal. No Roman general had crossed the ocean. Whatever happened on the other side, whatever military outcome was achieved, the crossing itself was an achievement of mythological proportions. A demonstration that Rome's reach was limitless. That the ocean, the edge of the world, was not a boundary that Rome respected. The prestige value of simply being the first Roman general to stand on the soil of Britain was enormous. And Caesar, who was always calculating his prestige, understood this clearly. He began preparations for the crossing in the summer of 55 BCE. The first invasion was, by any honest assessment, a disaster. Not the complete disaster it might have been. Caesar was too competent a commander to allow a military situation to become truly catastrophic, and he managed the various emergencies that arose with his characteristic controlled intelligence. But a disaster nonetheless. He crossed the Channel in late August with approximately 10,000 men, 2 legions and auxiliary forces. The crossing itself, managed at night to avoid the worst of the Channel tides, went reasonably well. The landfall did not. The beach at what is now Deal, in Kent, was not the gentle landing ground Caesar had hoped for. The warships carrying his soldiers drew too much water to beach themselves, forcing the legionaries to wade ashore in armor and full kit through chest-deep water while British warriors on the shore showered them with javelins and the British cavalry swept along the shoreline. The first moments of the Roman presence in Britain were not the triumphant arrival of civilization at the edge of the world that Caesar had imagined. They were a chaotic scramble through surf, under fire, by men who were cold and wet and in some cases drowning in their armor before they had fought anyone. The legionaries made it ashore. A beachhead was established. The British forces, facing the organized Roman infantry on solid ground, withdrew in the characteristic mobile pattern of British Celtic warfare, refusing the pitched battle that would have allowed Roman military superiority to assert itself, falling back, harassing, denying the decisive engagement that Caesar needed. And then the storms came. The ships that Caesar had beached above the high water mark were caught by an exceptional combination of tidal surge and storm. The Channel can be treacherous in late summer in exactly this way, and a substantial portion of the fleet was either sunk or so badly damaged as to require weeks of repair. Without the fleet, Caesar could not resupply. Without resupply, he could not operate at any distance from the coast. Without the ability to operate at distance, there was no campaign to conduct. He repaired what could be repaired. Engaged in several skirmishes with the British tribes, negotiated a nominal surrender from the nearest chieftains, and left. Crossed back to Gaul. Wrote it up. In the account he sent to Rome, the crossing of the ocean and the engagement with the most distant people in the world, that was the achievement. The fact that he had barely established a foothold and had left within a few weeks without annexing anything or changing anything was somewhat elided. Rome celebrated anyway. 20 days of public thanksgiving were voted. Because Caesar had crossed the ocean, and that was something. He came back. In the summer of 54 BCE, he came back with 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry, a force significantly more formidable than the first expedition, and a fleet of specially designed ships, lower in draft than the warships of the first crossing, built to beach themselves directly on the British coast rather than requiring their troops to wade. The second invasion penetrated further inland. Caesar crossed the Thames, the first Roman force to do so, and engaged the forces of the Catuvellauni, the most powerful tribe of southeastern Britain, led by a chieftain named Cassivellaunus. The fighting was harder than Caesar had expected and the strategic situation more complicated. The British response combined 2 elements that the Roman legions found consistently difficult to counter. Chariot warfare. We described this in section 7, the distinctive British use of 2-horse war chariots as mobile insertion and extraction vehicles, carrying warriors into the battle line and withdrawing them before the Roman formation could pin them down. Caesar describes being harassed by Cassivellaunus's chariots with evident frustration. Every time the Roman cavalry attempted to pursue a chariot force, the chariots would turn and the warriors would dismount to fight on ground of their choosing, using their chariots for cover, and then remount and withdraw before the Roman infantry could arrive to support the cavalry. It was mobile, flexible, specific to the British landscape and the British warrior tradition, and it gave the Roman cavalry no satisfactory response. And the landscape itself. Britain was not Gaul. Gaul had the great hillforts, Bibracte, Alesia, Avaricum, the developed urban centres around which a siege-based campaign could organise itself. Britain's settlement pattern was different, more dispersed, more embedded in forest and marshland. The hillforts existed, but the proto-urban concentrations that had given Caesar's siege warfare a target in Gaul were largely absent. The Romans could capture a position and find that the people who had defended it had simply melted into the surrounding landscape, regrouped, and would be ready to harass the next position. Cassivellaunus was good at this. Very good. He stripped the territory ahead of the Roman advance, sent the non-combatants and the cattle into the forests, and kept a mobile force of chariot warriors who shadowed the Roman column and struck at foragers and supply parties. He was not trying to win a decisive battle. He was trying to make the campaign expensive enough, difficult enough, and unrewarding enough that Caesar would conclude there was no sufficient return on the investment. He was right about the calculation. He was wrong, by a margin, about the margin. A coalition of British tribes, coordinating with Cassivellaunus, attempted a concerted attack on Caesar's coastal camp, the base that was the Roman army's connection to Gaul and its supply lines, and failed. Caesar, offered a negotiated settlement by Cassivellaunus, accepted it. Tribute was agreed. Hostages were taken. Caesar crossed back to Gaul. He never returned to Britain. What had the 2 invasions actually accomplished? For Caesar, the prestige of the crossing, maintained through both expeditions. The demonstration that Britain was accessible, that the ocean was not a barrier to Roman military reach. Some hostages. A nominal tribute agreement that was probably never fully honored and was certainly unenforceable from Gaul. For Britain, confirmation of something that the British tribes, after 2 campaigns, could reasonably claim to know. That Rome could reach them, yes. Could fight them on their own ground, yes. But could not hold them. Could not sustain a campaign on an island where the logistics were hostile, the fleet was vulnerable to channel weather, the hillforts were not the siege targets they were in Gaul, and the chariot warfare of the British warrior class denied the Roman army the decisive engagement it needed. Britain had not defeated Caesar. But Britain had not been conquered by Caesar either. And in the century that followed, the century between Caesar's departure and Claudius's conquest, Britain had time to watch what was happening in Gaul. Time to observe the process of Romanization. Time to make its own calculations about what Roman alliance meant and what resistance cost. Some British tribes chose alliance. Others chose independence. The political landscape of pre-Roman Britain in the 1st century CE was complex and shifting. Kingdoms rising and falling, Roman trade goods penetrating the southeast while the northwest maintained older patterns, certain chieftains styling themselves in quasi-Roman fashion while others maintained the full Celtic tradition. It was, in short, a society that had been given a warning and a century to think about it. What it did with that century, and what Rome eventually did about Britain, belongs to the next part of the story. But for now, the image I want to leave you with from this first part of section 10 is simpler. The Roman legionaries, wading ashore through chest-deep water. The British warriors on the beach. The javelins. The chaos of men in armor trying to find their footing in the surf. And above the beach, watching, the drivers of the chariots, the horses ready, the warriors preparing for the mobile engagement that was the British answer to everything the Roman playbook had been designed to do. The ocean crossed. The island not yet taken. The story not yet over. Rest in that suspension. 97 years. From Caesar's departure in 54 BCE to Claudius's invasion in 43 CE. Nearly a century in which Rome did not come back. In which Britain was left, by Roman military attention, though not by Roman commercial and diplomatic presence, to be itself. To process what had happened, to observe what was happening in Gaul, and to make its own choices about how to position itself in relation to the power that everyone understood would, eventually, return. 97 years is a long time. Long enough for 3 or 4 generations to live and die. Long enough for the world to change substantially in ways that no one at the beginning of the period could have predicted. Long enough for the political landscape of a complex, diverse, tribally organized island to shift dramatically in every direction simultaneously. This is the century that history tends to skip. The period between Caesar's British adventures and Claudius's conquest is not dramatic, does not contain the narrative set pieces that historical writing feeds on. No great battles. No famous leaders. No moment of obvious turning. Just time passing on an island, with an empire watching from across the water and making its own calculations about when and whether to return. But what happened in that century matters. Because it produced the specific situation, the specific alignment of tribes, the specific distribution of Roman alliance and Celtic independence, the specific vulnerabilities and strengths that Claudius's forces encountered in 43 CE. And understanding it tells us something important about Celtic adaptability that the more dramatic narratives tend to obscure. The Catuvellauni. In the century between Caesar and Claudius, the dominant story of British tribal politics was the expansion of the Catuvellauni, the tribe of Hertfordshire and the surrounding region, the tribe whose leader Cassivellaunus had organized the resistance to Caesar's second invasion. They were ambitious, militarily capable, politically sophisticated, and they were well positioned geographically. In the fertile, navigable southeastern heartland of Britain, close enough to the cross-channel trade routes to benefit from Roman commerce while far enough from the coast to maintain political independence. Under a succession of capable kings, Tatiovanus, and then his son Cunobellinus, who ruled from roughly 10 CE to 40 CE and whose long, stable, prosperous reign gave Britain's southeastern centre a generation of relative peace, the Catuvellauni expanded. Steadily, incrementally, through a combination of military pressure and political alliance, they extended their authority over neighbouring tribes. The Trinovantes to the east, the Atrebates to the south, the communities along the Thames estuary, all of these came, in varying degrees and forms, under Catuvellanian influence. Cunobellinus, the historical figure whom Shakespeare eventually transformed into Cymbeline, filtered through centuries of legend and dramatic convention until barely recognizable but traceable, was sufficiently significant and sufficiently connected to the Roman world that Roman writers mentioned him by name. Suetonius calls him Rex Britannorum, King of the Britons, a title that reflected his genuine regional dominance even if it somewhat overstated his actual authority over the island's diverse political landscape. He minted gold coins, with his name on them, in Latin. CVNO, the abbreviated form of Cunobellinus, stamped in the medium that signaled sophistication and connection to the Mediterranean world. A Celtic king, using a Roman technology, in a Roman language, to project his authority across his territory. Both things simultaneously, Celtic and Roman influenced, not one replacing the other but both present, in the specific configuration that a century of commercial and diplomatic contact had produced. Because trade had not stopped when Caesar left. This is the thing most easily missed in the narrative of Roman conquest. The military and the commercial were separate processes, and the commercial operated continuously regardless of the military situation. Roman merchants had been trading with southeastern Britain before Caesar's invasions. They continued trading during the invasions. They continued trading in the 97 years afterward. The wine amphorae kept coming across the channel. The fine pottery, the olive oil, the luxury goods that British elites had been acquiring from the Mediterranean world for 2 centuries before Claudius. These kept coming, in increasing quantities, along the trade routes that connected the Thames estuary to the markets of Roman Gaul and beyond. And with the goods came influence. Not imposed. Not required. Absorbed, voluntarily, selectively, according to the specific calculations of specific British elites about what Roman connection offered them. The gold coins of Cunobellinus are one expression of this absorption. The Latin on them was not a symbol of submission. It was a language of prestige, the language of the dominant commercial and cultural power in the world, deployed by a Celtic king to signal that he was connected to that world, that his kingdom was sophisticated enough to participate in Mediterranean culture even if it was not subject to Mediterranean political authority. Roman-style metalwork appeared in British elite graves. Not replacing Celtic metalwork, the Latine tradition continued vigorously in Britain, but alongside it. Both, at once. Roman drinking vessels and Celtic talks in the same burial. Both things, simultaneously held, neither cancelling the other. The wine came across the channel in such quantities that archaeologists can track its penetration into British society through the distribution of amphora fragments, moving along the river routes, appearing in the great hillforts and the elite settlements, concentrated in the southeast and diminishing as you moved northward and westward, away from the trade routes and into territories where Roman commercial influence had not yet penetrated. Britain in this century was not a hermetically sealed Celtic world, waiting frozen in time for Rome to arrive and impose change. It was a dynamic, diverse, internally complex society that was actively engaging with Rome, on its own terms, through the medium of trade and diplomacy and selective cultural adoption, and making its own choices about how much of Rome to absorb and on what conditions. Some choices were toward alliance. Certain tribes, the Iceni in the east, the Atrebates in the south, the Regini of Sussex, the client kingdoms of the southeastern coastline, either maintained or eventually sought formal relationships with Rome. Sent embassies. Received Roman recognition. Accepted Roman trading partners on favorable terms in exchange for political accommodation. These were not foolish choices, or choices made in ignorance of what Roman alliance eventually meant. They were the same kind of calculations that the Aedui had made in Gaul, rational assessments of the regional power balance, designed to maximize the tribe's security and prosperity in the existing situation. Verica, king of the Atrebates, driven from his throne by Catuvalornian expansion in the years before Claudius's invasion, fled to Rome and appealed directly to the emperor for military assistance. His appeal was one of the pretexts that Claudius used to justify the invasion of 43 CE. A British king, asking Rome to come. That is not the narrative of a culture frozen in opposition. That is the narrative of a culture engaged in the same kind of messy, strategic, self-interested political maneuvering that human societies have always engaged in, making alliances and betrayals and appeals to external powers and calculations that turned out to be right and calculations that turned out to be catastrophically wrong, with the same mixture of intelligence and short-sightedness that the historical record shows in every culture in every era. Other choices were toward independence. The northwest of Britain, Wales, the Pennines, the southwest, maintained the older patterns more fully. Less Roman trade. Less Roman cultural influence. Less of the coin minting and the amphora collecting and the Latin lettering on prestige objects. Not because the people there were backward or unaware of what was happening in the southeast, but because the trade routes ran through the southeast, and the Roman commercial presence was naturally stronger where the channel was narrowest and the crossing easiest, and the further you moved from those routes the more daily life continued in its older forms. The north was simply further from Rome. Not in kilometers only, in commercial and cultural penetration. The Brigantes of Yorkshire and the north, Cartimandua's people, whose story we told in section 6, occupied a world that was Celtic in ways that the Catuvalorni, with their Latin coins and their wine amphorae and their quasi-Roman kingship titles, no longer quite were. Both were British. Both were Celtic. Both were navigating the same world with the same intelligence and the same commitment to the survival of their people. They were simply doing so from different positions in that world, with different resources and different relationships and different calculations of what strategy served best. The 97 years produced something else, too. Something that is easy to miss in the narrative of Roman inevitability that tends to frame this period. It produced a generation of British leaders who had had time to watch what happened to Gaul. They had had time to observe the process, the alliance that became client status, the client status that became provincial administration, the provincial administration that absorbed the local political structures and replaced them with Roman ones. They had had time to calculate, with the specific intelligence of people who had watched the scenario play out in the territory visible across the Channel, what Roman alliance actually led to in the long run. Some of them decided that the long run was someone else's problem and the short-term benefits of Roman alliance were worth the eventual cost. Some of them decided that the eventual cost was too high and organized accordingly. And some of them, the ones whose stories Act 3 has been building toward, decided to resist. Not because they had not seen the Gaulish outcome, but because they had seen it and understood it, and preferred to fight for an alternative even knowing what the odds were. 97 years. A century of a Celtic island watching an empire and making its choices. Not passive. Not frozen. Not waiting to be conquered. Negotiating. In the only ways available, through trade and diplomacy and alliance and resistance and the particular human mixture of intelligence and stubbornness and love of what you are and where you are from that makes people fight for things even when fighting seems like long odds. The island was still there. Still itself, in its various and complex ways. Still, for a few more decades, not Roman. The arrival, when it came, would be different from Caesar's. More organized. More permanent in intention. With an emperor who needed a triumph of his own and legions that had learned from everything Caesar had done and everything Caesar had not done. But not yet. For now, the island. The trade routes and the wine. The Latin coins of Cunobellinus minted in a Celtic kingdom. The alliance that Verica is calculating and the resistance that someone else is calculating in a northern hillfort on a cold morning. All of it, together, the British world of the century between. Still standing. The Emperor Claudius needed a war. Not because Rome needed one. Not because Britain had done anything to Rome. But because Claudius, who had come to the throne in circumstances that were, by Roman standards, undignified, elevated by the Praetorian Guard after his nephew Caligula's assassination in 41 CE, regarded by the Roman aristocracy with something between contempt and condescension, needed the kind of political legitimacy that only a military triumph could provide. The formula was familiar. Caesar had used it. Augustus had used variations of it. A military achievement of sufficient scale, sufficiently distant, sufficiently impressive in its symbolic dimensions. Crossing the ocean again, completing what Caesar had started, adding Britain to the Roman world, would convert the awkward, stammering emperor whom the aristocracy had never quite taken seriously into a conqueror. A real emperor. Someone whose right to rule was written not only in the dynastic accident that had brought him to power but in the legion's acclamation and the Senate's vote of a triumph. He was also offered Verica's appeal, the exiled British king of the Atrebates, seeking Roman help to recover his throne from Catuvalornian expansion. A legitimate grievance. A British invitation. A pretext. In 43 CE, 4 legions, the 2nd Augusta, the 9th Hispana, the 14th Gemina, the 20th Valeria Victrix, crossed the Channel under the command of Aulus Plautius. Approximately 40,000 soldiers, plus auxiliary forces, plus the logistical apparatus required to sustain that force on a sustained campaign rather than the hit-and-run raids of Caesar's expeditions. This was not a demonstration. This was a conquest. The tribes that collaborated. The southeast of Britain, as we have noted, had been the zone of deepest Roman commercial and cultural penetration in the century between Caesar and Claudius. The tribes there had the most to lose from outright resistance, their trading relationships, their access to Roman goods, the political advantages they had accumulated through careful management of the Roman relationship, and the most to gain from being on the right side of what was clearly going to be a decisive military action. The Iceni of East Anglia, Boudicca's people, the tribe we have already met, initially became a client kingdom. Their king Prasutagus accepted Roman suzerainty in exchange for the continuation of his authority within the tribe. A deal similar to what the Aedui had made in Gaul. A deal with the same long-term implications, though Prasutagus may have hoped the implications would not arrive in his lifetime. The Atrebates of the south, Verica's people, whose appeal had been one of Rome's justifications for the invasion, were restored under Roman patronage and became client allies. Their restored king, Cogidubnus, was so successfully Roman-aligned that he eventually received Roman citizenship and built himself a palace at Fishbourne, in West Sussex, of a scale and style that would not have looked out of place in Rome itself. A Celtic king, living in a Roman palace, on the southern coast of Britain, managing the relationship between his people and Roman power with the careful intelligence of someone who had made his calculation and was committed to it. The Rugini, the Cantici, the Debuni, the tribes of the south and southwest whose territories lay closest to the Channel, whose political calculations had been shaped by a century of Roman commercial contact. These too, largely, accommodated the new reality. Not all of them enthusiastically, not all of them without internal political conflict between those who favored accommodation and those who favored resistance. But the dominant political tendency in the southeast, in the first years of the conquest, was accommodation. Rome absorbed this accommodation with the practiced efficiency of a system that had done this dozens of times. Client kingdoms were recognized. Local governance structures were maintained, in modified form, under Roman oversight. The process of Romanization, the spreading of Latin, the building of Roman-style towns, the gradual incorporation of British elites into Roman administrative structures, began its generation-long work. The tribes that resisted. In the west and the north, the calculation was different. The Catuvellauni, whose expansion had been the dominant political story of the century between Caesar and Claudius, whose kings had most successfully built a quasi-independent British power in the southeast, were in the most exposed position of any resisting tribe. Their territory was precisely where Rome's first military advance was directed. Their expansion had made them the power that most needed to be broken to make the conquest possible. Cunobelinus had died shortly before the invasion. His sons, Caratacus and Togodumnus, took up the resistance. They were not accommodators. They were fighters. And they fought with everything they had, in the only way available to a force that could not meet Rome in the open field. Mobile, harassing, contesting every river crossing, every road, every position that the Roman advance required, yielding ground slowly and making Rome pay for every mile. Togodumnus was killed in the fighting. The sources are vague about exactly when and how, but he does not survive the initial phase of the conquest. Caratacus continued. He continued for 8 years. 8 years. In Wales, in the hills and forests of what is now the Welsh Marches and the mountainous interior of the island, organizing resistance from among the tribes who had not accommodated Rome, the Silures of South Wales, the Ordovices of the north, the various communities of the British interior who had decided, for reasons of geography and temperament and political calculation, that resistance was worth the cost. He was not simply a guerrilla leader. He was a strategist. He understood, as Vercingetorix had understood, that the Roman legionary system was least effective in terrain that denied it the open ground engagement at which it excelled. Wales, its mountains, its narrow valleys, its difficult river crossings, its complete absence of the proto-urban centers that Roman siege warfare required, was the kind of terrain where a smaller, more mobile force could make a larger, more powerful one extremely uncomfortable. He made Rome extremely uncomfortable for 8 years. Not winning, not expelling Rome, but denying it the easy, complete dominance that the initial conquest had seemed to promise. Making the western fringe of its British province expensive to maintain. Keeping the flame of resistance alive in a way that had political significance beyond its military impact. Because as long as Caratacus was in the field, Britain was not wholly subdued, and an unsubdued Britain was a problem that Rome could not simply declare solved. In 51 CE, a coalition of British tribes fighting under Caratacus was finally defeated in a set-piece battle. The location is disputed, but the general area of what is now the Welsh Marches is the scholarly consensus. Caratacus's wife and daughters were captured. His brothers surrendered. He himself escaped northward and sought refuge with Cartimandua, queen of the Brigantes. Cartimandua, who had maintained her Roman alliance through the period of the conquest, navigating the complex politics of the north with the calculated intelligence we described in section 6, handed him over. He was brought to Rome in chains, displayed to the Roman public as the great war prize of the British campaign, and then brought before the Emperor Claudius, to be displayed at the formal ceremony of his submission. What happened next has been preserved, in Tacitus's account, which is our primary source, as one of the most remarkable encounters between a Celtic prisoner and Roman power in the entire history of the Roman conquest. Caratacus stood before the emperor, before the Senate, before the assembled power of Rome. He had been 8 years at war, had watched his coalition dismantled, had lost his family, had been betrayed by the person he had appealed to for sanctuary. He had every reason to be broken. He was not broken. Tacitus gives him a speech, certainly composed by Tacitus rather than translated verbatim, but almost certainly reflecting something real that was said, or at least the character of what was said, because Tacitus was a careful historian and the event had been witnessed by enough people to make complete invention difficult. The speech, as Tacitus renders it, is a direct challenge to the logic of Roman conquest. He looked around him, at the palaces, the temples, the accumulated wealth and power of the city, and asked a question so simple and so devastating that Claudius, by Tacitus's account, could not quite answer it. "If you have all of this," Caratacus said, "all this magnificence, all this wealth, all this power, why did you want what I had? Why did you need to take from people who had only their hills and their freedom?" He was not begging. He was not performing contrition. He was making an argument, a moral argument, directed at the most powerful man in the world, by a man in chains who had lost everything. An argument about the legitimacy of what Rome had done and whether what it had gained was worth what it had cost. The people of Britain, and the people of Gaul before them, and the people of every territory Rome had absorbed. He was, in that moment, speaking for everyone. Claudius, reportedly moved, reportedly struck by the dignity of the man before him, freed Caratacus. Freed his wife and brothers. Allowed them to live in Rome, under house arrest or something like it, on a Roman stipend. He did not free Britain, but he freed Caratacus. And in so doing, inadvertently confirmed something about Caratacus that the 8 years of resistance had established and the speech before the Senate completed. That what he was not simply a defeated barbarian chieftain, was not simply the war prize of a Roman triumph, was a person whose question had been worth asking, whose question had no satisfactory answer. The resistance in Wales and the north continued after Caratacus, without his particular leadership, but with the same fundamental reality that had sustained his 8-year campaign. The terrain was difficult, the tribes were determined, and the Roman system of conquest worked less well in mountains and forests than it did on the plains of Gaul or the organized hillfort territories of southeastern Britain. Rome never fully subdued Wales. It built forts. It maintained garrisons. It imposed Roman administrative structures on the areas it could reach. But the Silures in the south and the Ordovices in the north maintained forms of resistance and autonomy that the Roman military presence was never quite able to eliminate. The further north you went, the less Roman Britain looked. Which brings us to Hadrian's Wall. But first, to the south and east, and to the person whose story Act 3 has been promising since Section 6. Boudica. We need to go back to the beginning of it. Not to the burning of Camulodunum. Not to the moment when the torch was applied and the first Roman city in Britain began to go. We need to go back further. To a bed, in East Anglia, where a king was dying. Prasutagus. King of the Iceni. The man whose pragmatic alliance with Rome had given his tribe a generation of relative peace and stability in the complicated world of the post-conquest British political landscape. He was dying without a male heir, his wife Boudica and their 2 daughters the principal family he was leaving behind. And he knew what that meant in Roman law, which was explicit about it. Without a legitimate male heir, a client king's kingdom reverted to Rome on his death. He tried to find a way around it. His will, and the existence of a Celtic king writing a Roman-style will is itself a measure of how deeply the Roman legal framework had penetrated British elite life by this point. His will bequeathed the Iceni kingdom jointly to his 2 daughters and to the Roman emperor. He was trying, through the mechanism of making Rome a co-heir, to preserve some portion of Iceni independence under Roman protection. To create a legal claim that Rome would be obligated to honor. Rome did not honor it. The Roman procurator, the financial administrator of the province, a man named Catus Decianus whose subsequent disappearance from the historical record suggests that even Rome understood his actions had been indefensible, arrived in Iceni territory with soldiers and declared the kingdom annexed. Not partially. Entirely. Everything that Prasutagus had built and accumulated and tried to protect was now Roman property. The Iceni nobles were stripped of their estates. Roman creditors, who had been lending to the Iceni aristocracy at usurious rates, knowing the loans would eventually be called in their debts simultaneously. The legacies that Claudius had apparently promised to Iceni nobles were revoked and the funds demanded back as if they had been loans rather than gifts. And when Boudica, queen of the Iceni, the widow of their king, the woman whose legal status under Iceni custom was entirely clear and whose standing as the representative of her tribe was unambiguous. When Boudica objected to this, when she stood before the Roman officials and spoke in the voice of a queen asserting her rights and the rights of her people, she was flogged. Her daughters were assaulted by Roman soldiers. Publicly. Deliberately. As a statement. The statement was, "You are not a queen. You are a subject. Your rights are what Rome decides to give you, and Rome has decided to give you nothing." This is what we think of Celtic female authority and Celtic legal claims and Celtic traditions of property rights that do not align with Roman practice. She did not collapse. In the accounts we have, Tacitus and Dio Cassius, both writing later, both drawing on sources closer to the events, the picture of Boudica after the flogging is not of a woman destroyed by what had been done to her. It is of a woman who had been shown, in the most direct and personal and physically immediate way possible, what Roman power thought of everything she was, and who took that knowledge and converted it, with the particular cold fury of someone who has been given complete clarity about what they are dealing with, into action. She went to the Trinovantes. The Trinovantes of Essex, the tribe whose capital Camulodunum had become the first Roman colonial city in Britain, whose territory had been occupied by Roman veteran settlers who had treated the local population with a contempt that was, by Tacitus's account, systematic and sustained, who had watched the Temple of Claudius built in their former capital, a monument to Roman conquest paid for with Trinovantian labor and resources, who had grievances of their own, specific, accumulated, legitimate, that they had not previously had a vehicle for expressing. She offered them that vehicle. The coalition she built was not a spontaneous uprising. It was a deliberate, organized, politically sophisticated process of alliance building among the tribes that had the most serious grievances against Roman occupation and the most to gain from resistance. The Iceni, the Trinovantes, other tribes of East Anglia and the surrounding region whose names the sources do not fully specify but whose presence in the coalition is implied by the scale of what followed. Somewhere between 100,000 and 230,000 warriors, by various estimates. The range reflects the uncertainty inherent in ancient population and military figures. Even the lower estimate was an enormous force. The higher estimate, if approximately correct, represented one of the largest Celtic armies ever assembled. And Suetonius Paulinus, the Roman governor, Rome's best general in Britain, the man who had been systematically reducing the Western resistance in Wales, was at Anglesey, at the sacred island of the Druids, destroying the groves, at the furthest possible point from the Eastern crisis, with his legions, while the largest British revolt in the history of the province was forming in his rear. The timing was not accidental. Whether Boudica chose her moment because she knew where Paulinus was, or whether the Roman assault on Anglesey and Boudica's uprising coincided by the particular alignment of Celtic uprising with the most vulnerable moment in Roman provincial deployment, is something we cannot know with certainty. But the effect was the same either way. Rome had exposed itself. Its military resources were in Wales. Its logistical center was in the east. And the gap between where its power actually was and where it needed to be was Boudica's window. She went through it. Camulodunum first. The Roman colonial capital, the former Trinovantian city, the site of the Temple of Claudius that was its own particular insult to the people whose land it sat on. The Roman veterans who had settled there had been warned. Some accounts suggest that divine omens were read as portents of disaster, that the statue of victory fell from its pedestal, that women ran through the streets shrieking prophecies. The veterans had appealed for reinforcements. Catus Decianus sent 200 soldiers, inadequate, laughably inadequate, and then fled to Gaul. Camulodunum burned. The Temple of Claudius, built of stone, the most defensible structure in the city, held out for 2 days with the remaining defenders sheltering inside. Then it fell. The 9th Legion, marching south to relieve the city, was ambushed. The infantry was destroyed. The cavalry commander, Petilius Cerialis, escaped with the cavalry remnant. Camulodunum was gone. The 9th Legion was functionally destroyed. And Boudica was moving. Londinium next. The trading city on the Thames, not yet the political capital of the province, not yet the city of 2,000 years of subsequent history, but already important, already a center of commercial activity, already home to a significant Roman and Roman-aligned population. Paulinus, marching southeast as fast as he could move his forces from Wales, arrived at Londinium ahead of Boudicca's army, assessed the situation, and made the calculation that no general wants to make: the city could not be defended. He took those who could march and left. Those who could not march, or would not, or did not, remained. Londinium burned. Verulamium burned. The city of the Catuvellauni, the tribe that had led the initial resistance to the Claudian conquest, who had now, in the decades since, been substantially incorporated into the Roman administrative structure and whose city was a functioning Roman municipality. Another calculation made, another city abandoned, another layer of ash laid down in the British soil. A layer of red ash. Burned daub, burned timber, burned Roman brick, the specific chemical signature of each city's particular destruction. Archaeologists working in London, in Colchester, in St. Albans, have found it. The Boudiccan destruction layer, a band of red-brown material at a specific depth in the stratigraphy, consistent in date across 3 cities. The physical residue of 9 weeks of Boudicca's revolt still present in the ground beneath modern buildings 2,000 years later. She was there. The layer is there. The evidence of what she did is as immediate and undeniable as the soil of the city she destroyed. Paulinus had managed, in the weeks of his withdrawal from Londinium and Verulamium, to concentrate his forces. The 14th Legion, the 20th, detachments from the 2nd Augusta, though the 2nd, in a failure of command that cost its legate his career and ultimately his life, had not marched when ordered. Approximately 10,000 Roman soldiers, in a carefully chosen position in the Midlands, on a narrow front. He chose the battlefield with the precision of someone who understood what he was facing and what he needed the terrain to do for him. A narrow defile, some accounts describe it as a gorge, others as a pass between forest and open ground, with a slope in his favor and forest on 3 sides closing off the flanks. The position forced any attacking force to advance on a narrow front, preventing the kind of encircling movement that numbers could otherwise produce. And at the rear of the Gaulish position, behind Boudicca's army, her warriors' families had gathered in their wagons to watch the final victory. The wagons blocked retreat. Boudicca addressed her army. Tacitus gives her a speech, magnificent, fierce, probably substantially his composition but reflecting what was said or at least who she was and what the moment required. She spoke of liberty, of Roman greed and Roman cruelty, of what had been done to her and her daughters, of what was at stake, not just a battle, but the survival or the extinction of a way of life. She spoke, Tacitus says, as a woman avenging not her own kingdom and wealth but the liberty of all Britons, their broken bodies, the dishonor of her daughters. And then the charge. The British forces advanced, along the narrow front, as Paulinus had intended, unable to spread out and use their numbers, unable to flank the Roman position, funneled by the terrain into exactly the killing ground Paulinus had constructed. The Roman legionaries, in formation, with the slope in their favor, threw their pila, the heavy javelins that disrupted the attacking formation at close range, and then advanced into what the disruption left. The charge broke against the formation. It broke, and those who survived the initial contact tried to withdraw, and found the wagons behind them. The watching families who had come to see the victory blocked the retreat. The Roman cavalry, sweeping around the flanks once the narrow front had achieved its purpose, completed the encirclement. The killing was terrible. Tacitus reports 80,000 British dead, a figure almost certainly exaggerated, but the scale of the disaster is not in doubt. The wagons were captured. The families in them were killed. The cattle that had been brought to feast on after the expected victory were killed alongside. Boudicca did not survive the battle. The sources disagree on how she died. Tacitus says she took poison. Dio Cassius says she fell ill and died. Both accounts agree that she did not fall into Roman hands, that she chose death over the display in a Roman triumph that had been Caratacus's fate, or the strangulation in a Roman prison that was eventually Vercingetorix's. She chose. In that, at least, she remained the one making the decisions. The aftermath was, initially, what you would expect. Paulinus conducted reprisals. Brutal ones. The tribes that had supported the revolt were punished, their lands stripped, their populations killed or enslaved, in the kind of systematic extraction of a conquered population that Rome deployed as a deterrent against future uprisings. But then something unexpected happened. Rome corrected itself. Not from compassion, let us not mistake the mechanism, but from the cold political calculation that Paulinus's reprisals were counterproductive. That a province so brutalized it could not recover its agricultural production was a province that could not pay its taxes, could not maintain the economic output that made it valuable to Rome, and that might generate further revolts from people who had nothing left to lose. The Roman procurator Classicianus, who had replaced the disgraced Catus Decianus, wrote to Rome complaining that Paulinus's continued military approach was preventing the province's recovery. He was explicit: the governor needed to be replaced. Nero sent investigators. Paulinus was recalled. His successor was ordered to pursue a more conciliatory policy. Roman taxation of Britain became less rapacious in the aftermath of Boudicca's revolt than it had been before. British governance became somewhat more sensitive to local interests. The conditions that had produced the revolt, the arbitrary seizure of client kingdoms, the Roman creditors' systematic extraction, the contempt for British legal traditions and political authority, were moderated. Boudicca had lost the battle. The revolt had failed in its immediate military objective. Britain remained Roman. But the conditions of Roman Britain changed because of her. The legal and administrative practices that had made the revolt inevitable were reformed. The rapacity that had characterized the province's initial years was constrained. She did not expel Rome, but she changed how Rome operated in Britain. For the better, for the Britons who survived. Not a victory. Something more complex than a victory and more real than a defeat. A consequence. A lasting consequence, written into the policy of an empire, by a woman who had been flogged in public for asking for what was hers, and who had responded by burning 3 cities. Let that sit in the quiet of this hour. The red ash still in the ground under London. The layer that is still there. The consequence that is still, in some diffuse and transformed way, present. In the particular caution that empires learn, eventually, when they push people too far. In the particular recognition, arrived at through the most expensive possible kind of experience, that extracted populations eventually stop producing what extraction requires. She taught Rome that, at the cost of everything she had. In 122 CE, the Emperor Hadrian visited Britain. He came, as emperors occasionally did, to inspect the provinces, to assess the situation on the ground, to make decisions that could not be made from Rome, to demonstrate the personal engagement of the imperial power with the realities of its most distant territories. He had been emperor for 5 years. He was, by the standards of Roman emperors, a thoughtful and intellectually serious man, interested in architecture, in philosophy, in the practical details of how empire actually functioned rather than simply in the military glory of expanding it. What he found on the northern frontier of Britain was a problem that had been building for decades. The legions had been north. They had pushed, in the years after Boudicca's revolt, progressively further into the island, through the Pennines, into the lowlands of southern Scotland, further north in campaign after campaign that achieved tactical successes and then could not hold the ground they had taken. The governor Gnaeus Julius Agricola, in the 70s and 80s CE, had pushed to the far north, to the edge of the highlands, where the mountains began in earnest, and had fought the Caledonian tribes at Mons Graupius in approximately 83 CE, in a battle that Tacitus, Agricola's son-in-law, not coincidentally, described as a great Roman victory. It was a victory. The Roman force won the engagement. And then they came back south. Because the Caledonian tribes, who had fought at Mons Graupius and lost in the open field and withdrawn into the mountains, had not been defeated in any way that constituted actual subjugation. They had lost a battle. They had not lost the will or the capacity to make the northern highlands of Britain ungovernable for any Roman force that tried to hold them. Hadrian assessed this situation, and he made a decision of unusual clarity and unusual honesty for a Roman emperor. Rome could not conquer the north. The resources required, the legions, the supply lines, the permanent garrison infrastructure across impossible terrain against a population that had shown, campaign after campaign, that it would never stop resisting, were greater than the value of what the north contained. He ordered the construction of a wall. Hadrian's wall ran 81 miles from the Solway Firth on the west coast of Britain to the Tyne estuary on the east. Stone, mostly, with turf sections in places, 15 feet wide at its base, perhaps 15 or 16 feet high, with a walkway on top, with forts built into it at regular intervals, with mile castles between the forts, with signal towers between the mile castles. A defended line, permanently garrisoned, across the entire width of the island. It took approximately 6 years to build. It was, when complete, the most impressive piece of military architecture in the Roman world outside Italy itself. And the standard way of understanding it, the way that tourist brochures and school textbooks and popular history describe it, is as a border. A line between Rome and the barbarians. A defensive perimeter, separating the civilized south from the uncivilized north, controlling access and protecting the province. This is not quite what it was. It was something more interesting and more honest. It was an admission that Rome had found something it could not absorb, that the northern highlands of Britain, the mountains, the glens, the particular combination of terrain and climate and the people who had developed their way of life in that terrain over centuries, were beyond the reach of Roman administrative control. Not militarily invincible in every engagement. Rome had won battles in the north, but resistant, in a way that proved ultimately insuperable, to the conversion from territory contested by Rome to territory actually administered by Rome. The wall did not say, "We have conquered this far and no further." It said, "We have decided this far is enough. That what lies to the north is not worth what it would cost to hold." That is not the same thing. The Caledonians. The people north of the wall, the ancestors of the Picts, who would emerge as a more clearly defined group in the 3rd century CE, and ultimately the ancestors of the Scottish people, are among the most obscure in the entire Celtic world. The sources are thin. The Roman writers who describe them do so from outside, and with a particular mixture of admiration and contempt that Roman ethnographic writing reliably produced for the people who resisted most fiercely. Tacitus, in Agricola, gives us the most substantial ancient account of the northern tribes. He describes their red hair, their large limbs, their ferocity in battle, the standard markers of the Celtic physical type as Roman writers understood it. He gives Calgacus, the Caledonian leader at Mons Graupius, a speech that is almost certainly Tacitian composition rather than recorded Celtic oratory, but which contains one of the most famous sentences in the entire history of Roman imperialism. Ubi solitudinem facient, pacem appellant. Where they make a desert, they call it peace. Attributed to a Caledonian leader speaking about Rome. Written by a Roman historian. A Roman acknowledging, through the voice of an enemy, that what Roman conquest produced was not civilization but devastation. That the Pax Romana was a peace achieved by destroying everything that had existed before. Tacitus was a Roman aristocrat writing about his own civilization. And he chose to put the most damning possible critique of Roman conquest in the mouth of a Celtic leader speaking in the north of Britain. Whatever the complexities of Tacitian rhetoric and self-critique, that choice is remarkable. And the sentence it produced has survived for nearly 2,000 years, in the mouths of people who found it useful, from opponents of British colonialism to critics of American military policy, because it describes something recognizable across the specific context of its origin. The Caledonians, in other words, made their most lasting mark on history through a Roman historian's imagination of what they might have said. Which is, in its own way, entirely typical of the Celtic relationship with the written historical record. Why did they prove unconquerable? Not because they were militarily superior to Rome in any tactical sense. The Battle of Mons Graupius demonstrates clearly enough that a Roman force with the right deployment on suitable ground could defeat a Caledonian army in open engagement. The Romans were not losing battles in the north, they were losing the strategic situation. The terrain was the first factor. The Scottish Highlands are genuinely some of the most difficult terrain in the British Isles for a military force that required roads, supply lines, and the ability to move heavy equipment. The glens are narrow. The mountains are unforgiving. The weather, and Scotland's weather in this period was, by the evidence of the pollen record and other climate proxies, if anything somewhat harsher than today, made sustained campaigning in the far north logistically nightmarish. The population density was the second factor. There was not, in the Northern Highlands, the kind of concentrated population centre, the hillfort town, the oppida, the proto-urban settlement, that made Roman conquest productive. Conquer a Gaulish hillfort and you have taken a centre of population and administration that gives you control of the surrounding territory. Send a legion into the Scottish Highlands and what you take is hills. You can hold the hills. The people who lived in those hills will move, and wait, and come back when you move on. And the will was the third factor. The northern tribes had watched what happened south of the wall. They had seen the Romanization of the lowland Britons, the Latin, the Roman towns, the tax collection, the administrative apparatus of a province. They had, in some cases, been given the opportunity to accommodate Rome on terms similar to what the southern tribes had accepted. They had declined. Not from ignorance. Not from inability to read the situation. From a judgment, made deliberately and maintained across generations of contact with Roman power, that the terms being offered were not acceptable. That what Rome offered in exchange for submission, the roads, the markets, the administrative stability, the commercial access, was not worth what it cost. Other people might make a different judgment. Many did, south of the wall. But the northern tribes made theirs, and maintained it, and Rome, in the end, built a wall to acknowledge that it had accepted the northern tribes' decision. There is something in this that deserves a moment of genuine recognition. The wall is usually presented as a Roman achievement. 81 miles of stone fortification, built in 6 years by the Roman engineering corps. It is impressive, and it is genuinely one of the great construction projects of the ancient world. But it is also a Caledonian achievement. It is the physical expression of a choice that the northern tribes made and maintained and defended, for generation after generation, in the face of the most powerful military force the ancient world had produced. The choice to remain outside. The choice to refuse the terms. The choice to live in the hills and the glens, in the conditions that the hills and the glens imposed, rather than accept the Roman alternative. The wall marks the limit of Roman power. And on the other side of it, the Scottish side, the northern side, the people who built that limit live, in some form, still. In the DNA of the Scottish population, which carries a significant genetic ancestry from exactly the people who were north of the wall when it was built. In the landscape, which still has the quality that it had then, difficult, beautiful, particular, and which has shaped the people who have lived in it across all the centuries since. The Romans named them Picti, the painted ones, or possibly the tattooed ones. They did not name themselves. Their own name for themselves, in their own language, does not survive. But they survived. Outside the wall. In the north. On the terms they chose. That is what the wall actually tells us. Not that Rome was strong enough to build it. Rome was obviously strong enough to build it. That the people north of it were strong enough to make Rome decide the wall was necessary. That there was a limit. That the limit was here. And that the people who made the limit have descendants, living in the landscape where their ancestors refused to accommodate the most powerful empire in the ancient world, who can stand on the line of the wall today and feel, perhaps, something of what their remotest ancestors felt when they looked south from those hills and understood what was there, and chose, anyway, to remain where they were. Outside. On their own ground. Still. We have been carrying this moment with us since Section 4. Since the description of the Druids as keepers of everything, of lore and history and philosophy and calendar and memory, all of it concentrated in the minds of a class of people who had spent 20 years becoming living libraries. Since the observation that a Druid's death was the loss of a library. Since the quiet, cold conclusion we arrived at toward the end of that section. You do not do that to a culture that has nothing worth knowing. Rome knew this. Had always known it. The campaign against the Druids was not incidental to the Roman conquest of the Celtic world. It was not a byproduct of military operations that happened to catch spiritual leaders in their path. It was strategic. Deliberate. The application of a clear understanding of how Celtic society worked to the specific problem of making Celtic society stop working in the ways that mattered most. To understand why the Druid targeting was so deliberate, we need to understand something about the difference between Caesar's approach in Gaul and Rome's approach in Britain, because the two were different in important ways, and the difference illuminates the specific logic of the campaign against the British Druids. In Gaul, Caesar suppressed Druidic political power but did not undertake systematic physical extermination of the Druidic class. The reasons were partly practical. The Gallic Wars were fought over a broad territory, rapidly, with Caesar moving his forces from one campaign to the next with the urgency of a commander operating on borrowed political time. There was no opportunity, and perhaps no felt need, to conduct the kind of sustained campaign against a specific class of people that physical elimination of the Druids would have required. But there was also a strategic reason for the restraint. Caesar's goal in Gaul was not destruction but absorption. He wanted Gaul Roman, administered, taxed, productive, integrated into the Roman economic and military system. A Gaul so devastated that it could not function economically was not the Gaul Caesar needed. And the Druidic class, whatever its political danger, was also part of the social fabric that held Gaulish communities together, the legal authority that managed disputes, the medical knowledge that kept people healthy, the agricultural knowledge embedded in the sacred calendar that kept the food supply predictable. Destroy the Druids, and you destroy the social infrastructure of the territory you are trying to administer. So Caesar suppressed. He banned certain Druidic practices. He worked to undermine the institutional authority of the Druidic class, to make it harder for them to operate as a coordinating political force across the tribal boundaries. He cultivated Romanized Gaulish elites who had less investment in the Druidic tradition and more investment in Roman administrative frameworks. He applied pressure through the normal mechanisms of Roman provincial governance rather than through direct physical assault on the class itself. The result, over the next century and a half, was the gradual erosion and eventual effective extinction of the Gaulish Druidic tradition, not through massacre but through the slow dismantling of the conditions that had sustained it. The training centers disrupted, the political authority removed, the institutional protection gone. And without protection, without training centers, without the political conditions that allowed 20-year apprenticeships to function, the tradition could not reproduce itself. It faded, generation by generation, into something that was no longer recognizable as Druidism in any institutional sense. Suppression without extermination, producing extinction through attrition. In Britain, the situation was different, and Rome's response was correspondingly different. The difference was Anglesey. Anglesey, Mona in Latin, Wenwys Mon in Welsh, is an island off the northwest coast of Wales, separated from the mainland by the Menai Strait. It is, geographically, a remarkable place, fertile farmland behind its coastal cliffs, a landscape that could sustain a substantial population, accessible enough to maintain connections with the mainland communities it served but separated enough by the water crossing to have a quality of sanctuary, of separateness, of being a place you could reach if you knew how to get there, but that a hostile force could not reach quickly or easily or without being seen coming. And it was, by the time of the Roman conquest of Britain, the most important single center of Druidic activity in the Celtic world. We established this in Section 4. Caesar's own testimony that those seeking the deepest Druidic training went to Britain. The inference that Anglesey, specifically, was the site, a sacred island, a place of water crossing, a sanctuary for Druidic training and practice that had maintained its institutional coherence even as the Gaulish Druidic centers had been eroded by a century of Roman pressure. What we need to understand now, in the context of the Roman campaign against it, is not just what Anglesey was spiritually and intellectually, but what it was functionally, in the specific political and military context of Roman Britain in the 50s and 60s CE. Were not simply teaching. They were not simply maintaining the sacred calendar and performing the ceremonies and preserving the oral tradition. In a Britain where resistance to Roman authority was ongoing, in Wales, in the north, in the communities that had not accommodated Roman occupation, the Druidic centre at Anglesey was functioning as something more immediately political. Intelligence. A Druid who could move between warring parties without being harmed, whose person was inviolable across tribal boundaries, was, in a context where multiple tribal communities were independently resisting the same Roman force, an ideal intelligence operative. Not a spy in any modern sense, not someone operating covertly, but someone whose legitimate movement between communities gave them access to information about the disposition of forces, the political alignments, the morale of the resistance, the opportunities for coordination that individual tribal leaders could not see from their own positions. Morale. The Druids provided something that military analysis tends to undervalue but that every experienced commander understands is decisive: the ideological framework that makes resistance feel meaningful. The cosmological context within which fighting for your community's freedom was not simply a calculation of military odds but an act with sacred significance. The spiritual sustenance that made it possible for people to continue resisting under conditions that purely practical calculation might have concluded were hopeless. Without the Druids, the resistance in Wales and elsewhere had no institutional voice telling the warriors that what they were doing was cosmically right, cosmically justified, part of a pattern of things that the divine approved of. With the Druids, resistance was not just a military fact but a spiritual obligation. Coordination. The Druids' ability to move between tribes without being harmed, to maintain relationships across tribal boundaries, to function as a neutral authority that could arbitrate between communities that would otherwise be as likely to compete with each other as to cooperate. All of this made them potential coordinators of a resistance that might otherwise fragment along tribal lines. The Druids were the nervous system of Celtic resistance. Not in a metaphorical sense. In a functional, operational sense. They carried information. They sustained will. They provided the framework within which disparate communities could understand themselves as part of the same struggle rather than as separate entities with separate interests. Paulinus understood this. The calculation that produced the assault on Anglesey in 60 CE was the same calculation Caesar had made in a different form in Gaul, applied more directly and more brutally to the British situation. If the Druids were the nervous system of the resistance, then destroying the Druids was more militarily efficient than destroying any individual tribal army. An army, defeated, could be replaced. New warriors could be recruited. The tribe could reorganize. The resistance could continue. But the Druids, each one the product of 20 years of training, each one carrying knowledge that took 20 years to transmit, the institutional infrastructure of the Druidic tradition built up over generations, these could not be replaced quickly. Destroy enough of them, fast enough, and you did not merely weaken the resistance. You removed its capacity for self-renewal. You took away the people who sustained the will to fight, the people who connected the disparate resistance communities to each other, the people who provided the framework within which resistance was intelligible rather than simply futile. And you did something else as well, something that was perhaps not fully articulated in any Roman military planning document, but that was understood at some level by anyone who had watched the Gallic Wars unfold. You damaged the capacity of the Celtic world to maintain its own identity across the generations. Because the Druids were not only resistance coordinators, they were memory keepers. They were the living repository of Celtic civilization's understanding of itself. Destroy them, and the communities they served became less capable of understanding who they were, where they came from, what they were made of. Resistance without identity is harder to sustain. A people who have lost access to their own story, who no longer have the institutional voice that told them that story and its meaning, are people who find it more difficult to know what they are resisting for. This is the deepest level of the strategic logic of the assault on Anglesey. Not just the military destruction of a coordination center. The cultural severing of a civilization from its own memory. That is what Paulinus was marching toward when he crossed the Menai Strait in 60 CE. He was not heading to a battle. He was heading to a library. With a torch. Rest in that knowledge for a moment. The island across the water. The trees and the groves. The voices in the clearing, carrying everything that needed to be carried, speaking in a language that no one outside can hear clearly enough to understand. The Menai Strait. The boats on the water. The line of soldiers on the bank. Not yet across. Not yet. Tacitus was a Roman senator and one of the finest historians the ancient world produced. He was also, and this matters for how we read the passage we are about to examine, the son-in-law of Gnaeus Julius Agricola, the Roman governor whose campaigns in Britain eventually reached the northern edge of Scotland. He had connections to British affairs through that relationship. He cared about what happened there. And he was a writer of sufficient integrity and sufficient literary power that when something troubled him, when something in the record of Roman action produced in him a response that was not simply pride or satisfaction, he found ways to let that response appear in his text. The passage in the Annals describing the Roman assault on Anglesey is one of those places. It is a short passage, perhaps 200 words in the Latin original, and it is one of the most remarkable pieces of writing in the entire record of the Roman encounter with the Celtic world, not because it is particularly long or elaborate, but because of what it reveals about the quality of attention Tacitus brought to a moment that most Roman historical writing would have disposed of in a sentence. Let me take you to it. 60 CE. The Menai Strait. Suetonius Paulinus had marched his forces through Wales, the territory where the Silures and Ordovices and the remnants of Caratacus's resistance had been creating problems for a decade, and had arrived at the coast. Across the narrow stretch of water that separated the Welsh mainland from Anglesey, the island lay. The island where the sacred groves were. Where the Druids had gathered. Where, according to the intelligence that had driven this campaign to this specific location, the coordination of British resistance was being sustained. The Roman force needed to cross. But they were infantry, legionaries, in their heavy equipment, on a coast with no obvious crossing point and boats that were not immediately available for a water assault. The cavalry attempted to swim their horses across. Flat-bottomed boats were built or requisitioned for the infantry. The crossing began. And then the Roman soldiers saw the shore. Tacitus describes what they saw with a detail and a vividness that is, for Roman military history, unusual. The shore opposite was, he writes, densely thronged with armed warriors. And among the warriors, moving between them, were women in black garments, their hair disheveled, brandishing torches, like the furies of Roman mythology. And surrounding these figures, standing apart from the warriors, the Druids, their hands raised to the sky, calling down curses upon the Roman force. The combination, the warriors, the women like furies, the Druids with their arms raised and their mouths full of malediction, produced an effect on the Roman soldiers that Tacitus records with evident surprise. They froze. The soldiers, paralyzed by terror, he writes, exposed their bodies to wounds. That is the literal meaning. They stood, in their boats, on the shore, at the edge of the assault, and they could not move forward. Something in what they were seeing had activated a response that military training and Roman discipline had not accounted for. Something that was not merely threatening. They were soldiers, they faced threats routinely, but specifically, qualitatively alarming in a way that bypassed rational assessment. It was the sight of something that operated in a register they had not been prepared for. Let us sit with that freezing for a moment, because it is the most important detail in the entire passage. Roman soldiers were trained to an extremely high standard of physical and psychological conditioning. They had faced Celtic warriors before. The war cries, the nudity, the carnix, the ferocity of individual combat that was specifically designed to be psychologically overwhelming. They had developed, through training and doctrine, responses to all of these that allowed them to continue functioning even when their individual nervous systems were screaming at them to flee. They had not been prepared for this. What was different? The women in black, moving like the Furies. The specific Fury comparison matters. The Furies were, in Roman mythology, the divinities of punishment and retribution, the supernatural enforcement of cosmic justice. To see something that looked like the Furies moving through the enemy lines was not simply frightening in the ordinary way. It was frightening in a specific way, the way that implies that what you are doing has attracted the attention of forces that are beyond the ordinary. That what you are about to do is being opposed not just by humans but by something else. Something that is not bounded by the ordinary rules of what soldiers can or cannot harm. And the Druids, arms raised, calling down curses, this too activated something beyond ordinary combat fear. The curse, in the ancient world, was not metaphorical. A curse was a real thing. An actual communication directed at you from someone who had access to powers that could translate that communication into real consequences. Roman soldiers, who had their own tradition of binding spells and curse tablets and appeals to divine intervention in human affairs, were not in a position to simply dismiss what they were seeing as superstition. It was too close to what they themselves believed about how the world worked. What the soldiers were feeling, standing frozen on the shore, was the specific terror of confronting something sacred and knowing that what you were about to do was a violation of a category that even your own tradition recognized as inviolable. The terror of sacrilege. And then the officers drove them forward. Tacitus records that after the initial freezing, the officers, ashamed, he suggests, of being turned to stone by a frantic mob of women, exhorted the soldiers and worked themselves up to an advance. The standards were carried forward. The boats moved. The men went. The landing was made. The shore was won. The Druids who had stood with their arms raised were killed. The warriors on the shore were killed. The women in black were killed. Tacitus does not dwell on this a few words, disposed of with the economy of a historian who has already said what he found interesting about the scene and is now recording the result. And then in the one detail that reveals most clearly that what happened at Anglesey was not purely military, the groves were destroyed. The sacred groves. The specific trees, the oaks especially, the great oaks that gave the Druids their name, Druid, that had been the locus of Druidic ceremony and training and the gathering of the tradition for generations. These were cut down. Systematically. Deliberately. Not in the ordinary course of a military operation, which would have had no particular need to clear the woodland of an island that was being occupied, but as a specific act, a specific choice, a specific decision that the trees and the spaces between them needed to be destroyed. Why? A grove of trees is not a military installation. It does not fire artillery. It does not provide defensive fortifications. It does not house warriors in a way that requires its destruction for the occupation to be secure. It was destroyed because it was sacred. Because in the Celtic understanding of the world, which the Romans who had been fighting the Celts for a century understood well enough to take seriously, the groves were where the divine and the human were closest. Where the Druidic tradition had been performed and transmitted and sustained. Where the particular quality of the sacred that existed specifically in those trees, in those spaces, was concentrated and available in a way it was not available anywhere else. Destroy the grove, and you destroy that particular form of access to the sacred. You eliminate the specific location where the tradition had been practiced, and in a tradition so specifically tied to place where the spring and the grove and the hillside and the specific tree were themselves sacred presences, not just containers for a spirituality that could be relocated. The destruction of the place was a meaningful blow against the tradition in a way that destroying a building or text is not. The Druids of Anglesey had been killed, but the groves were destroyed to prevent Anglesey from ever again being what it had been. Not just the people but the place. The specific location of the specific sacred presence. Because you cannot simply move otherworld thin place. And now the most important thing about Tacitus's account. In recording all of this, the frozen soldiers, the women like furies, the Druids with their raised arms, the groves destroyed, Tacitus is doing something that Roman military historical writing almost never does. He is acknowledging that what Rome destroyed had power. The soldiers froze. Not because the enemy was militarily superior, but because what they were seeing operated in a register that their training had not prepared them for. Because the specific quality of the sacred threat, the curses, the furies, the arms raised to the sky, reached past Roman military conditioning and touched something in the soldiers that military conditioning could not fully suppress. That is an acknowledgement of power. Of genuine power. Of the power of a tradition that, even in its final hour, in the moment of its physical destruction, could stop Roman soldiers in their boats and make them unable to move. Tacitus was not a Celtic sympathizer. He was a Roman aristocrat writing about Roman imperial history with a particular critical intelligence that made him the greatest of Roman historians. But he was honest enough and skilled enough as a writer to put in his text what he had found in his sources, and what he had found was that the Roman soldiers at Anglesey were afraid. In a way that was not ordinary military fear. In a way that suggested that what they were doing was recognized, at some level, even by themselves, as the destruction of something that had the quality of the sacred. He left that in. And in leaving it in preserving the soldiers freezing, in recording the women like furies, in noting the Druidic curses called down from the shore, Tacitus gives us something that none of his sources could have anticipated giving us. A Roman acknowledgement that what was destroyed at Anglesey was not simply a military installation. Was not simply the headquarters of a resistance movement, neutralized in the course of legitimate military operations. Was something that even the people destroying it understood, at some pre-rational level, to be something they should not be destroying. The power of the sacred, expressing itself as the recognition of sacrilege in the act of committing it. That recognition, preserved in Tacitus's text, is the Druids' most lasting mark on Roman historical writing. The groves are gone now. Anglesey is a beautiful island visited by tourists, known for its prehistoric monuments, its coastal scenery, its particular quality of the light off the Irish Sea. The ferry from the mainland crosses the Menai Strait at a point that is not far from where the Roman boats crossed. Cars take the Britannia Bridge, the tubular railway bridge built by Robert Stephenson in the 19th century, crossing the same water. The water is the same water. The land on the other side is the same land. But the groves are gone. And the voices that sounded in the groves, the specific voices, the specific words, the specific tradition of 20 years of transmission that produced the kind of person who could stand on a shore and stop Roman soldiers in their boats with raised arms and a mouth full of malediction. Those voices are gone in a way that the water and the land are not. They were killed here. And they were killed here because Rome understood with the cold strategic clarity of an empire that had been fighting the Celts for a century that what was here was worth killing. That the knowledge was dangerous. That the memory was the resistance. That if you wanted the resistance to stop, you had to stop the memory. And so they stopped it. Here. At this water. With that torch. Not everyone died at Anglesey. This is the first thing to hold on to, in the quiet after everything we have just described. Some escaped. In the way that people escape catastrophes, not through any orderly plan, not through any coordinated retreat, but through the particular accidents of proximity to a boat, to a horse, to a route not yet closed, to a moment of confusion in an attacking force that created a gap through which a person could move. Some Druids escaped the massacre at Anglesey. Some had left before Paulinus arrived. Some were elsewhere, in the communities they served, in the hills of Wales, in the scattered places across Britain where Druidic practice continued in attenuated form even as the centre of it was being destroyed. And some, perhaps not many, perhaps more than we can know, went west across the water that Rome had never crossed. To Ireland. Ireland was never conquered by Rome. This is one of the central geographical facts of the entire story we have been telling, introduced in Section 2 as a feature of Celtic linguistic survival, returned to in Section 5 as the place where the Irish myths were preserved, mentioned again in Section 9 as the ark that received what Gaul could not keep. Now, in the context of the Druid diaspora, it becomes its most important expression. Why did Rome not conquer Ireland? The honest answer is that the sources do not fully explain it, and historians have debated the question for centuries. Ireland was not beyond Rome's reach. Its location across the Irish Sea from western Britain was well known, its tin and copper and general resources were commercially interesting, and the Roman military had demonstrated a willingness to undertake campaigns of remarkable logistical difficulty when the strategic or political case for them was strong enough. Tacitus, in Agricola, records that the governor considered invading Ireland and believed he could conquer and hold it with a single legion. The invasion never happened. Why? Whether it was a question of insufficient political will in Rome, or an assessment that the resources required outweighed the potential return, or simply that other priorities consistently took precedence, we cannot say with certainty. What we know is that Rome stopped at the Irish Sea, and that Ireland, therefore, remained outside the Roman administrative system that was, everywhere it penetrated, dissolving the institutional conditions under which the Druidic tradition could survive. The Druids who reached Ireland found a world that was, in many respects, the Celtic world they had known before the Romans came. Not identical, Ireland had its own distinct history and its own internal political dynamics and its own specific forms of Celtic practice that differed in various ways from the traditions of Britain and Gaul. But recognizably Celtic in its bones. Tribal. Organized around the same fundamental social structures, the client-patron relationships, the warrior aristocracy, the Druidic class, the feast hall, the oral tradition. Speaking a Celtic language, Gorodelic, the branch that had developed separately from the Brythonic Celtic of Britain but recognizably from the same family. In Ireland, the Druidic tradition, or elements of it that found their way there, did not encounter the conditions that had destroyed it elsewhere. There was no Roman administrative pressure to dismantle the training centers. No Roman legal system to replace the Druidic legal authority. No Roman governor making strategic calculations about the political danger of a class of people who could move across tribal boundaries and sustain resistance. The tradition continued. Not unchanged. Not in the same form it had taken in Britain or Gaul, which had their own regional variations. But continued. The Philid, the Irish poet-scholars, whom we discussed in Section 3, maintained a tradition that was in key respects continuous with the Druidic tradition, performing many of the same social and intellectual functions, carrying a body of knowledge that was transmitted through the same mechanism of sustained oral memorization that the Druids had practiced. They were not called Druids in Ireland. The term had acquired, in the Christian period that followed, associations that made it theologically uncomfortable. But the function, the keeper of memory, the legal authority, the performer of the tradition, the poet whose praise and whose satire both had real social power, that function persisted in the Philid in a form that was, in its essential logic, Druidic. And then Christianity came to Ireland. Not through Roman conquest, the mechanism that had elsewhere created the conditions for the dismantling of indigenous religious and intellectual traditions. Through missionaries. Through Patrick in the 5th century CE, whose specific approach to the conversion of Ireland was, by the standards of Christian mission practice in this period, remarkably accommodating of what it found. Ireland's conversion to Christianity was not, for the most part, in most places, at most times, a violent rupture. It was a negotiation, a layering. The new faith arriving and finding an existing tradition that was itself sophisticated, intellectually serious, and not without its own spiritual depth, and the two traditions engaging with each other in a way that produced something genuinely hybrid rather than simple replacement. The Irish Church that emerged from this negotiation was recognizably Christian and also, in certain ways, recognizably continuous with what had preceded it. The monastic structure, the emphasis on learning, on the preservation and transmission of knowledge, on the educated community living according to a common rule, had certain structural resonances with the Druidic school. Not identical, but resonant in ways that may not be entirely accidental. And the monks who populated those monasteries, the Irish monks of the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries who are responsible for some of the most extraordinary intellectual production of early medieval Europe, were people who lived in a culture that had not yet fully forgotten what it had been before Christianity, whose grandparents or great-grandparents had lived in a world where the old stories were still the living tradition rather than the ancient record, who understood, even if they could not have articulated it in terms that a modern scholar would recognize, that what was in those stories was worth keeping. And so they kept it. The Book of the Dun Cow, the Book of Leinster, the Yellow Book of Lecan, the Book of Ballymote. These are the great medieval Irish manuscripts in which the mythological and heroic cycles of Irish tradition were recorded. The Tyne, the mythological cycle, the Ulster cycle, the Fenian cycle, the stories we drew on in section 5 to reconstruct something of the Celtic spiritual world and the Celtic heroic ethic. They were written by Christian monks. They were written about a pre-Christian world. And the monks who wrote them understood the tension and navigated it with varying degrees of theological anxiety and literary sophistication. Some of them added brief disclaimers. I who have written this story, or rather fantasy, do not credit the details of the story or the fantasy. For some things in it are the deceptions of demons, some of them poetic fictions, some of them probable, some of them improbable, and some of them for the delectation of foolish men. This particular caveat, from the colophon of the Book of the Dun Cow, is one of the most charming pieces of intellectual dishonesty in the history of manuscripts, because the monk who wrote it had just spent weeks carefully copying an enormous body of pre-Christian mythology, preserving it with evident care and evident knowledge, and wanted to signal to his ecclesiastical superiors that he understood it was theologically problematic while simultaneously ensuring that it survived. He kept it, despite the disclaimer, despite the theological anxiety, because the stories were the stories of his people. Because something in him understood that losing them would be a loss that no amount of Christian doctrine could compensate for. That monk, nameless to us, working in a scriptorium somewhere in Ireland in the late 11th century, copying by candlelight a text that was already old when he encountered it, was performing the same function that the Druids had performed. He was carrying the memory forward. He was being, in the medium available to him in the world he lived in, a keeper. The Irish monks who preserved the Celtic mythological tradition were, in a real sense, the last Druids. Not in costume or title or explicit theological commitment, but in function. In the fundamental act that defines the Druidic role, receiving what has been transmitted and transmitting it in turn, ensuring that what is worth keeping finds its way to the next person who can carry it. The chain of transmission had been broken in Gaul. It had been broken at Anglesey. It had been broken in Wales and in the northern territories of Britain as Roman occupation slowly dismantled the conditions under which oral transmission could continue. In Ireland, something of the chain had held. Not the chain in its original form, the 20-year Druidic apprenticeship, the specific training, the institutional structure that had sustained the tradition for centuries, but the essential movement of the chain, the passing of something important from one generation to the next, in whatever form was available, through whatever medium the times permitted. From Druid to Philid, from Philid to Christian monk, from Christian monk to manuscript, from manuscript to the scholarship that decoded the manuscripts, from the scholarship to the storytellers and poets and writers who found in the manuscripts the source material for a living tradition that has continued, in various forms, to the present day. An interrupted chain is still a chain. A filtered transmission is still a transmission. The signal is weaker, the noise is louder, the original form is transformed beyond recognition in places. But something, some trace, some structure, some essential quality, found its way through. And that trace is what we have been working with tonight. What we drew on in section 5 when we described the Celtic spiritual world. What the Tyne gives us of Celtic warrior ethics. What the Morrigan gives us of Celtic feminine power. What Hiraeth gives us of something that may be the oldest feeling in the living Celtic tradition, the longing for a home that is also somehow a home that cannot be returned to. The monks kept it. Against the odds, in the margins of their theological comfort, with disclaimers that no one was fooled by, in a language that had kept itself alive at the western edge of Europe while the rest of the Celtic linguistic world was absorbed into Latin. They kept it. Let that be something worth resting in. The candle in the scriptorium. The quill moving across the page. The stories that had been spoken for centuries finding, at last, a medium that would outlast the voice. The chain, broken and broken again and repaired again, still somehow reaching from the groves of Anglesey, through the darkness of the massacre, through the diaspora, through the centuries of the Irish monasteries, through the scholarship that decoded the manuscripts, all the way to this moment. All the way to tonight. Now, we have described what survived. We have traced the interrupted chain from the groves of Anglesey to the Irish monasteries to the manuscripts to tonight. We have found, in the margins and the folk practice and the place names and the living Celtic languages, evidence of a tradition that was not entirely extinguished. That survival matters. We should not minimize it. But we should also not use it to avoid looking clearly at what did not survive. Because the things that survived, as remarkable as they are, do not fill the space left by the things that did not. The living languages are not the same as all the languages that died. The Irish mythological cycles are not the same as the full body of Celtic intellectual tradition. The folk practices and the place names and the genetic ancestry, these are precious remnants, each one a small miracle of persistence. They are not the whole. And the honest accounting of what the whole was, what was in the space before the devastation that is not in the space after, that accounting has to be done carefully and looked at steadily, because it is the measure of what Rome actually took from the world when it specifically and deliberately destroyed the class of people whose function was to be that world's memory. Let us try to calculate the scope. 20 years. That is the duration of Druidic training. 20 years, from roughly the age of 14 to the mid-30s, of sustained oral memorization. Law, genealogy, cosmology, medicine, natural philosophy, poetic forms, the full body of Celtic intellectual life in the form it took when the Druidic tradition was intact. How many Druids were there? We do not know. The sources do not give us reliable numbers. But we can reason from what we know about the function the Druidic class served. Every significant Celtic community required Druidic services for legal disputes, for the maintenance of the calendar, for medical consultation, for the performance of the sacred ceremonies at the 4 great festivals. A reasonable minimum estimate for the Celtic world at its height, Gaul, Britain, Ireland, the continental Celtic territories, would be thousands of practitioners. Perhaps tens of thousands. Multiply 20 years of training by thousands of practitioners. The result is a number of human years of intellectual labor, of knowledge accumulated and maintained and transmitted, that is, by any measure, extraordinary. Not extraordinary in the abstract statistical sense. Extraordinary in the specific sense of what that knowledge contained. Legal knowledge accumulated over centuries of case law, applied to the infinite variety of human situations, refined by generations of Druidic jurists who understood that the law was not a fixed set of rules but a living tradition of reasoning from principle to specific circumstance. Historical knowledge, the narrative of the Celtic world before Rome, the stories of the great tribes and the great kings and the great decisions, the genealogies that connected the living to the dead across dozens of generations, the record of events that no one had written down because the writing was less important than the remembering. Astronomical knowledge, the system of observation that had produced the colony calendar, the understanding of the sky's patterns across decades and centuries, the ability to predict the movements of celestial bodies that was embedded in the sacred calendar and expressed in the orientation of sacred sites. Medical knowledge, the pharmacological tradition of plants and their properties, the understanding of the body and its conditions, the specific treatments and the specific ceremonies that gave those treatments their full context, embedded in a cosmological framework that understood health as something that could not be separated from the person's relationship with the divine and the natural world. Philosophical knowledge, the tradition of thinking about the soul, about the cosmos, about the relationship between human beings and the divine, about fate and free will and the nature of time, that the classical sources gesture at but never fully describe, that we can only reconstruct from fragments that have none of the depth and internal coherence that a living tradition would have had. And poetic knowledge, the elaborate metrical forms, the kennings, the specific aesthetic tradition that made Celtic poetry one of the most technically sophisticated in the ancient world, and that is now known to us only in its Irish survivals, which represent one branch of something that once had many branches. All of this, in human minds, gone when the minds died. The languages of loss are, in some ways, the most sobering. Gaulish is extinct. The language in which the Druidic tradition of Gaul was transmitted, in which the legal and historical and cosmological knowledge of the Gaulish Celtic world was encoded, in which the prayers were said and the poems composed and the judgments rendered, that language exists now in a few hundred inscriptions, most of them short, most of them fragmentary, none of them capturing anything of the depth of the tradition they were the medium for. Celtiberian is extinct. The language of the Celtic tradition of Spain, which had its own Druidic equivalent, its own oral tradition, its own body of accumulated knowledge, gone without a significant written record. The Galatian language of central Turkey is extinct. Whatever the Galatian Druids or Druidic equivalents transmitted in that specific tradition, gone. British is not extinct, it became Welsh, which is living and vibrant and a genuine treasury of Celtic tradition. But the pre-Christian Druidic tradition of Britain was centered on Anglesey and the Welsh marches, and the specific body of knowledge maintained there was not transferred intact into the Welsh literary tradition that eventually recorded in writing what could be recovered. The astronomical records, if the Druids maintained something analogous to what we know of their Gaulish counterparts through the colony calendar, are gone. The centuries of celestial observation, the patterns that have been tracked and recorded in human memory across generations, the specific understanding of the sky that the Druidic tradition had developed. We have the colony calendar, a single artifact, a glimpse at the surface of something whose depth we cannot measure. The medical tradition, except insofar as it survived in the Irish manuscripts, which preserve some Druidic herbal knowledge in Christianized form, is gone. The Celtic pharmacological tradition, which was by any reasonable assessment one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world, survives in fragments that tell us there was a great deal more than what survived. The philosophical tragedy. This is the thing that sits most heavily when you try to hold the full picture of what was lost. The Druids chose oral transmission. Deliberately. With full understanding of what writing was and what it could do, they lived in a world that had writing, they saw it operating around them, they used it themselves for commercial and administrative purposes. The choice not to commit their sacred knowledge to writing was not ignorance. It was a considered philosophical position. And that position, that the most important knowledge was too important for the diminished, decontextualized, democratized, context-stripped form that writing produced, turned out to be the single most significant vulnerability in the entire Celtic intellectual tradition. Because writing is, among its many other qualities, survivable in a way that oral transmission is not. You can burn a library, but a burned library leaves ash, and in the ash there are sometimes partial texts, and in the partial texts there is sometimes enough to reconstruct something of what was lost. You can destroy a language, but the grammarians and the lexicographers sometimes preserve enough vocabulary and enough grammatical structure to allow later scholars to reconstruct something of what the language was. You cannot reconstruct what was in a Druid's mind. Once the person is dead, what they carried is gone. Not damaged, not partial, gone. With a completeness and a finality that physical destruction cannot achieve and that the specific choice of oral transmission made inevitable. The most sophisticated practitioners of Celtic intellectual life chose a medium that was destroyed by destroying people. And Rome destroyed the people. Not from any particular appreciation of this philosophical tragedy. Not in any awareness that what it was eliminating was irreplaceable in a way that no subsequent effort could undo. Simply because the people were the obstacle, and the most efficient way to remove the obstacle was to remove the people. The collision of Rome's strategic logic with the Celtic choice of medium produced a loss that was, in both its scale and its irreversibility, uniquely catastrophic. The greatest library in ancient Northern Europe was kept in human minds. Let me stay with that for a moment. Not a metaphor. Not a poetic description of something that is, at its core, just the normal human activity of maintaining cultural traditions. A literal description of the situation. The most important knowledge in the Celtic world, the most carefully accumulated, the most deeply organized, the most extensively trained custodians of, that knowledge existed in no other form than the minds of the people who carried it. There was no backup, no copy, no alternative medium. The text was the person, and the person was the text, and the two were inseparable in a way that was both the tradition's greatest achievement and its ultimate vulnerability. And then Rome killed the people. Not all of them. Not quickly. Not in a single event. But systematically, over the course of the first century of the Common Era, through Caesar's suppression of Druidic political authority in Gaul, through the progressive dismantling of the institutional conditions for Druidic training across the conquered territories, through the specific and targeted assault on Anglesey, Rome killed enough of the people, fast enough, to break the chain. To create gaps in the transmission that could not be filled. To kill teachers before they had finished teaching. To eliminate training centers before the students who were partway through their training had completed it. To make the reproduction of the tradition, the production of new Druids who could carry the next generation of the knowledge, impossible in the territories under Roman control. The chain broke. And what was in the broken links of the chain? What was carried by the Druids who died before they finished transmitting? What was in the training that was interrupted? What was in the knowledge that had not yet been passed on? That is what we have no access to. Not because we have not looked hard enough. Not because it is hiding somewhere waiting to be found. But because it died with the people who carried it, in the specific, absolute way that knowledge dies when the only place it exists is in a human mind, and that mind ceases. What we have to reckon with, what we have to be willing to say clearly, without comfort or mitigation, is this. We have lost something that cannot be measured, because the measuring would require us to know what we have lost, and the nature of the loss is that we do not know what we have lost. We know the shape of the absence. We can see the outline of what was there from the edges of what survived. The Irish mythological cycles tell us something, but not everything, about the Celtic cosmology that was once intact. The Brehorn law texts tell us something, but not everything, about the Celtic legal tradition. The archaeology tells us something, but not everything, about the Celtic material world. The surviving languages tell us something, but not everything, about the conceptual world the languages encoded. The center of the picture is gone. Not dimmed. Not obscured. Gone. And what the center contained, the full cosmological understanding, the complete legal tradition, the centuries of astronomical observation, the medical knowledge, the genealogies, the specific philosophical tradition of the Celtic Druids, we will never know. That is the reckoning. Not with despair. Not with the particular modern sentimentality that turns past losses into occasions for comfortable melancholy. But honestly, as a fact about what happened and what it cost, stated clearly enough that we do not minimize it and do not look away from it. Something irreplaceable was lost. In the groves of Anglesey. In the Caesar campaigns. In the slow attrition of the Romanization of the Celtic territories. Something irreplaceable that we will never recover. The world is smaller for it. Not dramatically smaller, not smaller in ways that are immediately visible in daily life, but smaller in the specific way that the loss of a human tradition of knowledge makes the world smaller. In the way that the extinction of a language makes it smaller. In the way that the death of the last speaker of a tongue that no one else speaks makes it smaller. The world is smaller, and the smallness is invisible, because we do not know what we are missing. We only know that something was there, and was destroyed, and is not there anymore. And we know, because the evidence is everywhere, in the art and the law and the philosophy and the oral tradition, in the fragments and the survivals and the echoes, that what was there was extraordinary, worth keeping, worth grieving, and worth, at minimum, the effort of this night. The effort of sitting in the darkness, listening, trying to hear something of what the silence sounds like. That is the close of Act 3. The collision. The Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix. Alesia. Britain. Caratacus. Boudica. Hadrian's Wall. Anglesey. And what was lost, when the torch was applied to the groves and the voices stopped. What comes next is different. What survives? What was kept? What went underground? What transformed? What found its way, in various and attenuated and transformed forms, through the centuries and into the world that exists tonight? That story is ahead. 6 living Celtic languages in the world today. Not museum pieces. Not academic reconstructions. Not languages spoken only by scholars in universities, deciphered from ancient inscriptions. Living languages, languages in which people dream, in which people argue with their partners and comfort their children and write poetry and make jokes and call their mothers on the telephone. Welsh, Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Cornish, Breton, Manx. 6 direct descendants, in unbroken linguistic lineage, from the languages spoken by the people we have been tracing through this entire video. The people of the hillforts, the feast halls, the sacred groves. The Druids with their 20 years of memorization. The warriors at the ford. The women with their legal rights and their talks. The queen of the Iceni who burned 3 Roman cities. The young man from the Arverni who almost changed everything. Their great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren's great-grandchildren are still speaking versions of their languages. Right now. Tonight. Somewhere in Wales and in the west of Ireland and in the Hebridean Islands and in Brittany and in Cornish communities and on the Isle of Man. The languages are alive. Let that be extraordinary for a moment. Let it be as extraordinary as it actually is. But not all of them survived equally, and the story of how they survived is as much about loss as about continuity. Begin with the loss. Gaulish. The language of the Gauls, the Celtic language spoken by the people who were Caesar's primary target, who produced Vercingetorix and who held out at Alesia and who were defeated, in the end, at the cost of 1 million dead and 1 million enslaved. Gaulish is gone. Not partially gone. Not surviving in a few communities in the French hinterland. Not maintained in a diaspora. Not revivable from existing speakers. Gone. Extinct. The last community of native Gaulish speakers disappeared, at some point in the late Roman period, probably by the 4th or 5th century CE, as the language was displaced by the Latin that had spread through Gaul over 4 centuries of Roman occupation. The ghost of Gaulish is in French. We established this in section 2, the words that French inherited from the language it replaced, surviving in the everyday vocabulary that Latin could not or did not bother to displace. Chain, the oak. Mouton, the sheep that became English mutton. Bec, the beak or mouth. Several hundred words of everyday French carry the cellular memory of Gaulish in their etymology, known to most French speakers as simply French. But the language itself, the full, living, syntactically complex, literature-capable, emotionally nuanced language that the Gauls spoke, that language is not available. We cannot hear it spoken by a native speaker. We cannot read a text of any significant length in it. We have inscriptions, most of them short, some of them still only partially understood, none of them giving us access to the depth of what the language once contained. That is the one that did not make it. The ones that did. Begin with Irish, because Irish is in many ways the most important. Ireland was never conquered by Rome. We have returned to this fact several times now, because it is the fact around which so much of the Celtic survival story turns. Without the Irish exemption from Roman conquest, the preservation of Celtic intellectual tradition in the Irish monasteries would not have happened. Without the Irish monasteries, the mythological cycles would not have been written down. Without the mythological cycles, our access to the pre-Christian Celtic world would be significantly more limited than it is. But the Irish exemption was not simply a good turn of fate for cultural preservation. It meant that the Irish language, the Gorodelic Celtic branch, the sister language of Brythonic rather than its twin, had 4 centuries of Roman occupation to develop without Roman pressure. To continue producing literature, developing its legal tradition, elaborating its poetic forms, deepening its philosophical vocabulary, without the pressure toward Latin that was dissolving Celtic linguistic capacity everywhere that Rome administered. Irish is the oldest vernacular literary language in Western Europe. That is not a minor historical footnote. It means that when the Irish monks began writing down what they had received from the oral tradition, in the 7th and 8th centuries CE, earlier than almost any comparable vernacular literary tradition in Europe, they were drawing on a language that had been developing its literary vocabulary for centuries, that had evolved forms specifically suited to the kinds of things that needed to be said, that had the conceptual depth and the aesthetic sophistication to carry, in written form, something of what the oral tradition had been carrying before. Irish today is the first official language of the Republic of Ireland. It is spoken natively by perhaps 100,000 people in the Irish-speaking communities, the Gaeltacht, mainly along the western coast, in Galway and Donegal and Kerry and Mayo, in the places that are closest to the Atlantic and furthest from the centres of English administrative power that did to Irish, eventually, something of what Rome had done to Gaulish. The number of native speakers has been declining for 2 centuries, though the rate of decline has slowed in recent decades. Irish is a language under pressure. It is still a language. Scottish Gaelic, Cornish, Breton, Manx. Scottish Gaelic arrived in Scotland in the 5th century CE with Irish settlers who crossed the North Channel from northeast Ireland to the southwest of what is now Scotland, the Kingdom of Dalriata, which straddled the water between the two islands. It is a close cousin of Irish, recognizably of the same family, developing its own distinctive character in the Scottish Highland context. Spoken today by perhaps 50 to 60,000 people, mostly in the Hebridean Islands and the northwest of Scotland. Under significant pressure. Still alive. Cornish died in 1777 when Dolly Pentreath, the last native speaker, died in Mousehole in Cornwall. Or at least, that is the traditional account. There may have been semi-speakers afterward, and the picture is complicated by how you define a native speaker. But the community language was gone. And then it came back. In the 20th century, from the historical records and the manuscripts and the dictionaries that documented Cornish before it died, a community of people in Cornwall began the work of language revival. Building the vocabulary, standardizing the spelling, creating teaching materials, finding speakers willing to learn and to teach. There are now several thousand people with some Cornish fluency, a small community, but a real one, growing, with children being raised as Cornish speakers for the first time in over 200 years. Breton is the Celtic language of Brittany, the northwestern peninsula of France, a British Celtic language, carried there by migrants from southwestern Britain in the 5th and 6th centuries CE as Anglo-Saxon expansion pushed Brythonic speakers out of southeastern Britain. It is the only Celtic language spoken on the European continent. Perhaps 200,000 speakers, though the number of daily native speakers is smaller and declining. It is under pressure. It has survived a great deal of pressure and is still here. Manx, the Celtic language of the Isle of Man, died in 1974 when Ned Madrell, its last native speaker, died. And then, like Cornish, it came back. There are now children being raised as Manx speakers, a deliberate, community-wide decision that the language was worth the effort of resurrection. The Isle of Man has a Manx language primary school. There is a generation of children for whom Manx is a living language, who did not know Ned Madrell and did not decide to revive the language from loss but to simply grow up speaking it. 6 languages. Each one a different story of survival and loss and pressure and persistence. Each one, in its specific way, a demonstration that what the Celtic world produced was not fully extinguished by what was done to it. The Romans took Gaul. And Gaulish died. But they did not take Ireland. And Irish is alive. They took Britain, in most of it, and Brittonic was pushed to the margins, to Wales, to Cornwall, to Brittany, and in the margins it survived. And some of what was pushed out of Britain crossed the water to France and became Breton, which is still alive. And in Scotland, which Rome reached but never held, the language of Ireland arrived from the west and took root and became Scottish Gaelic, and it is still alive. And the Isle of Man, small and peripheral and easily overlooked, maintained its Celtic language until the mid-20th century, and then decided to bring it back. The margin. The island. The western coast. The peninsula. The upland. The place that was too difficult or too remote or too unimportant to be fully absorbed. These are where the languages survived. These are the places where the thread held. Hiraeth. The Welsh word we began with. The longing for a home that cannot be returned to, or that never quite existed. The feeling that has no adequate translation into any language that came from the same root but took a different path. The word is still there, in a language that has been spoken, without interruption, since before the Romans arrived. In a language that bent under every pressure that has been applied to it for 2,000 years, and did not break. Hiraeth. It still exists. In someone's mouth. Right now. Being spoken to someone who understands it because they grew up with it, because their parents spoke it, because the thread from the Iron Age to tonight is, in this word, in this language, uncut. That is what the Celts kept. Among everything else they kept, that is perhaps the most astonishing. A word that cannot be translated. Still here. When we say that Ireland was never conquered by Rome, we tend to say it as a historical footnote. A fact that gets one sentence in the standard account, noted and moved past, on the way to the things that did happen. Rome's reach did not extend to Ireland. The Irish Sea was the border. Ireland was outside. But the implications of that single geographical fact, that the Irish Sea was the limit, that Rome stopped where the water began, are so large and so consequential that they deserve considerably more than a footnote. Because without that fact, everything that follows in this section does not exist. The Irish manuscripts do not exist. The mythological cycles are not written down. The window into the pre-Christian Celtic world that the Irish literary tradition provides, the window we have been looking throughout this video, is not there. Everything this video has described about Celtic spiritual life, about the warrior ethic, about the sovereignty goddess tradition, about the way the Celts understood fate and heroism and the relationship between the human and the divine, all of that came to us through Ireland. Through the specific accident that Rome drew a line at the water and did not cross it. The most important accident of geography in the history of Celtic cultural survival. What Ireland was like in the centuries when this mattered most, roughly from the Roman conquest of Britain in 43 CE to the arrival of Christianity in Ireland in the 5th century CE, is a question the sources cannot fully answer, because Ireland in this period did not produce extensive written records. What we can say is this: Irish society in the early centuries CE was organized along lines that were recognizably continuous with the broader Celtic world. Tribal, organized around the client-patron relationships and the warrior aristocracy and the legal tradition that we have traced throughout this video. The Druids, the Irish equivalent, the Philid, the poet-scholars, maintained the oral tradition that carried everything worth carrying. The Brehorn law tradition, the elaborate, sophisticated body of case law that we drew on in Section 3 and Section 6, was functioning, developing, being applied by trained practitioners in the resolution of real disputes. And crucially, none of this was under pressure from Rome. No Roman governor was calculating the political danger of the Druidic class in Ireland. No Roman road was creating a corridor of Latinization through the Irish landscape. No Roman administrative apparatus was requiring Latin literacy as the condition of participation in economic and political life. No Roman military presence was making the maintenance of Celtic social structures politically risky. Ireland was simply Celtic, in the way that the Celtic world had been Celtic before the Romans arrived, without the complicated overlays that occupation had produced everywhere else. When Christianity arrived in Ireland in the 5th century, it arrived into a Celtic world that had had 4 centuries to develop without disruption. Christianity's arrival in Ireland is one of the most important events in the history of what the Celts kept. Not because Christianity was a friend to Celtic tradition. In many respects it wasn't. The Church's theological position on the old gods and the old practices was clear: they were to be supplanted. The sacred springs were to be rededicated to Christian saints, which, as we've noted, they were. The Druidic practices were to be discouraged. The polytheistic cosmology was to be replaced with monotheism. But the way Christianity arrived in Ireland, not through Roman conquest, not through imperial imposition, not through the administrative apparatus of a state that had decided to become Christian, made the Irish conversion different from the conversion of the Roman provinces. It was a missionary conversion. Voluntary, in the sense that it was persuasion rather than compulsion, mostly. And the missionaries who carried out that persuasion were working in a society that had not been previously disrupted, that still had its own intellectual traditions fully intact, that still had its Philid and its Brehorn lawyers and its oral tradition operating at full institutional strength. The result was a Christianity that absorbed more of what it found than it replaced. The Irish Church that emerged from the 5th and 6th centuries was recognizably Christian and also recognizably Irish. Not a copy of the Roman Church that was developing on the continent, but something with its own character, its own emphases, its own relationship to the natural world and the sacred landscape that was distinctly continuous with what had preceded it. The great Irish saints, Brigid, Columba, Kevin of Glendalough, Kieran of Clonmacnoise, are figures whose legendary lives are full of the natural world, of animals, of holy wells and sacred trees and specific places where the divine is understood to be particularly present. The Irish Christian sacred geography is, in large measure, the old Celtic sacred geography with Christian names attached. The saints were given the sacred sites, and the sacred sites kept their quality of being sacred, and the people who visited them kept coming for the same reasons people had always come. Because the spring was a thin place, because the hill had always been holy, because there was something here that was not present everywhere. And the monks who gathered in the monastic communities that became Ireland's most distinctive contribution to early medieval Christianity were people formed in this specific environment. People for whom the natural world was alive with meaning, for whom the boundary between the sacred and the ordinary was permeable, for whom the intellectual life of their community was understood as a form of sacred practice rather than simply a useful skill. These monks wrote things down. Not only Christian texts, though they wrote those in great quantities, the scriptoria of the Irish monasteries producing books with a regularity and a quality that was extraordinary by the standards of early medieval Europe. They also wrote down the old stories. The mythological cycle. The creation narrative, or what survived of the creation narrative, of the Irish Celts. The stories of the Tuatha De Danann, the divine race who inhabited Ireland before the Gaels, who retreated into the side when the new people arrived but did not disappear, who continued to interact with the human world from the other world that overlapped with it. The stories of the Dagda and Luff and the Morrigan and Brigid, the divine figures we met in section 5, preserved in manuscripts from the 7th century onward. The Ulster cycle. The great heroic literature, the Tyne Bo Quailnge and the satellite tales that surround it, the world of Cu Chulainn and Medb and Concobar and Fir Dyad. The most fully developed surviving expression of the Celtic heroic ethic, which we explored in section 7. Preserved in the Book of the Dun Cow and the Book of Leinster and the other great manuscript compilations of the 11th and 12th centuries, but drawing on oral tradition and earlier written fragments that trace the stories back centuries further. The Fenian cycle. The stories of Fionn Mac Cummill and his warriors, the Fianna, whose tradition preserved a different kind of Celtic heroic story, more supernatural, more connected to the wild landscape, more explicitly tied to the specific geography of Ireland in a way that makes the stories feel as much like the story of a land as the story of its people. The mythological, Ulster, and Fenian cycles together constitute the most extensive surviving body of pre-Christian Celtic narrative in existence. They are not perfect windows into the Iron Age Celtic world. They have been through too many processes of transformation, too much oral evolution, too much monastic editing, to be taken as direct transcriptions of an original tradition. But they are the closest thing we have. And without Ireland, without the monks, without the specific accident of geography that preserved Ireland from Roman disruption, they would not exist. What the monks were doing, when they wrote down the old stories, was the same thing the Druids had done when they committed the tradition to memory. They were keeping the memory. The medium had changed, from voice to vellum, from the human mind to the written page. The institutional context had changed, from the Druidic school to the Christian monastery. The theological framework had changed, from the Celtic polytheistic worldview to a Christian monotheism that was in constant, uneasy negotiation with the material it was preserving. But the fundamental act, receive what has been transmitted, hold it, transmit it in turn, was the same act. The monk with his quill was, in the essential logic of what he was doing, a Druid with a new medium. The chain that had been broken everywhere else, in Gaul by Caesar, in Britain by the Roman occupation, at Anglesey by Paulinus's torch, held in Ireland. Because Rome stopped at the water. Because the water was wide enough. Because the accident of geography gave a civilization time to pour what it knew into a vessel that survived. Ireland was the ark. Not a perfect ark. Arks never are. The story of survival is always also a story of what was lost in the transition, what changed in the crossing, what arrived on the other side transformed by the journey. But an ark nonetheless. The place where enough was preserved that the shape of what was lost could be inferred from the shape of what survived. And the manuscripts that the monks produced, those extraordinary, beautiful, painstakingly illuminated and carefully copied manuscripts, those manuscripts are the ark's cargo. The contents of what was saved. Available now, in libraries, digitized, translated, studied, drawn on by scholars and poets and storytellers and all the people who want to know something of the world that existed before the world we live in. Available tonight. In this video. In everything we have been describing. The monks who bent over their work by candlelight in the monastic scriptoria of 7th century Ireland did not know that what they were producing would be read by someone lying in the dark 1,500 years later. But they kept it anyway. Because that is what keepers do. The manuscripts are remarkable. The living languages are remarkable. But there is a third form of survival that is in some ways the most remarkable of all, because it happened without any institutional support, without any deliberate preservation effort, without scholars or monks or anyone who understood what they were doing as the conservation of a tradition. It happened in the ordinary life of ordinary people. In the customs that got passed from parents to children because that is how customs get passed. In the beliefs that were maintained not because anyone had decided they were theologically correct, but because they felt true, because they described something real about the experience of living in a specific landscape, because discontinuing them felt wrong in the way that discontinuing something ancient and meaningful always feels wrong even when you cannot fully say why. Below the level of literature and law, below the level of the manuscripts and the monastic tradition and the institutional survival of the Celtic languages, below all of that, something persisted in the folk tradition of the Celtic peoples and the peoples who lived in formerly Celtic territories that is both continuous with the Iron Age world we have been describing and present, in various forms, in the world tonight. Samhain. We described it in Section 5, the great Celtic festival of the year's end and beginning, the night of October 31st, when the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead was understood to be at its thinnest, when the ancestors were close, when the beings of the other world moved more freely in the human world, when fires were lit and offerings were made and costumes were worn to allow movement through a night when the supernatural was present and active. We described its connection to Halloween. Let's be specific about that connection now. Samhain did not become Halloween in a single moment of conversion. It became Halloween through a process that unfolded over more than a millennium, a process of layering, of one tradition being placed over another, of the new framework adopting the old calendar point and some of the old practices while reframing their meaning. The Christian Church established the Feast of All Saints, All Hallows, on November 1st, the day after Samhain. Whether this was deliberate, a strategic appropriation of a Celtic sacred time, placing a Christian feast at the point in the year when Celtic communities had always gathered, or coincidental is debated. But the effect was clear. The night before All Hallows became All Hallows Eve, and the Celtic practices associated with that night, the costumes, the fires, the acknowledgement of the returning dead, continued, now technically in the context of Christian observance but maintaining the older framework beneath it. In Ireland and Scotland and Wales and Brittany, where the Samhain tradition was most deeply rooted, the folk practices associated with this night persisted through the Christian period with remarkable tenacity. The game of divination by apple bobbing, a Celtic practice, the apple being the fruit of the other world. The use of turnips or, later in America, pumpkins, carved with faces to represent or ward off the supernatural presences of the thin night. The wearing of costumes to move through a night when the boundary was open, to be unrecognizable to what might be moving through from the other side. Irish and Scottish immigrants brought these traditions to America in the 19th century, particularly in the great waves of migration that followed the Irish famine of the 1840s. In America, the traditions met other cultural practices, were elaborated and commercialized and transformed, and eventually became the global cultural phenomenon of Halloween that has spread back across the Atlantic to countries that had forgotten or never had the original Samhain tradition. 2,500 years. A Celtic festival of the ancestors' return, the thinning of the veil, the liminal night at the year's turning. Still observed, in modified and transformed and largely decontextualized form, on October 31st. By people who have no idea what Samhain was and who would be surprised to learn that the reason they are carving faces into vegetables and wearing costumes on a specific autumn night has anything to do with Iron Age Celtic cosmology. The practice survived. The meaning mostly went underground. But the practice is still there. Holy wells. Across Ireland, Britain, and Brittany, there are thousands of holy wells, natural springs, sources, pools of water that have been treated as sacred for so long that the sacred quality of the place has become, for the communities near them, simply a feature of the landscape. Present. Acknowledged. Visited at specific times for specific purposes. Most of them have Christian names now. St. Brigid's Well at Kildare. St. Nant's Well in Wales. St. Ganolius Well in Brittany. Hundreds of others, each with its patron saint, each with its associated legends, each visited on particular feast days with particular ritual practices. But the saints are late arrivals to springs that were already sacred. The sacred quality of these places predates the saints by centuries. The spring at Kildare that is now associated with St. Brigid, a Christian saint who absorbed so many of the attributes of the pre-Christian goddess Brigid that scholars debate where the goddess ended and the saint began, that spring was sacred before Christianity. Its special quality was recognized before anyone thought to give it a saint's name. The community that gathered there on certain days was gathering at a thin place, at a point in the landscape where the divine and the human were closest, long before the name of the patron was Christian. The water is the same water. The spring is the same spring. And the practice of visiting, of bringing an intention, of making an acknowledgement, of tying a cloth or leaving an offering or drinking from the spring in the particular ritual gesture that the community has always made at this particular water. That practice has continued, in various forms, substantially unchanged in its essential logic, from the Iron Age to now. The official theology that frames the visit has changed. Sulis became a Roman deity. The Roman deity was eventually set aside. The Christian saint arrived. And in some places, the Christian saint has been set aside too, and people visit the wells in a more secular spirit, for the beauty of the place, for the tradition, for the feeling that is there and that does not have a name in the current theological vocabulary. That feeling is soulless, still present, still felt, without the name, without the theology, in the thing itself. Fairy beliefs. This is the richest and most complex area of folk survival, and the one that requires the most careful handling, because the word fairy carries in modern English a set of associations, small, winged, cute, benign, that are entirely at odds with the tradition it is describing. The fairy tradition of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany, and the Celtic-influenced folk cultures of the Atlantic fringe is not a tradition of cute winged beings. It is a tradition of the other world pressing against this one. Of beings, the Dewan side, the people of the mounds, the gentry, the good neighbours, the fair folk, a dozen euphemistic names for something that should not be named directly, whose nature is ambiguous, whose power is real, whose relationship to human beings is one of proximity and unpredictability rather than benevolence. This tradition is continuous with the Celtic cosmological framework we described in section 5. The otherworld pressing against this world through the thin places. The beings of the otherworld moving in the human world at specific times. The fairy mounds, the side, which are the burial mounds of the pre-Christian period, the tumuli scattered through the Irish and Scottish and Welsh landscapes, understood as the doorways through which the otherworld is most easily accessed. The specific beliefs varied by region and period, but the underlying structure was consistent. The world you can see is not all of the world. There is another dimension to the landscape that is normally invisible but sometimes perceptible. The beings in that dimension are not predictably friendly. You navigate them with care and respect and the traditional knowledge of how to do so. What to say, what not to say, what to leave out at night, what to do at specific times of year when the boundary is thinner. This tradition was never fully displaced by Christianity. The Church tried, repeatedly, across centuries of preaching and decree and pastoral persuasion, to convince the people of Ireland and Scotland and Wales and Brittany that the fair folk were either demons or superstitions. Neither argument was fully convincing, because the fair folk were not abstract theology. They were the experience of living in a landscape that had been understood as alive and inhabited in a specific way for longer than anyone's memory reached. Changing the theology was possible. Changing the experience of the landscape was considerably harder. Fairy beliefs persisted. In some places they persist now, not as folk superstition in the dismissive sense, but as a genuine, lived relationship with the quality of certain places and certain times that the local tradition has always understood as requiring respectful attention. What does the folk survival tell us about how cultures actually persist? It tells us that culture, below the level of its formal institutional expression, below the literature and the law and the theology and the art, exists in a different medium. A medium that is not vulnerable to the destruction of institutions in the same way. Not vulnerable to the death of elites, or the burning of libraries, or the replacement of administrative languages, or the official theological reframing of sacred sites. Because it does not live in institutions. It lives in habits, in practices, in the specific behaviors that a community performs at specific times without necessarily being able to explain why. The apple bobbing, the well visit, the leaving of bread on the doorstep on certain nights, the particular care taken in certain places at certain times. When you cannot preserve the words, you preserve the patterns. When you cannot preserve the theology, you preserve the practices. When you cannot preserve the doctrine, you preserve the calendar, the specific points in the year when certain things are done, certain acknowledgements made, certain presences recognized. The practice is more durable than the explanation. The doing is more durable than the knowing why. And what survives, in the folk tradition, is often exactly this. The doing, without the knowing why, maintaining in the behavior the pattern of something ancient that the behavior no longer consciously represents. Halloween as a global phenomenon is the doing without the knowing why. 2,500 years of the specific Celtic understanding that October 31st is the night when the veil is thin, and very few of the billions of people who observe it tonight know anything about that. But they do it. On the right night. In the right spirit. The particular mixture of the playful and the slightly uncanny that the thin place tradition has always carried. At the right time of year. The pattern survived. Even when the words were lost. This is the deepest form of what the Celts kept. Not in the manuscripts, which required literacy to access. Not in the languages, which required a speaker. Not even in the sacred landscape, which required a presence. In the things people do on certain nights. In the things they do at certain springs. In the feeling they have in certain places. In the specific mixture of the playful and the careful that comes over people when they are in the dark on the night of October 31st and something in the back of their mind says, this is a special night. They do not know why. But the Celts did. And the Celts left the doing in the world, even when they could not leave the knowing. Let that be the last thought of this section. The doing, still being done. The pattern, still being followed. On the right night. Loss for a while now. It is the right thing to have done. The losses are real and they deserve the time and the honesty we gave them. But there is another side to the accounting. And it is time, in these final minutes, to sit with that side too. Because the Celtic world did not simply end. It was not erased completely. It was broken, diminished, driven underground, stripped of its institutional forms, silenced in most of the places it had once been loudest. But something, more than we perhaps would have predicted, more than the mechanism of destruction was designed to allow, found its way through. Not intact. Not unchanged. Not in the form the Iron Age Druid would have recognized. But present. Here. In the world tonight. In the world the listener inhabits. Let me show you where. You have already done something Celtic tonight. If it is late October and you are listening to this as Halloween approaches, or if you have listened to it in the days around Halloween, or if you are listening in any season but you have observed Halloween at any point in your life, in any of its global forms, you have participated in Samhain. Not in the full form. Not with the understanding of what you were doing. But in the essential act, the gathering at a specific night of the year, the costumes that mark that night as different, the particular mixture of the playful and the uncanny that Halloween always carries, the candy for the dead that has become candy for children, the jack-o'-lanterns that began as carved turnips to guide the souls of the ancestors, the particular feeling on October 31st that something is different about this night, that the veil is thinner, that the dark has a quality it does not have on other nights. That is Samhain. 2,500 years old. Still being observed. Across the world. By billions of people, most of whom have no idea what Samhain was. The Celtic feast of the ancestors, the thinning of the veil between living and dead, the fire that guided the spirits home. It survived Christianization, which renamed it All Hallows Eve and redefined the spirits as saints rather than ancestors. It survived secularization, which stripped away the theological framing and kept the practices. It survived globalization, which took it from the Celtic diaspora communities of America and dispersed it across the planet as a commercial holiday that has, somewhere in its commercial and secular trappings, the oldest Celtic memory of what this night is. The Druids would not recognize Halloween. Too different. Too commercialized. Too stripped of meaning. But they would recognize October 31st. And the feeling that the veil is thin. Fairy tales. The genre of story that every human culture produces for its children, featuring magical beings, enchanted places, transformations, the danger of eating food in the otherworld, the particular social rules of courtesy and caution that govern encounters with the supernatural. This genre descends, in the form we know it in the European tradition, very substantially from Celtic cosmological beliefs. The otherworld beings of Irish and Scottish tradition, the Daewhan side, the good people, the fair folk, are not cute winged creatures. They are the beings whose world presses against ours through the thin places. Whose food, if eaten, binds you to their world. Whose beauty is the particular, disturbing beauty of the uncanny rather than the reassuring beauty of the benign. Who follow specific rules, rules of courtesy and obligation and reciprocity, that humans must understand and navigate carefully. The fairy tale genre keeps these structural features even when it has lost the specific Celtic names and contexts. The warning not to eat the food. The specific obligations created by accepting gifts. The transformation, human to animal, animal to human, the living world to the enchanted world. That is the Celtic principle of constant transformation encoded in narrative form. The hero who must know the right words to say, the right gift to give, the right behavior in the liminal space between worlds. And the word glamour, the particular quality of supernatural beauty and deception associated with the fairy world, comes from the Scots word glamour, which comes from the English word grammar, which was used in the medieval period to mean occult learning, which was the kind of learning associated with the educated class, which in the Celtic world was the Druidic class. Glamour comes from grammar, comes from Druidic learning. The concept of a supernatural beauty that deceives, that makes things appear more attractive than they are, that draws you in through sensory illusion, carries in its etymology the whole tradition of Druidic verbal and ritual power. The Druids were believed to create fithfath, a glamour, a transformation of appearance, through their craft. The word that describes this power in modern English still carries the Druidic origin in its bones. Arthur. The matter of Britain. The legend that has been told and retold and elaborated and reinterpreted across 1500 years of European literature. In Welsh, in Latin, in Old French, in Middle English, in modern novels and films and television series. Arthur is perhaps the most persistent and most loved story in the entire cultural inheritance of the English-speaking world. And it is a Celtic story. Not only Celtic, the medieval French Romance tradition that gave the story its most familiar form was doing something genuinely new with what it inherited. The Grail quest has Christian theological dimensions that go beyond anything the original Celtic tradition would have contained. The courtly love framework of the Lancelot-Guinevere relationship was a medieval French cultural imposition on a much older story. But the bones of the story, the bones are Celtic. Arthur himself, a Brittonic Celtic figure, probably with a historical prototype in the sub-Roman period of the late 5th and early 6th centuries CE, when Celtic-speaking Britons were holding the remnants of Roman Britain against the Anglo-Saxon advance. His name is Celtic. His context is Celtic. His court at Camelot is a Celtic hillfort in medieval dress. Guinevere, Gwen Wyfar in Welsh. White Phantom. A sovereignty goddess figure, the woman whose choice makes the king, whose love legitimizes and whose loss destroys. The Celtic sovereignty goddess tradition we described in section 6, still visible beneath the medieval French romance. Merlin, Myrddin in Welsh. A prophet-seer magician who advises the king, who operates outside ordinary social rules, who knows what is coming and whose knowing gives him a power that is not military or political but something older and more fundamental. A Druid, or the literary echo of what a Druid was, carried forward into a Christian medieval context where the Druid could not exist as a Druid and so became a wizard. The figure is the same. Only the name has changed. Avalon, a bough, apple in Welsh. Emain y Blach, the Apple Island of Irish tradition. The otherworld island in the west, across the sea, where the wounded king is taken to be healed, where time works differently, where the ordinary rules of life and death are suspended. The island that is the otherworld, still present in one of the most famous stories in Western literature, described in exactly the terms that the Celtic cosmological tradition used for the land beyond the sea. Celtic cosmology in a Christian wrapper. 2,000 years later. Still being told. The thin place. In Celtic spirituality, a thin place is a location where the boundary between this world and the otherworld is unusually permeable. Where the divine presses close. Where what is normally invisible becomes, for those who have the attention to notice it, perceptible. The concept, this specific, named understanding of sacred geography, has, in the past several decades, escaped from the academic study of Celtic tradition and entered the wider vocabulary of contemporary spirituality. People travel to Ireland and Scotland and Wales specifically to visit places they describe as thin places. The concept has been adopted across Christian, Buddhist, and secular spiritual traditions. It appears in retreat center brochures and in the spiritual memoirs of people who have no particular connection to Celtic tradition, but who find in the concept a name for something they have experienced. The idea that there are specific places where the boundary between the ordinary and the sacred is thinner than elsewhere, that geography is spiritually uneven, that certain locations have a quality of presence that others do not, this is not a uniquely Celtic idea. Many spiritual traditions recognize something similar. But the specific name, and the specific conceptual framework, that the otherworld overlaps with this world and that at certain places the overlap is more acute, that framework is Celtic. It is Celtic and it is, now, everywhere. This is the fingerprint of the Celtic world on the modern world. Not in the dramatic, named form. Not in the form of statues or holidays named for Celtic figures or Celtic languages taught in schools. In the form of structures. Patterns. The specific shape of certain stories, the specific timing of certain observances, the specific feeling of certain places. The veil that thins at the end of October. The fairy tale's warning not to eat the food. The wizard who advises the king and knows things the king cannot know. The island in the west where time is different. The place where the world feels thinner than it should. None of these are labeled Celtic. Most of the people who encounter them do not know they are Celtic. The origin is largely invisible, buried under centuries of transformation and reframing and reinterpretation. But it is there, in the structure of the story, in the timing of the festival, in the feeling of the place. The pattern survived. When the words were lost, the patterns survived. When the theology was lost, the practices survived. When the names were lost, the shapes survived. This is what the Celts left. Not a monument. Not a named inheritance that can be pointed to and said, "This is Celtic, see how the Celts live on." But something more diffuse, more pervasive, more genuinely woven into the fabric of the cultures that came after them. The way a civilization that is broken up and dispersed and transformed leaves not a single object but a quality, a texture, a set of shapes that keep appearing in unexpected places. The spiral, turning, still turning. The Celts did not disappear. I want to say this clearly, in these final minutes, because everything about the way their story has been told, the emphasis on conquest, on defeat, on what was lost, can create the impression that the Celtic peoples ended. That they were replaced. That the story of the Celts is a story of a people who were there and then were not there. This is not what happened. The people remained. They are still here. In the past 2 decades, archaeological genetics has given us a tool that was not previously available. The ability to extract and analyze ancient DNA from human remains and compare it to the DNA of living populations. And what this analysis has shown, across study after study, is something that challenges the narrative of population replacement that older historical models tended to assume. The majority of people in Britain today, when their genetic ancestry is traced, carry ancestry that connects directly to the Iron Age populations of the British Isles. The population that lived in Britain before the Romans arrived, before the Anglo-Saxons arrived, before the Vikings, before the Normans. The Celtic Iron Age Britons are not a lost people. Their descendants are living in Britain, carrying, in their bodies, the biological inheritance of the people who built the hillforts and threw the Battersea Shield into the Thames and fought at the fords and followed Boudicca south. The same is true in Ireland, which has the highest genetic continuity of any population in the British Isles with its pre-Christian past. In Wales, where the Brittonic Celtic linguistic tradition was maintained by a population that never left. In France, where the genetic ancestry of the current population includes substantial continuity with the Gaulish Iron Age populations that Caesar's campaigns partially destroyed. The Celts changed languages. They changed religions. They adopted Roman names and Roman administrative frameworks and Roman architectural styles and, eventually, various forms of Christianity. Their cultures were transformed, sometimes catastrophically, by the forces we have been tracing throughout this video. But they did not leave. Their children were there, and their children's children, down to the present. The tradition was interrupted. The people continued. The landscape. This is the other form of Celtic presence that is more enduring than any text or artifact or institution, the names of places. The specific words that people gave to specific features of the specific landscapes they inhabited, and which those landscapes kept, through every change of language and religion and political organization. Because landscape names are the most durable linguistic objects in human geography. Rivers keep their names. This is one of the most consistent patterns in the historical linguistics of place names across Europe. The administrative name of a city can change. Londinium becomes London, Lutetia becomes Paris, Eboracum becomes York. The tribal name of a territory can change. Gaul becomes France, Britannia becomes Britain. But rivers keep the names they were given when people first named them. Because rivers are permanent features of the landscape and their names are used constantly by everyone who lives near them. And the constant use embeds the name so deeply in the community's linguistic practice that changing it requires an effort that no subsequent culture has ever found worthwhile. And the rivers of Western Europe were given their names by Celtic-speaking peoples. The Thames. You cross it every time you come into central London. Its name comes from Celtic Tamesars, the dark river, or perhaps the smooth river, depending on the specific Celtic route. 2,000 years of continuous use since the Romans arrived, and before that, however long the Celts had been calling it by this name. Every Londoner who crosses the Thames is speaking a Celtic word without knowing it. The Avon. There are multiple rivers named Avon in Britain, the Avon at Bath, the Avon at Stratford where Shakespeare's theatre stands, the Avon in Bristol. All of them named from the Celtic word abona, river. The Celts named a river, and we kept calling it that. Every reference to the river Avon is a redundancy. The name says river, but it is a redundancy so old and so embedded in English usage that no one notices or objects. The Seine. Sequana, the goddess who was the river, the divine presence at the source, the deity to whom the votive deposits at the springs in Burgundy were made. The name of the river that runs through Paris is the name of a Celtic goddess. It has been the name of this river since before Julius Caesar, and it is still the name of this river today. French speakers call her by her Celtic name every day. The Rhone. The Rhine. The Danube, from Celtic Danuvius. The Severn. Sabrina. The Exe, from Celtic Iska, meaning water. The Deva, again meaning the goddess, the sacred water. The Y. The Tees. The Tyne. Every one of these is a Celtic name. Still in use. Still functioning as the name of a river or place in Britain, France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Spain. The rivers remember, even when everything else forgot. Place names beyond rivers. The pattern extends into dozens of other categories of place name. Mountains, forests, settlements, geographical features. Dover, from Celtic Dubri, meaning waters. London, possibly from Celtic Llewellyn Don, meaning fortress by the lake, though the etymology is debated. Carlisle, from Celtic Lugavalum, Luffa's Wall, the great Celtic god's fortification. Exeter, from Celtic Isca Dumnoniorum, the water of the Dumnonii tribe. York, from Celtic Eburacum, place of the yew trees. Paris, named for the Parisii, the Celtic tribe who settled the island in the Seine. The names of places across Western Europe carry, embedded in their syllables, the memory of the people who named them. The people who looked at a specific river and said, "This dark water has a name, and the name is sacred, because the water is alive and divine and requires acknowledgement." Those people are gone in the sense that their specific tradition is gone. But the acknowledgement remains. In the name. In the river's daily use of the name that was given to it by someone who understood the river as a deity, not merely a waterway. Standing in the landscape. If you are in Britain tonight, if you live there, or have visited, or are listening to this in the specific geographical territory that was the focus of so much of what we have described, I want to offer you a thought to carry into sleep. You are standing in a Celtic landscape. Not a landscape that was once Celtic and is now something else. A landscape that was named by Celtic-speaking peoples, that carries in its place names the specific understanding of those peoples. The sacredness of water, the significance of specific trees, the divine presence in the hills, and that has never fully shed that naming, despite everything that has happened since. The Thames is still dark. The Avon is still river. The Severn is still Sabrina. The sacred spring at Bath is still warm. And the people who walk these landscapes carry, in their DNA, the biological inheritance of the people who first named them. The Celts did not disappear into history. They became us. Or they became some of us, those of us whose ancestry traces to these specific islands and this specific corner of the European continent. And through the cultural transmission that is not biological but is no less real, through the folk practices, the place names, the fairy tales, the October 31st feeling, the thin place concept, something of the Celtic tradition has spread beyond the specific descendants of the Celtic peoples and entered the shared cultural heritage of the wider world. Listen. Just for a moment. Just before you drift off completely. The river outside has a name. Probably an old name. Names of rivers are old. The place where you are has a name. That name has a history. All names have histories. Somewhere in the history of the name of the place where you are, there may be a thread that goes back further than you have looked. That reaches into a period before the written record. That connects to a people who looked at this specific geography and found in it something sacred. A specific divine presence, a specific thin place, a specific point in the landscape where the ordinary world and the other world pressed close together. You may be lying in a thin place right now, without knowing it, in a landscape that the Celts named. in a body that may carry something of theirs. In a world that is, in ways too diffused to be fully mapped but too real to be dismissed, still haunted by the beauty of what they made and what they knew and what they carried and what they lost and what, in the end, they left. Caesar called them barbarians. I want to return to that word, one final time. The word that has followed the Celtic peoples for 2,000 years. The word that justified conquest and erased tradition and gave Rome the moral cover to do what it chose to do. The word that was efficient and effective and has lasted longer than almost anything else that Caesar wrote. Barbarians. But barbarians do not build legal systems sophisticated enough to allow women to divorce and own property independently of their husbands. In a culture where Roman women were legal dependents of their fathers and their husbands from birth to death. Barbarians do not spend 20 years memorizing a civilization's worth of knowledge, law and history and philosophy and medicine and astronomy and poetry, as a deliberate philosophical act, because they have decided that the most important knowledge is too sacred to be entrusted to anything less than a human mind. Barbarians do not create the Battersea Shield. Barbarians do not create the Snettisham Talks. Barbarians do not create the Latin visual tradition, one of the great artistic languages of the ancient world, capable of expressing through form and spiral and the transformation of one thing into another something about the nature of the world that straight lines and fixed forms cannot express. Barbarians do not produce a legal tradition sophisticated enough that it would take English law until 1882 to catch up with what the Brehorn lawyers had been practicing in the Iron Age. Barbarians do not build Bibracte, or Maiden Castle, or the great hillforts of Britain and Gaul that are still, 2,000 years later, visible in the landscape as evidence of organized human labor at a scale that leaves us genuinely impressed. Barbarians do not raise children who will spend the night of October 31st, 3,000 years later, carving faces into vegetables and feeling, in the dark, the particular quality of a night that has always been different from other nights. What was lost when Rome won was not savagery. It was a civilization. A civilization that understood the world differently from Rome. Not worse than Rome, not more simply than Rome, not less fully than Rome. Differently. In ways that had their own coherence, their own depth, their own beauty, their own forms of wisdom that Rome did not possess and could not replicate, and in destroying, removed from the world permanently. A civilization that treated memory as sacred, not as a convenience, not as a backup for written records, but as the living medium of everything that mattered, entrusted to human minds precisely because human minds understand what they carry in a way that surfaces covered with marks do not. A civilization that treated landscape as alive, not metaphorically, not in a decorative spiritual sense, but in the specific, concrete, geographically precise understanding that this river has a name because this river is a being, that this spring is a place where the divine presses through, that the sacred is not housed in a building but is present in the world, everywhere, and especially in certain places, and most especially in the thin places where the boundary is thinnest. A civilization that treated time as a turning wheel, not as a line moving in one direction toward an ending, but as a cycle that returns, that deepens with each return, that makes the ancestors present rather than gone, that makes the festival of October 31st the same festival it has always been even when no one remembers what it was called. These are not primitive ideas. These are sophisticated ideas. Different from the ideas that won, and different from the ideas we inherited from what won, but not less. And something of that world still persists. Not in any form that can be fully named or mapped or photographed, but in the feeling. At dusk, in an old forest, when the light changes, when the sharp definition of daylight softens into the blue ambiguity of evening, when the sounds of the day give way to the sounds that belong to the threshold between day and night. In that moment, in an old forest, the world has a quality that is difficult to name in the vocabulary we have been given. A quality of age, of memory, of something that is not quite visible but is present, pressing lightly against the ordinary world, the way the Celtic otherworld was always understood to press. At the bend of a river with an ancient name. When the water is dark and the light is low and the name of the river is, unbeknownst to you, a Celtic word for what you are looking at, the dark water, the sacred river, the divine presence, there is sometimes a feeling that the place is more than what it appears to be. That something is here that has been here for longer than the most recent owners of the landscape. The boundary between what is and what was is, for a moment, thinner than usual. That is the thin place. That is what the Celts knew and named and visited and offered to. That is what persists, without a name, in the feeling. Let me take you back, one last time. Not to history. Not to analysis. Not to the cataloguing of what was lost and what survived. To the world itself. Before the legions came. Europe. The forests are enormous. From the Atlantic coast of Ireland, across Britain, across Gaul and Germany and Central Europe, through the Hallstatt valleys of Austria, down into the Carpathians and beyond, trees. Ancient trees. Oak and ash and elm and beech, growing so densely in places that the canopy overhead is its own sky. A green sky. A living ceiling through which the light comes down in long, slow shafts. And on the hilltops, the fires. Not the fires of war. The fires of the evening. The fires of a hillfort at the end of a day. The cooking fires and the hearth fires and the particular orange warmth of a fire seen from a distance, through trees, high up on a ridge against the darkening sky. Somewhere in the valley below, a river moves through the evening. Its name is ancient. Its name is sacred. Its name is the name of the being that the river is, and that name will still be spoken, transformed by 1,000 years of changed mouths and changed languages, 2,500 years from now. And in the grove at the edge of the clearing, a voice, not loud, not declaiming, speaking at the particular steady pace of someone who has something important to say and knows that the importance requires slowness, not speed. The voice is a druid, and the druid is saying something in a language whose words we cannot hear, whose grammar we cannot reconstruct, whose specific content is lost as completely as anything has ever been lost. But the act of standing in the grove and speaking what needs to be spoken, of carrying in a human mind what is too important to be trusted to anything less, of transmitting what was received, of being, in this moment, the living link between everything that came before and everything that will come after. That act is not lost. It is the act of every person who has ever sat with a child and told them a story. Every person who has written down the thing that needed to be written. Every person who has stood in a landscape and felt the particular quality of a place that has been felt and named and known by the people who came before them. Every person who has listened to someone speak, late at night, and found in the listening something they could not have found alone. The druid speaks. The voice carries across the clearing, through the trees, down the hillside to the river. The river does not stop. The river has its name. The river keeps moving. You are lying in the dark. You have come a long way tonight. From the cold shores of the ancient world to the quiet of wherever you are. Through the hillforts and the feast halls and the sacred groves and the Roman camps and the shore at Anglesey and the Irish scriptorium and the folk practices and the place names and the 6 living languages and the feeling of a place where the world is thin. You have carried a civilization with you across this night. Not the whole civilization. No one can carry that. But something of it. Some sense of its shape, its values, its beauty, its loss. You can put it down now. Not lose it, just put it down. Let it rest somewhere near you in the dark, the way you set something precious down carefully when you need your hands free. Let the voice of the druid in the clearing be the last sound in your mind as you go. Not the words, those are gone. Just the quality of the voice. The steady, patient, unhurried quality of someone who understands that what they carry is worth carrying. That the knowledge is sacred. That the memory is alive. That the world is more than it appears. And that somewhere, in the dark, at the bend of a river with an ancient name, the boundary is thin. Hirath. The longing for a home that cannot quite be returned to. That cannot quite be returned to. But that is still there. Still present. In the name of the river. In the feeling of the place. In the word that cannot be translated. In the fires on the hillfort at dusk. In the sound of the carnix carrying across a valley in a world that existed before the world we know, and that is present still, in the thinning. In this darkness.